Hey, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the Closing Acumen. Uh, 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 Today is Friday, uh, and we are looking forward uh, to have a great show here today. My name is Henry Peabody. Uh, we looking forward. The guys will be bringing us here. The guys will be joining us. The other panelists will be coming. Uh, uh, so we ask that you join us and let's start this all important program. Today is the 24th of January. It appears that January is slowly coming to end. We're moving to the second month in the year. It's going really fast, but it's been really cold lately. But guys, I'd like to welcome you to the Closing Acumen. It's a lot going on in Liberia and the US of A. Uh, it's a lot. It's a lot that we see going on here, and so we got to see what happened. The president today had went to a prayer breakfast. They had a prayer service today. Thanks fast and I don't know what it was fast and prayer. Some service they went to today, but it was the prayer service today. The president and other they went through. President Barker was present, but let me bring you uh, what's happening in Liberia. Let me just bring you some of the news from the closing acumen, front page Africa. Uh, what is happening here today? The civil law court judge raises alarm over the threat of his life. The front page Africa is reporting that the civil law court judge raises alarm over threat to his life in the House leadership case. What is going on in that country? Judge, uh, uh, J- Let me read it. I'm going to read this to you. It says Liberia Judge George Smith of the Sixth Judicial Circuit Court Civil Law Court have revealed threats against his life amidst the ongoing case challenging the leadership of the House of Representatives. Uh, Judge Smith claimed that an unknown individual had threatened to burn his house and harm him if he proceeded with the case. Uh, the case brought by a group of lawmakers supported embattled Speaker J. Finity Kofar challenges the removal of Kofar as Speaker and subsequent election of Representative Richard Nambikon. The petitioner argued that Kuhn is unlawfully serving as Speaker, contending that Kofar removal violated constitutional and procedural rules. The judge they alleged that the process violated Article 49 of the Constitution, which outlines procedure for electing and removing the Speaker. The group has charged the court to nullify Cohn's action and reinstate Kufa as Speaker. Despite the threat, Judge Smith has vowed to remain impartial, emphasizing that intimidation cannot deter judges from fulfilling their constitutional duties. He stated while threats to a judge's life are concerning, they cannot serve as ground to suspend proceeding, as doing so will undermine the judicial constitutional mandate. So he set Monday the 27th to rule. So what's happening is these guys are reporting, the judge is reporting that his life has been threatened uh, by some individual who have planned to burn his house down because he is ruling over the case. And I think this is a serious threat to the judge. I think the judge need to be protected, and this is just bad for our country. It's really bad for the country that the sitting judge is being threatened by individuals. He did not. Oh, I see. We are not live on Facebook. I don't know what is going on. We are just live on our YouTube page. Guys, we will. Guys, please bear with us. We are not live. Let me call our special technician here, Lofa Julius, who will get up live on Facebook. Yes. Uh, 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 Let me call Lofa. Uh, yeah, we are not live. Let me just see if Lofa uh can just edit this. Let me see what I can edit. Edit. I'm going to edit and see what else we have. Closing argument. Uh, I don't know why we are not live. Um, hmm. Guys, we're here. Let me just see what I can edit and see whether we can get this back. Yeah. Okay. Closing argument is here. YouTube. What is our closing argument page? Oh, let me see. We will be back, guys. We'll be right on. Uh, yeah.
That what's going on?
I don't see us live
Are
on
you
Facebook.
good?
No, we may need to.
That Peabody, can you hear me?
Yes, can you? Can you hear me?
Well, keep going on. Keep
Can you
going
hear
with the
me?
show. Keep going with the show. I'll fix it in the back.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Uh,
Great. Yeah,
yeah, I
guys.
can hear you, but it's through my other monitor though, so you delay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, guys. If you can hear me, because we're not live on Facebook. I think we're on the YouTube page. That's why we're concerned because people started to either not getting. Oh, yes. So guys, welcome. Sorry, but we are working to. So yeah. So yes, but we are here. We'll be live. We're on live on YouTube. We'll be live on Facebook. So we just want you to sit back. So we're just talking about Judge Smith, the guy who. Okay, I think we are back on Facebook. Yes, welcome, guys. Yeah, everybody's coming. Everybody's coming back now. We are on Facebook. Thank you, Lofa Julius, for bringing us on live on Facebook. But guys, yes, Lofa, we good. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Uh, 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 we are back. Welcome everybody. Jump, Benjamin Jonah. I hope you got the link. Others, I hope you all got the link to come on. But guys, so we were talking about the a judge in Liberia has sounded alarm. Ruth, welcome. Uh, welcome, my sister. Yeah, thank you. Y'all make this show really lively for all of you who's watching. You guys are the show owner. You make it really possible for us to come on. So welcome, guys. Welcome. We are here again. We are back. Uh, so welcome. Uh, Benjamin, let me send the link to you. Uh, yeah, but welcome, guys. The closing argument here. We're just reading about a judge. I want to judge. To be a judge. I read about a judge in Liberia who sounded alarm over threat to his life because he decided to take up the case involving uh, the rule of law caucus. They filed a case in court about the illegal remover, and the judge who's presiding over the case has set Monday the 27th to rule on the case. And now they begin to threaten the judge's life because he had decided to take up the case. And I always say that justice in Liberia is not it's not real justice, bro. Liberia have a very serious problem. Our justice system is a mess. It's a complete a mess. I mean, you got a judge who's gonna decide to say, you know what, I will take up this case, and the root of law. Now you're threatening this judge and telling him that people are threatening him, and those threats sometimes it's coming from. It may come from the law enforcement. I'll be honest to say that it will come from the law enforcement. You're threatening a whole judge. But good to see everybody that is here, guys. Uh, Sorry for my drinking. I'm drinking water. Good to see everybody that is here. Let me just greet everybody and welcome you as you make your way. Please join us. Just share this show. We started a little late. We had minor technical problem, but our on-site technician, Lofa Judas, came in and made sure that we got things going. We got Prince Soma. Welcome, Prince Soma, Benjamin Jonah, Lofa Judas, Ali Kamara, Ruth, Robert Pengba. Welcome. Just share the show, guys. As you make your way here tonight, just share the show. All our friends watching on YouTube, we say welcome. The other guys will be joining us shortly. But what I was talking about earlier is about the court judge, uh, uh, the civil law court judge. His name is Judge George Smith, being threatened by an individual who had planned to burn down his house because he took up the case against the rule of law caucus. He against the governor of Liberia, Johnny. Good to see you, Johnny. Welcome. Welcome, Johnny. And he took up the case. Now he's saying that some people had threatened his life. They had planned to burn down his house. So he set Monday, January 27th, to rule uh, whether he will continue or stop adjudicating the case. Oh God, I hope he does not stop. I hope uh, they said the majority block lawmakers threaten impeachment. So they threaten to impeach the judge. And it's not impossible, folks. Liberia is where anything can happen. People are not accountable. They don't respect the law. The law is the only thing we have in our country to guide us. And if we have folks who will be threatening the judge because they feel that the executive is on the side to give them police, to give them money, to give them things, and that's why they do things, it's wrong for the country. It's wrong. The law must be the law. And every time I talk about how the law is abused in Liberia, I get headache. I get this anxiety because it's just sad. Afro Viking Egon Lindford is watching from Norway. Welcome, Afro. I don't know whether you were the one that reached out to me and said you guys needed a person on the show from that part of the world, from the Scandinavian country. If you were the one, then hit me back again, and then we can schedule. We definitely will bring somebody from that part of the world to be involved. What I like about the closing argument is that we bring everybody from every part of the world. You want to join us? Come up and join us. Yesterday we had an excellent time. Thank you, Lofa. Lofa, you say I'm committed to this job because I get my check on time. If you guys keep paying me, And don't act like JMB. I'll always be here. I got you, Lopa, but Lopa, we appreciate you. You've done a whole lot to help us keep this show going. You've done a lot, you know. But Christian Coyan, welcome, Christian. So that's what's happening. Every time I talk about Liberia and how the law is abused, I get anxiety. Because I can feel living in a country where people abuse the law. It means you have no opportunity for anything. You have no opportunity for anything. Joseph Wellek Keddy. Thank you, Joseph. Welcome as well. Ali Kriti, my friend from Ghana, buddy. I got to reach out to you. I'll be in touch with you soon, Ali. I got to call you. I've been really busy, very, very busy, Ali, but I'll call you. I'll call you soon. I think I got some time there. I'll be in touch. But thank you for watching from Ghana, my friend, Mr. Ali Kritin. So that's how we are, Want everybody to come on. But the law is the only thing that we have in Liberia. And if you don't follow the law, you're done. Can you imagine living in a home where you don't have any rules in the home? You know what become of that home? The home become a disaster. It become a disaster. The home will become a disaster. You know? When Moses was trying to get the 10th commandment, when God called him to give him the 10th commandment, Moses left the people, and when he came back, the people of Israel were out of hand because there was no law. So they did things the way. Anywhere there is no law, okay, the country becomes scattered, and that's what is going on in Liberia. Soti Teller, thank you. Watching from all the way in Lofa County, man. We honor you for even using your data to watch the closing acumen. We appreciate you. We appreciate you a whole lot, Soti. Thank you for watching. But what I'm saying here is any country where people don't take the law is the only thing that people should look up to say that country is credible. It's a law. Now you got a judge only because he took up a case. Now the majority of black lawmakers are threatening that if he take up the case, they will impeach him. See how bad people can be. See how bad folks can be. All right. You say you're going to impeach this man from the majority law block. Let me read something here. It said prior to the court proceedings, the situation escalated on Tuesday during session as majority black lawmakers call for Judge Smith's impeachment, accusing him of interfering in legislative affairs. This is gross disrespect to the legislature and its internal processes. One legislator, Representative Mark Jeremiah Soken, District Number 1 Grand Jita County, warned that Judge Smith could face impeachment if he continued to meddle in political activities. Can you imagine? The man is doing his work and you threatening that you're going to impeach him because he's meddling with legislative activities. Isn't that his responsibility to prosecute cases that is brought before him, to actually deliberate upon those cases and come up with findings? And you threatening him that you're going to be these greedy hawks. Okay? Greedy hawks. I call Jeremiah Soken a greedy hawk. Okay? They're all there for money though. They don't even know what they're there for. A lot of them don't even understand what goes on in the country or what goes on in the house. A lot of them don't even understand the law. They just go there when they say vote, they all sign because something will come in the pocket. Welcome, Christian Koyon, watching from Canada, Ontario. Welcome, buddy. Good to see you. The Marcosa watching from all the way Grand Crew County, Norfolk. Nora, this is bad. Majority black will not give up. But when you have these people, because they feel that the executive is on the side, so they can threaten judges, they can do things. It doesn't represent a country. It's bad for our country. So Judge Smith, they are threatening him that they will burn a house, or they will impeach him because he just because he did what is right, what the Liberian people wanted is to preside over a case. It's sad for the country. It's very sad. And what happened to our boss over there? He's doing nothing. He going all around acting like, because he's a president, but he acting like he's the head, but he's not. He's the head that don't care about what else happened. It's very sad for our country. I don't think the judge should be threatened. I don't think anybody should plan uh, to remove the judge and stuff like that. It's not good for our country. It's not good. It's not good for the law. Sylvester, happy Friday, Sylvester. Good to see you.
Hey, hi everybody. Thank you.
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. It's just not a good thing. So that's how I'm reading today. Something that the United States government uh, put a freeze on foreign aid for 90 days. All the different, you say, you name it, they have put a freeze on it. And I'm wondering, how will Liberia be affected by this? You know,
Um, yeah, that's a very major concern. So if you will, the the process here, Liberia, we depend. We are a kind of a country that say wrong with it, dependency syndrome thing, and we are not independent of ourselves, of our sovereignty, if you will. So these are things that can rapidly affect our society. The United States government, to different sectors of America, do contribute tremendously towards our country development process moving forward. UC and other things, even the MCC, but the MCC team, I thought they were also in the country quite recently. I think yesterday was they in Liberia as per what the record is showing. They're starting the process of forming the office to start the discussion of as per the development of a compact where we may potentially benefit from almost a half a billion US dollars that will go to some line of development, hopefully. And now that the new president is in, he's now put freeze on these things for now. But what I'm sure of, and very hopeful of also, to people is that I hope this will be temporary. It's 60 days, after which time I believe that they will still go back into swing and give support because they.
but it said 90 days.
Oh, sorry, 90 days, which is 3 months, so gave time for the new president. Trump, as president of this country, let me put it real with His Excellency Trump. Oh yeah, but that's the diplomacy line. Just yeah, they cut it short, say Mr. President, but Mr. President is one person that love to be in charge, and love to be honored, and love to be praised. He's also kind of a leader that loves to be flattered, if you will. So for now, he's exhibiting the powers of the presidency. Yeah, putting freeze to those things. But we will come back to reality wherein Congress, who is again, that's the basic of the check and balance in this country. Wherein the separation of power is uniquely observed. Yes, he would do all what he's doing now. Yes, it will impact some major situation, to be frank. But eventually, they will come to an area that we have to come to some point to compromise. But I believe most of those congressional members from both houses do believe that America will still have to stay constrained, though Trump thinks contrary. that he believed making America great. His definition of making America great is for America to be in isolationism. And I don't think that's the appropriate way to do it. America can still be great, and America be the beacon of change and beacon of democracy. America has been the world number one power and supporting a lot of international organizations, even the United Nations and other in its organs. And that will include the WHO that the US just withdrew from, the Paris Climate Agreement. Of course, he did withdraw the last time when he got in the presidency, and Biden reinstated America in 2021. Now that he's back, he's now withdrawn from the WHO. He withdrawn from the Paris Climate Agreement also, and he's threatening to withdraw America from many other international organizations. So it's a very negative thing. I don't know if he one day say he will withdraw America from the UN. I know that he can never dream about doing that because if you withdraw America from the UN, you ask them to leave from America, and then the war will send the UN elsewhere. But what I believe he's going to talk about the UN is that he's going to bring the issue about reducing the United States contribution to the United Nations and the rest of that. But I think we, as people, Liberia, vis-a-vis relative to our process as unfolding, we have to now to structure our process that we work in keeping with the policy to do some adjustment as to how we can operate without potentially support coming if it's going to stay the same moving during his administration. How we can now do some priority shifting into the budget as to helping our people reduce property and extract meanwhile doing that, and also going towards the process of helping to improve some of our very poor infrastructure process to advance them and improve it to some level that will help folks, particularly our roads network in the country. So it's a very serious concern that the people. I'm deeply concerned as a student of diplomacy and international relations, particularly. I'm critically concerned because the individual we are dealing with now is very unpredictable. And that's why the last time I talked about what we tell you before about this madman theory, and it is a hitch process to this theory process. So wherein the person will behave irrational and unpredictable, and due to that, those kind of unpredictability sometimes trap some serious problem moving forward. So yes, Liberia will have to take some measures to begin the process of adjusting in the wake of any potential threat that will come or any major development that may come to say the U.S. government is now withholding or suspending aid to the government of Liberia, basically for now. But I don't think it's going to be long lasting. I believe after the 6 months, there will be some adjustment because these are major institutions in this country that we have to play our own role. Congress also going to have a say, and at the end of the day, we do have some even Republican lawmakers that will understand from the perspective of institutional laws in this country, and that's the reason why this country is extraordinarily powerful. So yes, for now, yes, they will respect his order, but eventually there will be some adjustment moving forward in terms of partnership, and a compromise basis will come up. There will be some bipartisan agreement that will unfold, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were to strike immediately after or even before the 90 days process. He will need some things from Congress, particularly the Democrats, and they will strike most of those deals. And the Democrats are known of ensuring international diplomacy and extending aid, particularly to the UN and its organs, if you will. So I'm worried a little bit, but I think it will be short-lived.
But Sylvester, I mean, it's 3 months.
Yes.
It's 3 months, they said.
Mhm.
And Donald Trump seemed to be very robust. I mean, the last time he took over, he didn't do this. Instead of stopping foreign aid and stuff like that. Now they are coming in. They are going to do a case by case. They are going to review different countries and see whether we should continue giving them aid or we should cut down on our aid to these countries. And one of the countries that President Trump, I mean, the continent that President Trump don't have a favorite or he really don't care much about. In fact, he called them a shithole country. It's Africa. And if he taking the kind of stand, and especially with the history of corruption, Jonah, good to see you. The history of corruption and things that is taking place in Africa, it kind of it's kind of disturbing to the heart that they could take a longer term on some of these countries, though.
Oh yes, that is actually real correct, and he's serious about it. His relations with Africa have not been very good in the first term, and now the first term, I think I stand to be corrected. I think Africa was not on the agenda. He didn't visit Africa, but yeah, he met with few African leaders, including the president of Nigeria, the president of I think
Kenya.
Kenya, and the rest of that. But he didn't visit Africa in his first term. Biden did. Biden did at almost at the end of his term. He went to Angola and signed a very major 7 point something $billion tracking deal and the rest of that. Trump is serious, and you cannot underestimate him. That's what I said. Studying Trump and other things, he's not anyone would attempt to underestimate. The fact that today we're now observing some activities unfolding, the first time in the history of this country, to use the military to begin the process of deporting folks. The C-117 was in operation today, deporting some folks to Guatemala. You will see on the folk island in Guatemala City, so these are, according to what he said before, getting on Air Force One headed to South Carolina, then I think he should be landing in California anytime. But he said that the most dangerous criminal will be off, and every reasonable person would believe that that is right. Those that will come in this country and commit crime, kill American citizens, and create havoc in communities. These are folks that should be deported. And no one wants to defend those kind of people, right? But again, to the level of the international aid, diplomacy is a kind of a very complicated, basically a deeply convoluted process. We have to go beyond some things to understand what he said that is unfolding. America signed a lot of diplomatic relationship with a lot of countries across the world. It's the world's richest country. Now, most of what they engage in, and again, particularly have to concern Africa, because he has not had a very good relationship with Africa in terms of that. For his first term, he described Africa as a shithole country and a country, right? And those kind of description coming from the world's most powerful man is concerning. It's worrisome in terms. So African leader will now have to put their acts together and trying to understand, particularly struggling African country like ours. We have to put their acts together and say, hey, the man that is the president of America, he's very unpredictable, and he's pushing America first and America last. He's trying to be American-centric kind of a leader, right? Everything America and the rest of that. So we would have to be very mindful.
Right.
I mean, if I were the legislature in the country, our government people now, both the executive and the legislature will come together and say it's time that we do some things. That because you cannot hope too much on that. If you hope on this compact 500 million, if it don't come to you, and you hope on other support coming from USAID, because USAID does a lot of implementation in community development and the rest of that. So I would be a little bit concerned about what is unfolding, but I would still be hopeful that America is a powerful country, and America has always been our number one development partner in the history of the country. Ever since the civil crisis to now, America has spent close to $5.2 billion on our country process in terms of the peacekeeping process from the ECOMO Day, the United Nations, the UNMIL days, and supporting different programs, supporting elections, supporting our military, supporting the police, supporting the infrastructure, system development and other things. So America, and even support the bringing up back of our hydro that was decimated and completely destroyed. It was the American taxpayer money that went into those things. So we have to be hopeful, but we need to be very cautious as to how we engage this process. It's a diplomatic dilemma we find ourselves in, but we can manage this dilemma while we move towards the process. It's going to be hopeful, but it's going to be a little bit. There'll be some turbulence. Yes, that I can assure us on that.
Right. Thank you, Sylvester. Thank you. Guys, welcome. Jonah. We're going to come to you next. But let me welcome Mr. Lenford. Let me give you his full name. Mr. Lenford Egon Goe. He's from Norway. He's a Liberian journalist, and he's the Secretary General EFLA. So we'd like to, or the former Secretary General, current, bear with me, he will introduce himself. But he's from Norway. He followed our show religiously, and he reached out to me and said, "Look, I would like to."
Is it the number that called last on the show from LBS?
He
Yeah,
said,
so
I would like to.
Welcome.
Yeah, he said, "I'd like to join you."
memory, right?
Yeah, he said, "I'd like to join you guys someday." So today is the perfect day. He got me, so he's on. So welcome, Mr. Lenford.
Welcome.
Uh, welcome to the Closing Acumen. But Jonah, you follow the story, and then we'll go to Mr. Lenford. The U.S. government is suspending aid to most countries for 90 days. And our concern here, like Sylvester beautifully put it, is that Liberia, what do we stand? It's kind of a bit disturbing, especially for Liberia, that the United States has spent millions and millions of dollars through USAID, and if they suspend the aid, and we don't know what it may lead to, they will evaluate it and see whether certain countries need certain amount. So we're asking, what would it be like for Liberia? So you want to chime in, Jenna?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for having me again. It's another day. But I want to believe that Trump is not as Trump is not Trump now. He is predictable. So he's because he was once a president. There are a lot of things that people know the things that he would do now. So the idea about him being that unpredictable, I think he have given so much away now that he actually means a lot of the things that he says he will do. Some of the things that he says he will do, he doesn't have the power to do them. But politically, it makes sense if you put things out there and Democrat tells you, oh, we will vote, we will vote down on them. So some of these things that he is putting forth, he's putting them out there just to make Democrats look bad, because a lot of them will go to vote against some of these crazy things, and once you go against it, the people again will go against you. So they have to be very careful as to how they run beyond a lot of the things that Trump is going to throw out there. But countries like Liberia is going to, they're going to definitely feel it. 3 months in Liberia, that's not a small thing to stop it. It will be significant. And I, to some extent, I wish you would have extended it to probably a year when it comes to African countries that are so corrupt. Why it is true that it's just a hard way. It's very difficult how you can differentiate these politicians and the common people. But when you look in a country like Liberia, where people are sharing cars for $45,000, where people are giving people cars, so why should anybody spend their taxpayer money there to give them? To give them aid? No, don't give them aid. They don't deserve it. That's what I will stop for now on the issue of the American issue. But when it comes to our issue about the lawyer, the judge, you wanted us to go there or no?
Yeah, we'll come back to that. We'll come back. Let's exhaust this, and then we'll come back to the issue of the judge. That's a very important part. Mr. Lenford, welcome. Introduce yourself, and I think you followed the conversation. Maybe you want to chime in.
Okay, let me first of all say thank you very much for welcoming me to the closing argument and giving me the opportunity to come. Like you said, my name is Linford Egon Goe. I live in Norway. Prior to my coming to Norway, I practiced journalism in Liberia for 11 years, served 2 presidents, Doe and Taylor. I worked throughout the wartime in Greater Liberia, and we moved to Monrovia, and then, the process continued before coming here. And when I came here, it wasn't easy to go into journalism because of the language. They speak English in Norway, but it's not official. So I couldn't do journalism. I tried. I even helped at the local station in my place. But the chief looked at me for long. He said, "My man, imagine yourself going to one village where something happened and you get a microphone, you go to the conservative guys. When they see you, they'll start going on their farm. So just go do something else." So I ended up studying maritime, studied here in Norway in 1 year, and I went to England for 3 years, or 4 years, roughly, where I did my bachelor's in ship and port management, and then I did my master's in international maritime shipping and logistics. Wow. And then I'm back to Norway. But once a journalist, always a journalist, and I'm interested in what happens in our country on a day-to-day basis. And so I follow closely. When I go to work in the morning, I always have my one piece of headphone in my ear. And when my colleagues are talking, I'm saying, "Huh?" They don't know what I'm listening to. I'm following the closing argument since, it's late from my side when you guys come on. Right now, it's 20 minutes past 12 o'clock in the morning. Okay. And then, so I can't do this every time. So that's why I always follow you guys every morning. It's like my daily routine from Monday to Friday. So, like I said, I'm happy to be here. And, me and three other guys will also run our little small group too, platform called the Bottom Line Liberia. Normally I share in the closing argument. Probably you have come. We just close up. We just wrap up. And I said, okay, let me go join the closing argument. And thank you, Dr. Peabody, and Tomalin George is the one very hard to get. Tomalin was the Jesus credit that was Christians supposed to pass through to go to heaven. Until someone go. It's hard to get him. But it's good. It's good to be here to share the fun with you guys and also to discuss serious issues. So I'm happy. Concerning what you guys are talking about Trump's policy towards African countries, I think as harsh as it may sound for now, but I think it's going to set a new pace for African countries, especially African leaders that are thinking about their country, because we cannot be, especially countries like Liberia, we cannot be the ones stretching our hands all the time. Okay, we are 177 years old, and every time we run beyond aid from other countries. So it's like every day I go to Ben house, I eat. Every day I go to Ben house, I shower. Every day I go to Ben house, I drink. Oh, one day Ben can come to my house. I'm putting strain on Ben. So the day Ben said, "My man, today I'm not giving you food to eat," I think I'll be compelled to find a way for myself. So if this policy by Trump will really persist and he will continue with it, I think most African countries will begin to realize that no, we cannot be running up and down. We got to do our own things. And that could just bring some changes. But we don't know yet. We don't know to what degree it will affect African countries, especially countries like Liberia. So let's wait and see. But I think on the flip side, I think for me, it's good that we must learn to stand on our own feet. We shouldn't be beggars all the time.
I mean, very good point. Very good point. If Liberia can actually stand on their own, in terms of this, if this is to go for a very long time, how will Liberia even make it? Because we depend on America for almost everything. People don't know how much money.
Well, see, Dr. Peabody, the part about it is that, we always will get hope, right? We say that we even plan our budget. Then we in fact, 3/4 of the budget, we thinking that we'll get it from America or we'll get it from IMF or the World Bank or other donors. You see, so and then when that money comes, we don't use it properly for the development of the country and for the people. People squander it, they steal it, and then they go, and then the next time they go back again. So it's good that the donors close all the loopholes for us, and let's see how we survive. If we go the first year, the second year, the third year, and we can't get any aid, then now we'll begin to think.
It will be terrible for us, though. It will be very terrible. They're helping us, and we can't do nothing. What they helping us, it will be terrible. We should not even for that. It will be terrible for the people. It will be terrible. Because
they're helping us.
I'm not interrupting.
That is a good thing to do.
Let me just say this. Like, for instance, the budget, if you want to see the budget on where the foreign extended aid comes to the budget, It's not only this country. The EU, where you live, the EU and your country you live in currently
Norway
pay a lot of money towards our budget process. And remember that even the Norwegian relief institution, they call it the Norwegian, what's the name? The Norwegian relief, that's it?
the Norwegian Refugee Council or something.
Yeah, Norwegian Refugee Council. They play a major role before in our country. The state doing a lot of them. Norwegian government have helped our country a lot. It's a very rich country.
Yeah, honestly, they even help to train the police and
yes, and there was some commitment with the FDA that they promised during Madame Salif they started giving our money, also money, to preserve our forests.
That program still goes on. My junior brother, my little brother, Alan Gore,
they give us some millions of dollars for the sector and other things, so that for this issue of preserving our forests and other things. So the EU budget alone, in one lump sum, the EU budget to our country is always good. They give a lot of money to the country development initiative in the EU, and that's one of the reasons. And they got their own basic criteria they set, as we have to meet those things for the money to come. But Bali and the rest, if those money stop coming to the country, trust me, we're in serious problem.
But let's be realistic here. This is just another form of imperialism that is just outflowing the shores of Africa, and no one seems wanting to stand up and say, this is another form. Look, just imagine the Waka government, they're part of form of their major player. How will you play and say you would provide 30% and 70% comes from outside? Who play like that?
You think that is very realistic? You think they really say that?
But in fact, who will write such a thing?
Ask the question, Jonah. You use 70% and you get accept.
Yeah, they get 30%. It's nobody there having brains to who is like, how will you write such a thing?
Is it really correct? Is that really correct? We need to go back to it. I don't think it's correct.
It is so some of these things these people can do, either they believe that the Liberian people are so really dumb, stupid, or they just don't care. Because
let me ask question. Probably it will help to allay some of the fear that Pee-wee was raising, that if what Trump is saying, if he really implements it, it will be bad for us. Let me just ask this question. You think if America and all of its donor agencies that contribute to African countries, including Liberia, if they stop everything, but other countries, the EU and some other countries that help other African countries like Liberia, you think it will be bad, or you think they're going to follow suit? What do you think?
No, so America, it is unarguably, America is our number one developing partner. Now, and many people say, "Oh, what has America done for Liberia?" Now, I told someone before, I say, "You be a crazy person to ask that question." Probably you are not researching, you're not saying on the line. America is the number one towards our country. Other countries will come and give. The EU will come, China will come. America is number one. If America should stop, it will undermine a lot of major development for us. Look at the past time just for the hydro program and the first compact we won. Before the first compact, see the amount of money America will pump to USAID. See the amount of money America will pump to NDI, the National Democratic Institute. Now, NDI and those monies will go into different sectors of the country to promote our country democracy, right? See the kind of money, for instance, the NDI, the USAID, the MCC, and then America will do some direct investment and donation towards other major development sector. For instance, the Liberian National Police. This time around, we'll provide this amount of $1 million for the police. The military, they train the military. Bulk of the money that came towards reconstructing our military came from the United States of America in terms of equipment and the rest of that, right? They can Sandy Ware, they Camp Todi, not Camp Todi, the one we have now around the VOA there and the rest of that, and the new one we have, and other strategic camera we have. We don't have much logistic for the army, but little we have, most of those came from the United States of America, right? And other countries are contributing. Now, America will also pump some money into different sectors. For instance, the NSA building we have today. We have our own NSA building now. We left from Mama Point all the time. The NSA headquarters was housed in Mama Point. We were paying thousands of dollars every year. today we have a structure, a brand new structure that was inaugurated during the Weah administration before Weah left from power. That's a 2 point something million project. It was done by the United States of America. So different areas, the U.S. government will pump money and helping our country. Listen, and why you think the U.S. will always want to reprimand official of government if they went wrong? Why do you think they're doing that? America wouldn't just talk if their money is down somewhere. They are greatly helping us. So if they were to withdraw support from the Bureau, trust me, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, with the support, the external support coming to our country, with our own internal budget that we generate, with all the money donor and the rest of that, and then the extended support coming, we stay struggling, right? We can still finance all of our budget needs, if you will, and then America will withdraw. Then you can say this happened. It's not going to be a good thing. So we hope that Mr. President will rethink this, and I want to believe major policy thing will sink into reality. After all of these things, he's back to power. He made some commitment to his base, and his base love to see him implement some of those things for in the initial stage. Most of them are happy. They are fired up that, oh yes, Mr. President committed to do these things. He's doing it. And when they saw the C-17 today carrying the first batch of criminals, illegal criminals here, most of them are happy. If you engage them, they're very happy. Now they're saying he's doing that, but reality will soon sink in. It will be time now to do the partisan process. And that's the time he would need support, the bipartisan support from the Democrats and the Republicans. Some Republicans really believe that America power is their extended support also they gave to other countries and other things. So they will not come to him and say, hey, if you need this thing for to do this. No, the major thing about tax policy thing he need to do. In terms of that, when those things are coming to reality, that's the time Trump going to open up not to have a conversation. Then by which time maybe we will have exhausted the 90 days, or before the 90 days he will make some changes and they will agree. Because Congress is the one that Congress does their allocation and everything. They allocate money into those areas internationally and the rest of that. Maybe the United Nations and the rest. So I'm still of the belief that maybe the WHO thing said maybe they will take some decision on that. But but other things other countries.
They're very serious with that WHO thing. They are very
well, I will hope
except they strike deal with the Democrats that they will, stuff like that. Well, Trump is very serious.
But Trump is only doing it because his personal grief. Trump believes that he lost the election based on COVID. That's why he's going after it. Even he's withdrawing money from COVID research. He did take on the security details from Dr. Fauci. I mean, that's how petty this man is. So it's like science has gone outside of the window now. So America has to struggle because they believe in data. Once you remove America from the World Health Organization, what's going to happen to them, to America as a whole, was to be that the World Organization will withhold numbers from you, things that you will want to make decisions. And it is these numbers that anything America does is based on. So if you can see the numbers from the World Health Organization, it's a problem for you, for your health system. But these are things that we know they would tell Trump, and over time they will have to come back. I mean, he's just flexing right now because a lot of these things he really do not understand them. But I'm quite sure at the end of the day, they will come back to the World Health Organization.
Thank you, guys. We joined by Anthony Gay and Professor Larry Kennedy. Professor Kennedy, he is into the finance, the academics, and everything. He can
and technology.
Yeah, he's an expert in that area, technology, and you name it, Professor.
No, man, that's not making my knee like that.
He's into that, so he can kind of break it down for us before we go to the next topic. Professor will come on, then Anthony Natumani. But Professor, we were just talking about Trump leaving, suspending aid to foreign aid for the next 3 months, 90 days. So you guys, we also have up from all the way in Norway. He's with us tonight, Mr. Lenford. He's with us. But he's Trump suspending foreign aid for 90 days. What would it mean for a poor country like Liberia?
You know, if anyone who's been following me on social media, you will know that I've been kind of warning about some of these things happening. Because for years, when Damisha Moyo, when she wrote her book called Dead Aid, right? She was an economist over at Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs, 30 Broad Street, right downtown Manhattan, a couple of buildings away from where I work. She put a book out there called Dead Aid. She was trying to prove that foreign aid hasn't really done anything for Africa and Latin America. And she's not alone. She's not alone, right? A couple of other professors out there put out papers that show that foreign aid over the years, it hasn't done anything to move the needle in terms of developing the people. So you can have growth without development, right? So people can pump money into your economy, but it doesn't develop the people. Because look at the education system in Liberia. How much improved is that system? And America has pumped billions into Liberia. They pump billions in Liberia. Go to foreignassistance.gov. You can see how much money America pumped into Liberia. So this is going to be a wake-up call. Because when Trump first elected, he threatened to cut the State Department's budget, right? Because USAID is under the State Department. He threatened to cut that budget, and there was a lot of grumbling and protests and not doing it. But I just knew the second time Trump had his hand at it, he was going to get his way because he always believes in America first. Look, here's the thing. And a lot of you guys who have been in the U.S. or who follow this stuff, you probably know. Remember we had something years ago called Band-Aid? They have Band-Aid, they have Live Aid, they have We Are the World, Michael Jackson, Quincy Jones, all of them. They did all raising all that money for foreign aid. Band-Aid was actually started to help protect babies and mothers by giving everybody pretty much mosquito nets in Africa. $2 back then, mosquito nets, that stuff. But how has that changed the spread of malaria in Africa? It hasn't done a whole much because you know what happens? African governments tend to rely on foreign aid while using their budget for their personal enjoyment. So it's flipping right now. Now your budget, if you're going to use it for personal enjoyment while waiting on foreign aid to come and rescue your people, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have a major problem. We tend to rely too much on foreign aid. Historically, foreign aid has never, ever, well, maybe one exception with like China, but foreign aid has never, ever developed any country. Someone name me one country that has successfully developed, meaning taking the people from poverty and moving them to like a middle income or upper income state. You can name one country that has ever happened to. Look at the 54 or 50-something countries in Africa. How many of them have elevated based on foreign aid? Zilch, not one. With all of the resources we have, not one. So this is a wake-up call for African presidents. Your reliance on foreign aid, y'all need to change your budget. You need to change your budget and put more of your money in there for the people. And not saying, 30% or 70% of our money is going to come from foreign aid. You're out of luck because President Trump has a America First policy. He suspended the refugee program. He called for a crisis at the southern border. He's shipping people to Guatemala and other countries. He's kicking them all out right now. He's doing a lot of stuff. Some of the stuff he's doing is not going to fly, but still, he's going to be a radical person that people shouldn't rely on. And the World Health Organization now, that's a bad idea on his part, because in order for that to be successful, he would have to sign a bilateral agreement with over 190-something countries out there. What does that mean? He needs an agreement with each country that if there was a crisis, that country will be able to provide the data for them to do research. Remember Eric Duncan when Ebola hit? Eric Duncan was able to catch a flight over to Dallas, and that's why he he collapsed. He had Ebola,
Yeah.
At the World Health Organization, America will be in a bad position. It takes 1 year for it to take into effect. But hopefully he will, if World Health Organization can change some of the policies, because they got some terrible policies in World Health Organization. I understand what he's trying to do, but if they could change some of their policies, it would help to bring Trump around. That's all they need to do. Maybe put term limits on some of the people in there, so you can have new fresh ideas coming in. But let me swing it back over to you, Doc. Don't want to co-opt the time.
Anthony, let's go to Anthony. Then we'll go to Tumalin, and then we'll jump into the next topic about the judge that is carrying out the case currently with the rule of law caucus and the majority block and the threat that he had received already. Let's go to Anthony.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. And Mr. Lenford, it's been a while.
Yeah, man. The last time
How you doing, sir?
Why you in Norway?
No.
He was on our show.
Okay.
But listen, man, I'm so glad tonight that we have the professor here, Professor Kennedy, because the SONA is this coming Monday, right? And Professor, the reason why I'm excited is that right now the UP-led administration is so excited about this SONA, all because of the new policy that they just launched and the $8.4 billion national plan that they have. And somebody with your background, it is not a coincidence for you to be here to help us understand, because their $8.4 billion national plan is heavily dependent upon donor funding and diaspora remittances to be able to achieve that national development plan. So help us understand, how does that sound? I mean, me, who is not an economist, when I saw that, I was like, this doesn't make no sense. How do you, a bright young, a finance minister will even sit down with individuals, his team, to craft something of this kind? So help us understand, what are we dealing with here?
Look, you're not going to succeed if you have a country that doesn't have sovereign debt ratings, right? Because the countries that can raise that kind of money, you need to have credit ratings, and it's called sovereign debt ratings. So the big major ratings agency like Moody's, Standard & Poor's, Fitch Investor Services, they have pretty much given up on Liberia in terms of Liberia to go and borrow money, meaning you have to go to the foreign market and raise money. Ghana was able to do it. The ratings fell, but Ghana can borrow money like that. Ivory Coast have good ratings. They can borrow money. Liberia doesn't have that kind of rating. You can't say you haven't. Imagine, Anthony, imagine I say, I want to take a trip to Liberia. I have no money. I'm depending on you to buy my ticket. Is that a solid plan? It's wishful thinking. That's what you have. It's just hopeful. You've been hopeful. That is not a plan. It's the same thing like the Pro agenda. It's all aspirations. They're all hoping for the best. But it's not going to work. You can't raise that kind of capital if you don't have credit ratings. If you're stuck in it, I saw someone posted something where the government was kind of patting themselves on the back in terms of achievement. And one of the achievement was they was given $210 million in an ECF program. That is not an achievement. How you call it an achievement, Anthony? You go get a payday loan and you're saying that's an achievement. It's a loan for people with bad credit rating. It's not an achievement. You can't be in an ECF program where the only type of capital you can raise is through concession. Then you're saying you're going to do a billion plus program. That is absolute nonsense. It's not going to happen. It has never happened. It's not going to happen. You can't raise that kind of money, because you rely on donors. Donors are fatigued. They're tired. There's donor fatigue. You can't keep pumping money in these poor countries where the presidents and the leadership enjoy private jets. They live a lavish lifestyle while the people suffer, and then you expect the donors to keep pumping money in there. That's why Donald Trump has come out with the America First policy, because he's saying we don't see the bang for our buck. In fact, when you said, or the State Department sends money to Liberia, who is giving the contract? More than likely, it's foreigners that will get the contract. Liberians don't get the contract, right? Because the same NGOs that go and do the contract is a revolving door. The money leaves Liberia and come right back out into America or go to some of the African countries. How many Liberians are in Liberia benefiting from USAID contracts? They're not. Take a look at the central bank's data when it comes out. Look at remittances leaving Liberia. The remittances leaving Liberia sometimes is higher than the money coming in. I mean, Anthony, you're right. I don't believe they're going to be able to raise that amount of capital. It's not going to happen. They have no credit rating, so it's not going to happen.
Wow. All right. Tumuli will come in, and then we'll go to the next. Tumuli come in, and then we'll go to the next.
Yes. It's good to see Professor Larry here tonight. It's good because I want him to help us. Professor Larry, with all what's happening now in the States with the new U.S. government, and my question is, what happened? Botswana. We got Gabon. I mean, we got Mali. We got Burkina Faso. We got Guinea. All these countries. I mean, the sanction was imposed on them. It was suspended on them, but they are thriving. They are doing very well. So, what can Liberia do different in the midst of all what's happening to still survive? Because I don't know. Our iron ore, people say it's been devalued, but I don't. But people still running for it, and our rubber industry is still on, still working, and so forth. I heard the iron ore from Blamco, from bomb mines are still there, and people are going after it and still trying to ship these minerals out of the country. So, you think Liberia can survive with what we got in the midst of all of these things and be like the other countries I just mentioned, super?
The only way you can get Liberia to be like a Botswana, or even like the Three Tigers, right? Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, how those countries turn around. Even China, right? When Mao Zedong passed away and Deng Xiaoping came in, he had a group with him that helped change the governance structure. The reason, and this is a theory put out by the two gentlemen professors who just won the Nobel Peace Prize in economics, Daron Acemoglu and Robinson, in their book Why Nations Fail. They talk about it extensively. If you don't have the governance structure, meaning people following the rule of law, meaning you have a political system that is shared amongst the people, because look at the political system in Liberia right now. It seems to be a small group of people just fighting for power and just looking after their own self-interest. They're not doing it for the people. Botswana just gained independence about what? October, November of 1966. What Botswana did was they put in place that governance structure where they had an inclusive political system. The people were included in the decision making. You don't have that in Liberia. When one group leaves, another group come out, and they keep the political system so tight, everything hovers around politics. The same thing happened. China was even worse off than Liberia back in, I would say, maybe the 60s or so. China was worse off than Liberia. But by the time Mao Zedong passed away and Deng Xiaoping came in, they changed the political system a little bit, but the country started to blossom. The same thing happened over in Singapore, right? When Lee Kuan Yew came in, he changed the governance structure a little bit. He included a lot more people, and the country started to take off. Liberia, Sierra Leone, a lot of the poor countries you see in Africa, over 1 billion people suffering in poverty in Africa, is because if you look at the political system, they only include their family, their friends, their allies. They don't include a system so that politics is inclusive of everybody. The rule of law doesn't apply to the government people or the people with power. They can commit crime. How many people got prosecuted for corruption in Liberia? It doesn't happen.
Nobody.
It doesn't happen. But look at what happened recently. The $1 billion tuna fish scam that the former finance minister, Michael Cheng, pulled off over in Mozambique. And Michael Cheng was just sentenced to about 8 years in prison in the United States Southern District Court. They grabbed him. He was traveling through South Africa. The U.S. issued a warrant to have him arrested December of 2018. They grabbed him in South Africa. He said, "Oh, you send me back to Mozambique so they can put me on trial." The U.S. said, "No. You use our banking system for your corrupt act." They brought him over here in New York, extradited him. It took years, but they brought him in New York. They tried him. Michael Cheng today is in prison. Very powerful man. We don't have a strong rule of law. People break the laws in Liberia with no recourse. So the country is not going to change if you don't change the economic structure, if you don't change the financial structure. You had the previous administration say pro-poor. Pro-poor is a lot of the money that comes into the country. It first goes out and you look after the poor people. But that wasn't the case. The president came in, he started flying private jet at a cost of $4,560 an hour. Ridiculous. The current administration criticized him. What did they do? They turn around and doing the same thing. So you see, Liberia has been in this revolving door, this cycle, where the next person coming in, if we don't elect the right person to come in next time, it will just continue. But it's the political and the economic structure in Liberia that is stopping the country from developing. You can't have the wettest capital in the world and people can't drink clean water. That's nonsense. You can have an abundance of sun and you have electricity. What happened to solar power? It's nonsense. But that's what we find ourselves. I love when the president of Botswana said, look, we hire people based on meritocracy. We hire them based on what they're capable of doing. But in Liberia, you can only get hired if the person who's talking to the president is recommending their friend or their family member. They don't post the jobs out there to get the best, most qualified person. They're only telling the best friends to come in. So you end up having mediocre, people who are, they're not good at what they're doing the job. So Liberia's not going to change anytime soon unless we change the political structure in the country. That's why we find ourselves, Chief.
But basically, yeah, I agree most part with you, Professor. But political appointments are not nominated to advertise. You know that. You know the rest of it. Sometimes we agree, we disagree on many issues, but sometimes to come up and see political appointments are not advertised. Even in the greatest country where you live currently, the country you live in for many years, they don't advertise. They didn't advertise headset job. They didn't advertise the job they give to whosoever whatsoever thing. No. Political appointments are done. No, I'm not also in defense of what by me countering your disposition just now. I'm not saying that we should not respect the merit-based procedure. No, I'm not saying that. But on the flip side of it, political appointed jobs are always with at the behest or the instruction or the way and pleasure of the president or the prime minister. If it is the king, the king. Now, and I do agree that we should place people into positions that they merit those positions, and it should be merit based and kind of a thing we should do. Have we had a situation in the country where we bring, in some cases, a lot of incompetent folk? I do agree with that, but in terms of it, to advertise the job, no political leader going to advertise it. This and that. That means you will have undermined the intent of the Constitution, if you will, because the intent of the Constitution, Article 54 and 56, is the president appoint government officials, and those government officials, 56 says that they say the way and pleasure of the president. The same here in the U.S., the Constitution of the U.S. government, they gave the right to the president to appoint government officials, and all of them he appoints. They said I have his way and pleasure, but that does not also preclude the reality that these are the meritocracy should be the hallmark of the day. I do agree with you on that process, but I disagree on the other end that the job should be advertised. No.
Let me say two things real quick to that, Pee Wee. Was it, and Tomali and Doc, correct me if I'm wrong, but was it this week that you guys had some firefighters on the show, or was it last week?
Last week.
Oh, that was last week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those firefighters, what grabbed my attention was, in another interview, they said they were shocked that the president was appointing the chief, the person to run the fire service in Liberia. He said they were surprised that the president was actually involved in that appointment. But you're right, Pee Wee, to your point. Political appointees are actually not advertised. But here's the thing. What I'm actually referring to is not just the political appointees, but the low-level jobs that doesn't require the president, right? For example, you think the ministers then, is there a job? Let me just keep it simple. Is there a job posting website for all of the jobs within the government of Liberia? If you wanted to find a job, if some young person in Liberia right now just graduated from college looking for a job, where can they go to go see that job posted?
Yeah, quickly, let me come to this before you continue that, Prof. And you're right about that. And that's one of the things some of our career sites. Now, they have the executive management website where they have those things, and that site is very ineffective. It's not even current, right? And it's wrong. there should be a kind of a specific area where professionally, or maybe every ministry, or let's say the Ministry of Labor, or every institution, and I agree, non-presidential appointee, because these are the technocrats doing those jobs. They should be well vetted, and I agree with that. Where I 100%. My only disagreement with basically what I said, Jenna, is the presidential appointed area that it won't be advertised. But I agree that the technicians should be well vetted. And if you are to begin the process of placing qualified technician in place, trust me, I think our system will change. Because all of the ministers the president will appoint, they will bring their own confidants that are incompetent.
That's the point I was trying to drive.
But if I listen to the professor well, I think what he's trying to say is that setting for our country to move forward, you got to take away politics from there. In giving certain positions to people who are non-partisan, because that's a problem.
And
like
I agree with him on that. I was just trying to. I agree.
Fire chief. They weren't forced to. They already worked with the guy who was there before. The Alex Dixon guy. They worked with him for a couple of years. President, we are kept in there. They work along with him. They help upgrade this guy. But then when Boga came, you're not forced to put your political interest there. Sometimes certain key positions in our country, we should forget about politics and put people, whether the person supported you or not, put somebody who will do the job and will get results. That's not because for instance, right now,
I don't know if I can be allowed to
right now, right?
tell me on this one.
He's not on right now, he's not a party for any party, but I bet you if he tried to even want to give them advice to help professional advice, the first thing I say, who that meant for?
Yeah, exactly. And
that's why it's killing our country today, brother. It's killing our country time.
I agree.
Yeah, let bring Mr. Lemford in. He want to chime in here.
Okay. While the professor was talking, I was trying to grasp a few things from what he was saying, and one of the things he talked about is this. Like he cited Lee Kuan Yew coming in and bringing in a team of people that work with him. I think where our Liberian governments from years back have been failing is every time they believe that when they are there, that particular government is a sect of people, and when they finish, whatever they do, what they didn't do, when they leave, another group of people will come. So the blame shifting thing will continue. So no particular government is being held responsible for development or underdevelopment. And those countries that the professor cited, I think they had the vision far ahead. Now our Liberia is not poor. We got all these minerals. The country we live in Norway. Do you know, those of you that live in the US, if you go to Canada border, those countries those states like Minnesota, Utah, Salt Lake City, all these places, they are inhabited by a lot of Norwegians and Swedish and whatever, because Norway was very poor. This was one of the poor, in fact, the poorest country in the entire Scandinavia. That's why Sweden owned Norway for some time. The Danish king, they owned them for some time, and they just play with them, through them, because they didn't know. They were not useful. Until finally, these people in the 60s, when they discovered the oil, everything we eat here, down to banana, I say everything besides potato and few strawberry they grow somewhere to the West Coast. But nothing can grow here. The soil is loose, it's a sand. Nothing can grow here. Everything we eat here, we import it. Everything. But the food that the restaurants, even private homes, my little corner here, the food that my children can throw away, can feed one whole family one day. Okay? Why? Because the people prioritize when they discover their oil. When just before they discovered the oil, there was a sickness in this country called the Black Death. Coupled with the poverty, that's how a lot of people left from here. They settled to the coolest part of America, around those places that I just named. Okay, Washington State, all the cool places. A lot of Norwegians are there. Go listen to their names. You know their Scandinavian names. And then those people who remain in Norway, they were like, the poorest people that couldn't go anywhere, they couldn't make it, so we just stay here and die. Luckily for them, they discovered the oil. America and all the people countries came. They wanted to manage their oil, in fact, export their oil, take it from here. The people said, no, teach us the technology. Today, Norway is one of the best countries that built rigs, oil rigs around the world. They are very good in that technology. building tunnels. The longest tunnel in the world, the longest long tunnel in the world is just 2 hours away from me here. Okay, it's 24.5 kilometers. A poor country that were way back there. Today, Norway donates money to all the countries in the world. Okay, and by way of information, Norway has what we call the food bank. Somewhere in the North Pole, they dug that big tunnel. They got the seeds and bug or whatever of any kind of edible food that can grow, whether that seed can grow or that leaf
they
can
put it in the bunker.
Yeah, they're keeping it there with the vision that there will come in the future, the whole world will suffer from farming, and now we can begin to supply people with seeds and whatever to replenish. You see, so leadership is all about vision. But our leaders are not thinking the iron ore got that perishable resources. They all going. The whole will remain there. Rubber in the next 20, 30, 40 years, whose song will take to go tap your rubber farm? Then we say, oh yeah, we get rubber farm, you know. Fast is like what it used to be. I lived in Fast drinking water, I lived in Habel. Too many in there lived in Habel. I lived in Habel. Okay. And no, I don't want to take the rest of the show, but what the point I'm trying to make is that our leaders are not planning for the future. They're only looking right here. If Norway had played food for other countries to come and export the oil from the country, they would have nothing. Okay, it is that oil. The money they keeping for the future is more than the money they get now, sir. Okay, a pregnant woman at 7 months old, your child will get $10,000 before the child is born. $10,000 in this country, and when the child is born, they will continue to receive money until they are 18 years old. So look us up right now. My house is right near the road, and the nurse, all the young boys, 18 years, 19 years, they're driving the latest car because their parents are saving that money for them. They reach already, so their parents saving that money before they become 18 years. You got millions. You see, who in Liberia, whose child in Liberia can do that? When we sitting now on the abundance of gold, iron ore, and all these things. Check the water we get alone. No rivers. We got 6 major rivers in Liberia. Fish. How are we benefiting from it? Look at the Timors that are leaving. Because our leaders are not concession companies can Lanco being right there from Sanikoe to Yekepa, the road is not paved. Lanco was there before someone all born. All we need is good leadership. We got it. We shouldn't even be worried about America and stopping it from us. But we are not thinking. And the professor said the last thing I'll close on. The professor said something that this is a wake up. The action by Donald Trump will be a wake up call for African countries. That every day we're going to bed when people start that 8. It's time for us to wake up and start to think. Let's put on our thinking cap. And I hope Liberia will follow suit.
You know, you know, it's said a whole lot. You know, Liberia is, you know, we talk about like the old story from the Bible, where it said, where there's no vision, the people perish. Our leaders, we have had leaders, and I don't know where their vision goes. They have great vision prior to becoming president, and then it sink right in there. They come more when they get there because they don't. Before we go on the next topic, Lofa, want to chime in a little bit, and then we'll go to the next topic. We'll go back to Liberia. The Soda is coming up on Monday. They just in the cage, they're trying to rule. Now the majority is threatening to impingement. So Lofa coming, then we'll jump on that next topic.
Thank you, guys, Professor Larry, and everybody else on here. Great to be on here. Happy Friday. Just quickly regarding what Professor Larry spoke to, and you just also alluded to the same thing about vision. I don't think the leaders that we have had are visionaries. They've never been people with vision. They have used the campaign rhetorics to present themselves as, you know, visionaries, but they really don't have that, because anyone who has what it takes, if you have the vision, you will go above and beyond to make sure that it is implemented, because a vision without implementation is nothing. It's just mere talks. Okay, so anybody who comes to office with a vision will first and foremost understand that, look, I must tackle corruption. That would be the first thing I should start to address. But when you're listening to vast majority of Liberia politicians, when they address issue, they will often reference the fact that it had been in existence they will say the team been like that forever. It never changed. Or look at even in America, the same thing happened. But they're not taking into consideration the state of the nation, the country, Liberia, that is living in abject poverty. So any visionary leader will first of all take into consideration that what happened yesterday, if it did not work for us, I should not have to implement that. In closing, what I have noticed in my short term of participating in Liberian politics, and that was before Pee-wee was born, on this is what I have come to realize, right? They on a serious note, right? I've noticed that every time a new president come in, regardless of how effective you are in your position, guess what happens? They don't care. They politicize everything and they remove even good people who are performing adequately. If you look at other parts of the world, in the Western country or Western countries correctly, you will understand that if you're good at your job, no matter who you supported or not, nobody coming to move you. Look at the police director, the IG. Before the current IG, we had somebody else. Now, I'm pretty sure the next president that will come will remove this because of the political alignment, the political affiliation, and this is taking us backward. Let us learn to incentivize some of these positions and the effectiveness of those candidates who are in those positions. It will only encourage people to come in more and more and do what they need to do. Other than that, we're only running in circle here. We'll keep replacing people who are not competent or who are simply coming to share campaign messages, and then at the end of the day with the expectation that they're supposed to be rewarded with job. And that's why you have the likes of Quinn Johnson and other people roaming the streets with the expectation that they're supposed to be rewarded job, even though they bring no value to whatever institution they may be given opportunity to. But thank you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm here. I have to comment on what Professor Larry said. Larry, good evening, and good evening to everyone. Happy New Year. But I'm one of those people who is very, very excited about the moratorium, the suspension of foreign aid from the U.S. to African countries, including Liberia. Why do I say that? As Larry said, foreign aid, Professor Larry, correct me if I'm wrong, foreign aid is almost like free money. There is no motivation for a return on the investment. There's no motivation. There's nothing in place. Okay. And if you listen, if you think about it, if you think long and hard, one of the biggest problems, one of the biggest, how can I call it, infliction actions that foreign aid have done to Liberia, I can't speak for other countries, but I will speak for Liberia, is that it has hindered, it has blocked, it has damaged our leaders' ability to be creative and to motivate them to find ways to generate or to create revenue streams within the country for national development. Simply put, I mean, because foreign aid, somebody gives you $200 or $300 million, you take it, you put it there. There's no motivation to show a return on that investment. And when you think, if you listen very carefully to Trump's argument, the mindset is that Trump is saying, look, we've given, especially the African countries, we've given all of this money in foreign aid to these African countries. Wherever they've placed the money, wherever they've invested the money, let's look at our trade balance with these countries. Correct me if I'm wrong, or right or wrong, Professor Larry. Who's the largest trading partner to these African countries? It's not the U.S. It's the Chinese who are benefiting. Am I right or wrong, Larry? Okay, so Trump as a businessman is saying, okay, we're giving these people money to invest in their education, to invest in their healthcare, to do power, whatever the case is. And what's our return? What are we getting in return? They turn around and go and buy all of their goods, all of the equipment from the Chinese. So we're giving them free money, but they're taking the money that we should be getting in return as a result of our investment and giving it to the Chinese. So that's why he defines as it being unfair. So even in this new development plan, right, in this new arrest agenda for inclusive development, you're writing a development plan, and like Professor Larry said, and if you look through the document, you'll see it that the overwhelming majority of the money is from aid and from remittances. How can you take your entire national development plan and agenda and put it on aid money? And then you look at the entire document, I think 289 pages. The number one important thing for this national development for inclusion and economic growth and transformation, which is the energy sector, you dedicate only 4 pages. Only 4 pages out of 289 pages. And out of the 4 pages, 1 page has only pictures on it. And there's no clarity and there's no path. And you go and you sit with the MCC team who already have had their meeting before your meeting to know what question they expect you to ask. And you don't have any clarity on where you're going to move, what your strategy is for energy development and investment to bring about a transformation in the economy. And honestly, for me right now, just getting back from there, only the economics, as you said, Larry, only the economics can transform the politics. And until we move to a more decentralized form of government in Liberia and bring power back to the counties and have the counties to be able to develop and move forward with an agenda, which is what Larry was talking about when Deng Xiaoping came into place, most of the Asian tigers, they decentralized and moved the development plans into the rural areas and made those areas individual economies that made a wholesome national economy for transformation. So until we see things from this perspective, until the economics can transform the politics, we're going to be in this downward spiral, and hopefully the freezing, the stoppage of foreign aid over the next 90 days, maybe it will engender some level of thinking, creativity in different sectors or in the halls of government for them to sit down and think about how they can bring about transformation. That's my point.
Mr. Philip, I didn't know you were out there. I just because you were not on, so I didn't recognize.
Oh no, I'm here. I've just been listening very carefully. I've just been listening very carefully.
Yeah, but guys, I want us to go to Liberia. Monday, the president will be given the SONA. There's a mess going on right now in the legislature, and even the court, the civil court judge, today was threatened by the majority bloc that will impeach him. And he had come out to even say that they had planned to burn down his house, but he still planned to proceed. Let's start with Mr. Lenford. We'll go to Professor, and then we go on. What do you think going to happen on Monday? Do you think the diplomats and others will attend that program? Do you think the Supreme Court justice will attend that after their own ruling? Do you think what's going to happen?
Well, that's a tough one to answer because I cannot, guess what's going to happen. But I think some foreign dignitaries will come. I want to believe that strongly because TUA is a diplomat. He will tell you the reason why, but I can try to tell you the reason why some of them will come. They will come to show face because they want to play neutrality. They want to show that they are neutral. They are not part of it, in as much as they may have their own reservations. So I want to believe that some of them will come. And then when you talk about the judges, so I want to see how the judges will build that courage to come to sit under the gavel of a speaker or pseudo speaker that their own ruling said how he ascended to the speakership was not done properly, and so they described it as ultra virus. So if I was to go to one university and I already condemned the staff, the academic staff at the university, then at the same time I go there to sit in their classrooms then I must be condemning my own self in the first place. So I want to see if the judges will go, if Chief Justice Sianenyo and 4 other members will go to sit there, then of course their ruling or the decision they made in that case, I think it was a mistake on their part. So let's see. But again, this is Liberia. Abnormal things can happen in that country. But what I do see is that the SONA may not be well attended if the representative Musa Abilities group, calling I don't know how they call themselves, rule of law group, if they boycott, that would be also a blow, because they should be there by law. And if they boycott, I think it will deal a very big blow to the SONA. And so I don't know. So we all have to wait to see what's going to unfold that particular day on Monday. It's just 2 days away.
Professor Kennedy.
Look, the thing is, the manner in which you sort of forcefully remove one person will be the same strategy others will use to forcefully remove you at some point, because you're setting precedent, right? When you set that level of precedent where you're saying
that's exactly right.
Yeah,
exactly
so
right.
You're standing out there, recognizing this group, right? Who, in all respect, man, it's so sad and silly that it was like an open secret. They were accepting bribes to remove the speaker. And if your Minister of Justice allowed that to happen, it shows that you don't have a credible judicial system. You don't have a credible legal system. Because the one thing that, people might disagree with me, but when the former Justice Minister, Christiana Ta, stated that if President Sirleaf couldn't allow her to prosecute her sons, she was going to attempt it in her resignation, and she did, it showed that she has some credibility. It showed Christiana Ta has some credibility. But when you see the current Justice Minister agreeing that, trying to put in his own translation of the Supreme Court ruling, and then people just want to behave that everything is normal, that's not a good precedent to set, because others will use the exact same way against you. So people need to be mindful, right? They need to be extremely careful. But I'm sure some dignitaries will show up. The reason being, African leaders love to travel. They always like to get out of the country. They want to always be somewhere else other than their own country, trying to, show some leadership. Why is it that President Trump did not travel to Davos, Switzerland? He did it remotely. He didn't go to the, the whole economic forum. He sat in there remotely. African people love to travel, so they would show up. They would show up. But then if something unfortunate were to happen, a poor person carried out some nonsense, that person would be thrown in jail. Whereas if someone politically connected did something similar, nothing will happen to that person, because that's just how the system is. It's not fair. Yeah. It's not balanced. So it's a sad thing, but I don't think the president should allow, since advisors thought it was the best thing to do. And I'm not saying Fanati Kofa is a saint. Far from it. Just use the rule of law. So it is fair for everybody. Use the rule of law to remove him. If you do this little side hustle, it's going to come back and bite you. But the SONA, I don't think I expect to see anything impressive from it, because what I've seen so far in terms of them patting themselves on the back hasn't been anything that you can't tell me how many jobs you created. You can't tell me whether, if your economy grew at 5%, like they're claiming, how much of that was not in the extractive sectors, how much of that was not in mining and all of those things that job cannot create. Can you tell how many jobs you created in tourism as part of your arrest agenda? How well did you improve the sanitation system? Can you show the data on that? Yeah. So if you're not showing any data to prove that you're doing something good, I don't expect anything of value to come from the SONA whatsoever, right? And worst of all, the population in Liberia is growing at a rate of a little over 2%. That is scary. Year over year, it's growing. There are more people.
That's exactly right.
And if you're not creating jobs, because there's a correlation between jobs and poverty, right? If you're not creating jobs fast enough to address the population growth, you're putting a lot more people in poverty, and eventually this thing will blow up.
Yep.
It's happening pretty much everywhere, So I wish them all the best, man. Whatever what goes around comes around. So just sleep with one eye open.
Anthony, and then we'll go to Sylvester, and then we'll come to Lofa. We'll come to Mr. Philip.
Yeah. So yesterday I had an opportunity to watch OKFM Money Rush with Clarence Jackson, and they had the Justice Minister as their special guest, and I mean I was appalled listening to him. I don't know this man personally. I have nothing personal against him. People spoke about him being a man of integrity, he's a legal luminary and all the different things. Granted, for me, here is how I evaluate people. I have nothing to do with your credentials. When they are giving you a job and you go on that job and perform, I respect you for that job, because there are other hundreds and thousands of people that who have occupied that space. They chose you over them, and so I believe that you are the best person to occupy that position. However, the question about mob justice in Liberia was brought about, and his response was, the people need to give her time. You need to give the Justice Ministry time. Excuse you, sir. People are being mobbed and killed instantly. The life being taken away. We have video footages. What else do you need to investigate this matter? The individual that did it, you can see them on the footage very clear. What time do you need to arrest this guy or those people who are involved? I mean, that is the current Justice Minister, the one who legal opinion was used by this administration to say that Richard Kuhn is the speaker. The Justice Minister, who happened to be the Dean of the Liberian Bar Association. This is the man who was saying that the Justice Ministry need time. No arrest has been made. So this SONA, they are bragging, like Professor Kennedy just spoke about, the revenue and generation they talked about. We don't know where it's coming from. The other day we had George Global on the show. They could not pinpoint how many jobs that they created in the country. So if we take the arrest, the A for agriculture, they fail on agriculture. We don't see no investment into agriculture. We take the first hour for road, they took $22 million. They claim they are now spent the $22 million. Whatever amount they claim they spent, we saw the road condition. The president could not even drive on the road to go to Lofa. He went on a private flight, right? So they failed on that first hour. The rule of law, the MCC report card have already said that they failed the rule of law, even though his predecessor, President Weah administration, passed the rule of law, right? We go to education. They fail on education. We don't see anything that they have done with education. He campaigned against the free tuition to all government-run, on university and colleges across the nation. Guess what? They have done nothing, and that free tuition stayed into place. We go to the S of the arrest, sanitation, zero. They have not done anything with sanitation. We go to tourism, no investment in tourism. What are you going to tell? The State of the Union of Liberia is in good shape? The entire agenda. I was pressurizing them from the start to finish that you do not even have a policy to run on your agenda. Agenda is one thing. The policy is a working document that execute your vision. You don't have a policy. They just released that policy January 15, 2025. And with that policy, they came out with something new to say, oh, they have a national plan. A national plan that is heavily dependent upon donor funding and diaspora remittances to the country. I mean, we just saw Ibrahim Traoré in Burkina Faso, a 37-year-old man, was able to pay back $4.9 billion in national debt without taking a penny from the World Bank, the European Bank, the African Development Bank, the IMF. None of those things happened. But revenue generated domestically. Open a tomato factory. Look, what are we going? You're bragging about education. Nothing wrong. I'm an academician myself. But here is what we need to do. Let our education provide a living condition that is suitable for our people. We have timber in Liberia. We have no, furniture factory in Liberia. We got iron ore. 96% is the grade in Yekepa. 96% is the grade. That means 96% of that ore is iron. We have no steel plant there to manufacture metal sheets, steel rod, a metal beam that you can use to build high-rise building. Or
we got a lot more folks coming on. Yeah,
right?
Go ahead.
So I want to close by saying this, right? I want to speak directly to the Rule of Law Caucus and Speaker Kofa. Do not boycott this. Go to that SONA. Take your rightful seat. You are the legitimate speaker of the House of Representatives. By you abstaining this or staying away or boycotting this, you are validating that point that yes, they have removed you. They have not removed you. On paper, they have not removed you. Legally, they have not done the right thing here. So you will have the Supreme Court president, the Justice Minister present, the rest of all the other ministry present, including the president and other foreign dignitaries. Let's see if it said don't take your seat. So I want to encourage every one of you to go there. I'll stop here.
Sylvester.
I confused man. Thought no, now he confused all from this place to this place. He just got confused. Honestly, you know. So I what do they play? Ask question, but so now he got confused the whole thing just now. So he just got that way. But let me tell you happy. But this
he's got tankerous.
But okay, on the most serious note, I think we're gonna see. Now, for those that will attend the Sudan, basically, now, so for the foreign dignitaries, we don't expect leaders from other countries. No, we are talking about those ambassador accredited near our capital. Those are people that will be extended invitation to attend, not foreign guests coming from outside, but the ambassadors in the city. I believe 100% if they are in country, they're going to attend the Sudan. It is part of our bilateral initiative and arrangement of this policy of not interference. So what they're going to do, they will act behind the scenes, diplomacy. They're not going to open it, come and say it. Because some of them may deliberately, they want to avoid it, leave the country before the day. So that's a sign of protest. I would think, quite frankly, that the speaker, I don't know if he stay in the country or he stay here in the U.S., and the other side and the battle speaker, what's going to happen on Monday. But I'm not going to expect basically anything. But what I will say here is that the Chief Justice and the 4 Associate Justices of the Honorable Supreme Court, I do not anticipate them attending the program. That will be an extraordinary slap in their own face and in the face of our democracy. As per our constitution is giving them this power that they are the final appetite of justice, the justice system in the country. The fact that they rule on this issue, they're saying it is ultra viral. If they were to attend it, that would be a very serious slap in the face of our democracy. So basically, that one of the things we're going to anticipate come Monday. That the president is going to attempt rather to play around some achievement, and even achievement things that is not achievable. He's going to try to learn to that. But the only thing I'm basically anticipating, I want to see a progressive legislative agenda, because from that progressive legislative agenda, I will hope it will indicate some basic poverty reduction strategy that will be around that. Meaning there will be a lot of things that he will roll out, part of his roadmap to pushing our country moving forward. And that's going to be quickly my anticipation. I'm going to stick basically to that. That's going to be what I'm going to anticipate. That a progressive roadmap will come from the legislative agenda that he will report to the Liberian people Monday, that we intend to do this. And I will hope most of the things will be poverty, will be a strategy to reduce poverty and moving the country forward. But I'm not impressed for this year. I believe that a lot more to be done, and the government should now strategize through our mega domestic foreign domestic revenue mobilization? How can we expand the revenue envelope that will help move towards helping our people and the rest of that? I look forward to those processes.
Lofa, and then Mr. Philip, and then we'll go to Ben.
So, in my case, because a lot of time the SONA, I think, is split up into multiple sections. One will probably be to provide report as to what they achieved, all right, over the past few years, and then at some point make some kind of reservation or promissory notes, okay, as to the upcoming year. Now, if we were to look at it based on that, my thing here is I will first of all be questioning what report are they providing, because if they are to speak to us, we were thinking of success. But everything I can think of today is failure on the part of this government. The rule of law, terrible. Job creation, and many other things that any logical person would say, okay, maybe these should have been included in the first year of President Boykott's administration. Unfortunately, everybody's looking back and wondering as to whether they were actually still on their honeymoon. And from all indication, that is what it is. Now I'm hearing of reshuffling after the SONA. So maybe after the SONA that will happen. But what I would be listening for is the honesty and the sincere nature of President Boycott to accept and admit that, look, I think we started on a bad footing, but we will recalibrate and start to do the people's job. That is what I'm hoping to get from the SONA. If I don't get that, then I have no belief that they would do anything other than what they did the first year. Because first of all, in order for one to address a problem, you must first of all accept or identify the problem. If you refuse to accept or identify the problem, then there's no way you're going to be able to address them. So my hope and prayer here is they will acknowledge that they failed miserably from all ends, and they're looking to start to hopefully recalibrate and address some of the, mom and pop issues that are on ground when it comes to job creation, healthcare, and all of these things that they claim in quotation that they were well versed and experienced when it comes to all of those things.
Mr. Phillips, you can chime in, and then we'll go to Jonah.
Yes, I'm here. Once again, I'll go back to what Professor Larry said. The point here is on this State of the Nation address. What is the plan? Hope is not a strategy. What is the plan? I think it was Mr. Anthony who dissected each letter in the arrest agenda, right? What is the grade on each letter? From agriculture to rule of law to tourism and sanitation. But again, there's no plan here. There is no plan. There's no substance. Professor Larry was talking about staffing, or if people want to apply for jobs. You're supposed to have a plan, and correct me, Professor Larry, or anybody there. You have a plan, right? And you have a strategy to carry out and execute that plan, and then you staff to the plan. Am I correct? You staff to the plan so that when you bring people in, they will have specific tasks and responsibilities, and then they will be able to be held accountable to deliver on the results as it relates to the plan. But again, the question here is, what is the plan? You talk about poverty reduction strategies. The most important and critical poverty reduction strategy for any developing country is to invest in the energy sector, because the energy sector is the number one ingredient you need for transformation across the entire country. Across the entire country. You talk about the iron ore. What can Mittal Steel do to transform Nimba and to transform Grand Bassa? Without energy, they cannot industrialize. What can Bay Mountain do? What can Westing Cluster do? They can't do anything there. What can Golden Beryllium do in the agricultural sector in Riversess and in Grand Bassa? What is being done as it relates to Jungle Power in Nimba, in Bong, and in Grand Bassa? What is being done with LRB Energy in the Southeast with all the timber resources? You cannot transform and bring poverty reduction to the people of this country without investing in the most critical ingredient, which is energy. And on this, every letter in the arrest agenda, the grade is going to be either D or F, or maybe not even something E for effort or anything of the sort. Because, and then moreover, on this whole issue on the legislature and the speaker and Kuhn and Kofa, let us not forget the international community is watching all of this. And this is the very same legislator, correct me if I'm wrong, Professor Larry, that is supposed to preside over concession agreements that the investors are going to come in to sign, and you're creating this amount of chaos. How does this look to the international community that's in the stadium watching this on the field of play? That you're so chaotic, so disorganized, and you have hands from the administration participating in this. This is very, very bad for Liberia. It's so early in the administration. So, like you said, I think it's Peter, that the dignitaries, the foreign ambassadors, they will show up there because they don't want to participate or get involved in your internal affairs. But the showing, the appearance, the cosmetics of this is bad for the country, is bad for the government. 1 year into the administration is just bad. And it truly destroys investor confidence that they truly need for transformation, for economic growth and job creation. That's my point.
Jonah, come in. One of the things we talk about is the Supreme Court, with it showing up. If they show up, what does it say? Do they contradict themselves?
Yeah, I mean, if they show up, they'll tell her just how foolish they are. But I hope they don't, because that will be testing their own level of intelligence. However, that being said, the issue about the Musa Bilade group that call themselves Root of Law Group, I think they were very smart to have gone the other way to that judge who seems to be a little bit favorable to them. I mean, and I'm using the word favorable not as in to corrupt the system, but who seems to wanting to live up to doing what is right. But I think the judge himself missed the ball. If he really wanted to send a signal to the nation, he should have done it today. The SONA is on Monday. What are you gonna do? Is he buying time? Like, if these guys go to Monday, okay, go to Monday, he says, look, yeah, he is not the lawful speaker, and then what? You know, the process does not end there when the lower court make a decision. The lower court make a decision. Guess what they're going to do? They're going to run to the Supreme Court. So the move itself is a smart one, because if those guys run to the Supreme Court, the same thing the Supreme Court don't want to answer now, they will be forced to answer it, because the lower court is sending them back to the Supreme Court. So in Supreme Court, what are you going to say again? Are you going to use ultra-virus, or the one you're going to say ultra-vaseline? Who knows? This is Liberia. I mean, these people are just not, I mean, they are not serious set of people. Even the Root of Law Group themselves, they needed to be present and made their presence felt in that place. There's nothing wrong with you being obstructive. This is a legislative function. You know, everybody said, no, that is the lawmakers, I mean, and you need to be, this is the right place to be. So go there and obstruct because somebody will have to make a motion. And after that motion is made, the motion has to be accepted. Just keep making as many motions as you can make. You guys are 20. Can you imagine if 20% keep making motion?
28.
I mean, they are 28. That place is going to be completely disrupted. And your actions will be well felt there than even in the court. I'll rest my case for now.
Timothy George, Jonas Striker Point. The SONA is on Monday. Could the judge rule today, even though he had been on a threat? They had threatened to impeach him. They are threatening to burn down. Do you think he would have made a decision today? It would have been a great thing to do.
Well, you know, the judge, he's very careful with that case he's handling because for a lot of reasons. And like he heard Justice Gabina Jana, a lawyer for the Kofa side, said that they filed the declaratory judgment so that they can allow if they want to have election for speaker, let them have an election with a full house instead of just what happened right now. And you know, the so-called majority black would be they're not going to take that chance to allow us election to take place amongst for the House of members because they're not going to have a Richard Kun as speaker. So the judges, I mean, he came out already to say, and there's not something good for the government because all the things you see in the USCI in a CI report will come up in about Liberia, will talk about all these things, how judges have been threatened and so forth. And so that's the reason why Speaker Kofa is not going to attend the SONA, and he's not going to attend it. And I won't even advise him. When I advise him to attend it, and they let them boycott it. And like people said, we look forward to see what the justices, like seeing justices that said what they did to come up with a so-called Speaker Kun is illegal. Let's see whether they will go and attend an illegal man's on a gavel because at that State of the Union address, the Speaker presides. He don't want to call the House to order, and they have that motion for John to assemble in John's session. So he and the Vice President will be sitting there. So you know very well that if the Supreme Court attend, it will be a problem. But the judge, I think he's being very careful in his ruling, issuing a ruling. At the end of the day, he will issue the ruling and he will, I'm sure, rule in the favor of the Kofa bloc because that's the law. And once that is done, he just put this government and the speaker and the guys that call themselves majority bloc in a very funny position, and that no one will take them serious. But the judge, I support that he didn't issue the ruling today and I like what he did. Perhaps he will issue it next week. I mean, before he will issue after this whole thing ends. Because
but why should he be issuing a ruling? This is a critical something. Why can he issue a ruling now so that they can take the referral places on Monday?
Well, you see, look, don't forget now, the Supreme Court, that judges, look, they put the Supreme Court in a funny position. Like people were saying, yeah. These judges, right? The 5 of them, and mind you, when they took that decision, all 5 of them, they didn't vote to say they were ultra-virus or that they never voted for that. I think it was 3-2. Now, the 2 justices, like somebody said yesterday, they can attend it. Since they're the one who said they believe that they acted right, they can attend it. But the judge, he was very intentional not to issue a ruling today. Because he watching the Supreme Court exactly what's going to happen on Monday. Because if he had done it, Supreme Court could use it as a canopy to escape their own judgment. So that's why I think he didn't issue that ruling today. So let's see what happens. And it'll be first of all, you have the main opposition party not attending. But some of the members, I'm sure they had a meeting this weekend to try to convince the members not to attend, those who still with the party. But the former president will not be there, and then some of the members of the branch will not be there. So it will be an awkward situation. It's not a normal State of the Union address we'll see on Monday.
Wow, yeah, it seems like it's going to be difficult. Today there was a report that the Senate received their $45,000 for the car.
Look at that.
Oh
God, it's such a joke, that place. Look, you know, I would tell Falati Fofa and the opposition team that, look, listen, not Falati Fofa, but the opposition, to have a good, solid impact, you show up.
Yes.
And but more importantly, check it out, Anthony, more importantly, when the president addresses Kun as the speaker, you get up and you storm out.
Exactly.
That will call international attention.
Yep.
It has such a major impact when you do that, because you're seated. That would grab all of the major news agencies, the Al Jazeera, the BBC Africa, pretty much everyone, VOA, they will all pick up on that, because when you do that, it is so impactful.
Yeah.
It resonates on the international scene. Because it goes back to what Brother Phillips was saying earlier. You're not going to attract investors to your country when you have this total disarray in your country. It goes back to what Brother Linford was saying earlier. Liberia is not a poor country. We have all of these resources, but we just don't use their resources to benefit the people. Look at what Freeland is doing with HPX. It's ridiculous. Freeland is going to have a contract that allows him to pull almost 5 million tons of iron ore from, although it's the Guinean range of Mount Nimba, but to pull 5 million. Do the math. You ain't got to be a rocket scientist. The price of, and 65% iron ore is what he's eligible to pull out. And I think, who was it that said Nimba has like 95% or something like that? Anthony? Imagine.
Yeah.
So that's very little you have to do to it. But iron ore is trading at around $101.
That's what I'm going to say. The price went up.
The price went up. So if you multiply that, this guy's going to pull close to maybe a little over $500 million, close to $1 trillion. And he's not using his money to raise the capital to do that. He borrowed the money from Wall Street, and then he got insurance from the World Bank that insured the investors' money. So he's using, it's the old adage, right, Anthony, the OPM, other people's money. He's using other people's money, and the guy's already a billionaire. Why is it that this guy can take our resources, well, the resources from Guinea, but using Liberia as a gateway to deliver it to the ports, and he makes so much money? And we can't, why can't we do the same thing? It's ridiculous, right? Everyone talk about there should be a factory or something, there should be the finished goods and stuff, but nobody has a strategy to implement that. We all rely, it's absolutely ridiculous, But this is not just to Liberia, but it happens across all African countries. When people that come to power, they forget that who they're actually serving. So the whole fiasco on the table on the Sonar, even the justices there, they should kind of, I know they're not going to do it, but they should walk out in protest, because people are starting to disrespect the ruling of the Supreme Court. Now that's a bad precedent right there. Look at what happened to Cabinet Jenny. I mean, you're not going to attract investors with this kind of attitude. It's not going to happen. And if you don't have foreign direct investments coming to your country, you're going nowhere. You can't rely on your budget. Sure, your budget, you're putting in 800 million or so, which is not even legitimate because you've never reached that far before. But when you start spending, 45,000 or so on cars, they're not a serious bunch. There's very little in there for the people. How much are they spending on hospitals? How much are they spending on schools? How much are they spending? And to Mr. Phillips' point, energy is an enabler. It helps to develop any country, any economy. You need to invest in energy. This day and age, you need to invest in the internet. They've been trying to put the fiber optics. The fiber optics came from Gabon years ago. Years ago, fiber optics came from Gabon. It hit Monrovia. They haven't done anything to it. We have very few people who can access the internet in Liberia. And a report that the U.S. government put out said that, look, if you even enable internet across the country, it will lead to at least 2 to 3% GDP growth. Doctors will be able to connect with other doctors in other countries to be able to get more information to help patients and stuff like that. But it's just a sad case, man. It's just a sad case. I'll swing it back to you. I have an 8 o'clock Eastern time appointment over here, man.
Mr. Lanford, I know you. Go ahead. Let's do that. Go ahead. What's your chime in here? The senator then got the 45K for the brand new ride. Have a 45K ride in this country. That's a nice car.
Most time I hear people say Liberia is not a normal country. The land mass is a normal country, but we the people are not normal. Can you imagine a poor country, your own budget that you created, or your plan, your national development plan you created, the budget for that. You are only underwriting 70% or 30%, and the 70% do not.
You pay for it.
Yeah. Then you would have seen people will buy $45,000 car. So you reach the point where you will, you know, when we were in school, we studied something physical, elastic limit, right? Take a rubber band and stretch it. You stretch it, it will reach a certain point, you can't go again out of court, or you will let it go back to a normal position. So you will stretch it, you will stretch the donors to the point where they themselves will say, no, we can't continue. And that's what Donald Trump is doing. And I'll go back to the professor's statement earlier on again. This will be, if that action by Donald Trump, if he institutes it and then it persists for 3 months, somebody country will be stranded for a while, like Bureau for one example. Okay. Then we'll get to know that these people money they're giving us is important and we should use it properly. What group of people they call themselves lawmakers that will buy a car for in 6 years time and 9 years time buy 2 cars? Okay. The former prime minister of Norway, who is now the NATO Secretary General, this guy was driving one old car. And in fact, most of the time he ride motorcycle to, bicycle to work. And the guy is joke for him that he was riding through the park with his cycle, and he met an African boy saying, a small thing, he showed it to him. He said, oh, but you know, the prime minister, he said, so are you riding cycle? So you see, so the guys, like, I don't know. Look, when I came to Norway, it took me a long time before I know government official. Up to now, I don't even know some of them because you don't see the people. Trust me, the king. You know, the king is driving in the street. He car the other car, like the same car other people using with 1 or 2 policemen. Okay. But Liberia, you got somebody bodyguard. I don't understand this thing. You know, and let me go back to Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor said something one time. You know, he used to have his bodyguard. All of them they say the general. Then that general get bodyguard. Then the bodyguard to that general who get bodyguard. He said, "Boy, wait now. So who guarding who here? You see? Yeah. So who's guarding who here? So you got lawmakers who's supposed to be there to serve the people. They're getting fabulous salary. Then you got to buy $45,000 car in a country like Liberia. When you got rich countries that are giving money out to other countries, there are people driving, you know, normal car like ordinary people. So, you know, yes, this is why we hear all the noise in the house. If these people were getting salary like ordinary civil servants, they will not be doing all this thing here. That house will not even be attractive. But because of the lucrative, you know, facilities they get car, they get gas lit, they get I call it scratch car. I've never seen that before anywhere. So you know, Liberia is out for a long haul. We're taking this thing for fun. But if the laws are not amended, and who's going to amend it? Because they made the law, they put all these things there. Nobody, not even the executive, has the power to change anything there. So we're going to be out here for a very long haul. And I don't know how it's going to change, but this is very, very, very much unbearable for a country like Liberia that is suffering economically.
All right, let's go to Anthony Sylvester. Timothy is back, and then Lofa after Sylvester. Timothy, I think Mr. Phillips, is he coming back? Okay, I'll bring him back.
Yeah, he's still here.
So guys, we got up to 8:30. I mean up to 8:30. We got Karabush here as well. Good to see you, Karabush. Got up to 8:30, and then if you guys want to come back for the late night show, it's up to you guys.
So first of all, the right.
Now we have many, so that consider that other people got to talk. You know.
Sure, I'll be concerned.
But just get time. Maybe it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
I could not recognize the name.
Wow, Anthony Cabo. Wow, Anthony Cabo Sylvester.
Anthony Sylvester.
No, it's across the line. I said, just give time.
All right, I will time.
Yeah, because one person be talking because I'm important.
All right, I will time up. I will time us. I will start with
guest speaker.
I will time us, Sylvester. I will start with you.
That's what.
I will start with you, Sylvester.
You know, he worried about his uncle's administration because when we start speaking, they say, "Oh, we angry." Blah blah blah. Right? Yeah, you will deal with me. I know that, but let me have my moment, okay? So, but Mr. Philip, you know, I didn't recognize was Mr. Philip speaking until I identified his voice. He one of the energy expert, the Liberian. I saw his presentation on Spoon the other time. It was very brilliant. And when we're talking about these things, you know, they always say, "Oh, that the election, we stay angry from the election." No, we are not angry. Anyone who wins the election, you need to implement what will benefit every Liberian. I don't need to go to Liberia to, you know, work in government to be successful. But the thing here is, when Liberia is doing well, everyone else in the diaspora will start having extra money saving because that remittances that go into the country will cut down a little bit, and we'll have to have extra thing to do with the money that we need, that we send back home every month. That's point number one. The people will also have an opportunity to strive to become somebody on their own. They cannot fall in poverty and die in poverty. I mean, this is not a curse on them. But because government officials are very selfish and have no, you know, innovation to move the country forward, so they ride luxury cars and come back for money. I mean, how can you do that? Right? So that's the reason why I'm glad tonight Professor Kennedy was here and I spoke about this, you know, this 5-year plan of this administration, because that's what they're celebrating right now. Even the press secretary went and put out a statement that it's going to be all about the national plan. So I wish we have Mr. Philip here back to even talk about the Tanzania, you know, summit that they're going to have, because it's all about energy. And if, you know, he will chime in later on, that I would like to hear about it.
All right, so we'll take Pee Wee. Pee Wee, go ahead, and then I think after Pee Wee, we'll then bring in Sintamali George, Kelly Bo, and Benjamin. You're muted, boss man.
Thank you, boss man. If I go ahead, question. His question was about the $45,000. Listen, I understand we got some problem in the country. I listened to my brother say I worry about my uncle administration. If I worry about my uncle administration, I wouldn't campaign against it, actually. But my concern is I'm worried about the atrocity of somebody then committed on our people. You know, that's the thing I worry about. The atrocity they committed in the country. But let me go back to this $45,000 issue. I believe most seriously, and I stand by this time to time, that we're going to have this kind of a thing in our country. Government officials, in terms of our style of politics in African society, this may be unpopular, but I do support the process. Maybe we may bring it down a little bit, but you need to. These are the people that make laws for our country. You have to incentivize them also. There's be some incentive going to them. Probably we may look at the figures and terms of how we can do some adjustment there. But there's absolutely nothing with that process. Everywhere the war is over, there's provisions in terms of African bureaucracy as to how we go about doing those things. We have to procure vehicle for our people. They will have to go to visit their constituents members. They will have to go across the country and do so constituent visitation. We don't have a system in place. And that's the problem I have with most of our folks. They pretend here. And they will come, they believe, they come in. This America will not be Liberia, will never be Liberia. And the Europe will never be Africa, right? There's a system we have. The system you have here, no, you come in now, if you got someone good credit, you go somewhere, take car and give it to you, and you something that. That's not the system we have back home. You don't expect our officials. Maybe we may have the debate.
The problem is they buy the car 2 different times during their term.
Mr. Leaf, let him land.
Yes, I agree with you. There are sentiments, and sometimes and I empathize with those sentiments in some cases. But again, trust me, and that's the reason why that we can have different sort of debate. Folks will come from here, will pretend to be so perfect. That perfection is their own way of doing things. But if they went back in the very society there,
there are problems and the rest of that. The last time, and I sometimes listen to a lot of people. The last time Mr. Fidel was on this platform, he discussed he's a very respected element in terms of energy issue. He's versed in the areas, educated, I want to believe. But in the case, when I interacted with him the last time on this show, he was projecting someone's interest against another person's interest. And there was sometimes I believe people will come and will say things, they just want to say this and yet then they say those very attractive things and what have you. But if you go deep, they also will not stand for issues. They will promote their own personal interests. I noticed that day in Mr. Philip, personal engagement for what he was projecting on the show. And so, and you listen to them on the other angle, they will project this that those that are in the country are all demon, and they believe those are those kind of what I would say, conglomerate spirit.
Thank you, Perry.
So I quickly. I believe
you see that 2 minimum, man.
Yeah, I believe the 2 minutes. I believe
Anthony.
Yeah, Bossman Lufa. I believe
Go ahead,
in the 1 second that we should procure vehicle for our lawmakers. If even the minister can get it, we should do that. I 100% support that.
Thank you. So, Tomlin George, should we still be buying Dillon 45K car?
No, but on a serious note, right? Look, and we should be honest with ourselves. If we're trying to change the country to prioritize the sectors that need to be prioritized, we can't continue to because here's the thing: every 3 years, lawmaker gets $45,000 for a brand new car. Every 3 years. You telling me that if in the Senate, if in the Senate at 9 years, right? That means you're getting 45 times 3. In the House. 2 years, that 2 times you get in there. And honestly, you and I know in this very great country, I've seen, I remember when living in Rhode Island, I used to see Jack Reed and the other guys there running, even if the guy running to catch their flight on Friday, on Friday to come to Rhode Island to go home, running to catch their flight. When they get to the airport, to the TF Green Airport in Rhode Island, their personal car pick them up and straight to where they want to go. But look at the salary. But that's the reason why people get into the legislature, because they see that once I get there, I'll get this benefits and support. We should not support that kind of stuff. No, that person is too poor. Guys, we got money, but the country is not prioritizing the right areas. Look at the national budget. See the budget. See the allocation. The 5 elected, it's the top elected officials in our country. The budget is $10.6 million. Give me your break. The president, the vice president, the speaker, the deputy speaker, the pro tem. Why? I mean, the Supreme Court justices and the chief justice. I mean, why should we be? And look at the health institution. Look at the budget. Give me the 100,000 for one hospital, another 150,000. Give me your. It is fair to the country. But if you cut down the way you're giving the lawmakers, trust me, and you prioritize the health sector. I saw a picture just few minutes ago. The fellow that died, the soccer player that died, they were putting the boy in the car. Not even ambulance, putting the boy in the car who had a spinal cord problem, putting in the car to carry him and not dying. I mean, that's what happened. It's not fair to the country. I saw the police director fire some people today. And I asked Greg, I said, Greg, why? These people, they are getting peanuts. Okay? I'm not encouraging them to take bribe, but you think if the incentives were better, they will do what they're doing? No. Hold up, Lufa. Before I end, let me just say this. I want to ask you this question, right? The vehicles that were bought for lawmakers during the turbo years. Were that vehicle bought during turbo years? Did they buy vehicles for lawmakers, Pee-wee?
Absolutely, yes.
During turbo years?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, they bought vehicle, but or not that they
absolutely yes.
Yeah, but
and beyond the Totman days. Let me go back to Totman or the turbo time you referencing here. The benefit for those guys was, they had everything that's expected.
You start about the
honorable president. No, I'm not. I'm just taking time to say this to you, right? So there was an extraordinary benefit. They even had entertainment benefit where they will go to special, to hard top areas and be given the first class treatment and the rest of that. They understood bureaucracy and they structured bureaucracy in a way that they benefited extraordinarily. So for me, we can tune it down. Yeah, right. We can look and do some adjustment there. But to rule out somebody, you see all those things. I agree, you have room to build lawmaker. You let somewhere man give you. Do you want to say to me they shouldn't buy you vehicle at all?
To be honest with you,
you want to say that you see
to be inclusive in my
we get eventually we will want to support.
I will not. You know the reason why? That's you see in the country called America, right? Check the record. The people that run for Congress in this country,
I just said there's not a bureau.
No, but at the point, my man, our country not going nowhere.
Let me ask you one question. Can anybody in this country, do you have to take 50,000 and buy a car here?
Wait. I mean,
you have to take 50,000 from your account to money you to go to a dealership, Toyota or whatsoever, or to say I want this 50,000 car.
Yeah, America.
You can just go to check your credit, your credit, and you take the vehicle, you turn it right, and when you work, you take pay back, right? We don't have the system back home.
Do you know?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, we don't have it.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
No.
Just a second, quickly.
No.
Look,
we don't have it,
right?
Yes, we do. Liberia does have it. Liberia does have it.
Right? They passed.
You 50,000
Liberia does have it, Mr. Pee-wee.
No, it's not you.
Okay. They have it, Pee-wee. That's why before they even get it, even the budget even passed, they go to these the African Motors there and get a car from there. They go credit. They do credit before the budget even passed.
Exactly right.
But that will have to be now on your personal connection with them.
What personal?
Right? It's not an OP system that we have here.
Lofa control your people.
It's not no. We control it.
No. It's good. Sometimes it is okay to get that little interaction going on. But
so don't say retract that statement.
Right. Let's move on with this. Don't push into this too much. Pee-wee, don't read into that comment too much.
No. I'm not reading to it. I'm just sensitive to it.
Okay, great. So that then after Tamerlane, let's hear from Brother Philip, and then we'll go to Kelly Boo.
Yeah. First and foremost, let me respond professionally.
Did you change your order, Lofa? Anyway, that's okay.
Let me respond professionally to Mr. Pee-wee's assertions and his opinions. First and foremost, Mr. Pee-wee, the fact of the matter is your opinions are not facts. Okay, you are not in the technical area. You're not an engineer, nor do you have any understanding or competence in the area of electrical engineering, nor power or industry or industrialization as it relates to transformation of economies. Okay, that is where I work. That is where I have my career. So when I expand on an issue that is so critical to all of us on the show in the diaspora population across the US, Canada, and Europe, where Mr. Langford is. All of us have a burning desire to transition home someday, to invest in our country, build a retirement home, whatever it is. So that's why we drive the issue of energy so that it will make or bring about transformation across this country and stimulate economic growth, which should be the foundation of this country to move it forward, to create a tax base, that we need that will cover the operating costs of this country, which is the government budget. That's how countries are run. And as a result of the deficiency in the leadership to bring about a strategic plan, okay, and to bring about the strategy to drive a plan, to staff and bring the right people on board to drive this, to bring the transformation. That's where we find ourselves where we are. That's where we find ourselves where we are as a people, as a nation, and as a country. So to say that this is the way things are in Liberia, that is a confirmation that the mindsets of those who are placed in position do not want to bring about the transformation and the change. This is why we find ourselves where we are, because we have people who don't believe that transformation can take place. This is why we as a country have iron ore natural resources, but cannot sit with the companies that are coming in to exploit our national iron ore resources or assets, and negotiating a strategy where before they start exploiting our national iron ore deposits, to build the roads, to build the transmission, distribution, and power generation grids so that we can industrialize the county and create an economy in Grand Bassa County. That's why we find ourselves where we are. And we believe that we can build this country from the roof to the foundation, as opposed to building it from the foundation to the roof. That's where we find ourselves where we are. That's where we find ourselves where we are. How is it, like Professor Larry said, we're sitting on the equator. We have 6 months of sun, 6 months of rain, and we don't have any investment in solar energy. How is it possible? How is it possible? We should be focusing on energy independence, because to have our entire economy dependent on the Ivorians to provide us power during the dry season, and only Mount Coffee to provide us electricity during the rainy season, that is a national security issue. What if the Ivorians decide that they can't provide us power? What if somebody decides in their sick mind to go and blow up one of the transmission pylons? What is that going to do? Where is our energy independence? Those are big issues that we as a people, we as a nation, we've had. Over the past 20 years, there's so many Liberians who have transitioned into the US. We have the ability, the capacity, the know-how, the experiences to solve these problems. But what have we chosen to do? To agree with people like Mr. Pee-wee to just admit that this is the way things are. I rejected Mr. Pee-wee. Fundamentally, I reject it. Liberia doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be this way. We cannot accept this. It is people, I'm being very honest here. For you to come and tell me that I'm being a demagogue against somebody who sat there with his incompetence and didn't even build and transition the country. And because I speak up about it, that means I have personal interest. You are fundamentally wrong. Your opinions are not facts. You're entitled to them. I respect them. But don't come and project those opinions on me that because I stood up for something I believe in and I have the competency on, and whereby you do not, and then you want to challenge me on something that you don't even have any understanding about. That's fundamentally flawed.
Listen. No.
Hang on. No. Let me finish, Pee-wee. Let me finish, Mr. Pee-wee. Let me finish. Mr. Pee-wee, you're not going to let me finish. No, I'm not going inside. Again, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. Let me finish.
Somebody, do you want to get
Let me finish, Mr. Pee-wee. Mr. Pee-wee. Mr. Pee-wee. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
When it's your time, then you.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Being unprofessional on this global platform doesn't give you any points. It only demonstrates and confirms your incompetence. We're professionals. We're professionals in every one trade. I don't challenge Professor Larry on financial issues because I'm not a finance person, nor does he challenges me on energy because he's not. We all have our area, we all have our lanes, and we professionally project competence and knowledge that will bring about the transformation in our country. And let us stay in those areas and let us project that. Thank you very much.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I had to kind of work on the phone lines. Folks would like to call in, so I was working on the phone lines, but I didn't need to just abandon the show. Pee-wee, if you would like, let's let Benjamin come in and you respond. I will definitely give you the chance to respond before get it. But no, I mistakenly spoke. There was Benjamin and then you, but then I would like Pee-wee to respond to. All right, so I mistakenly spoke, Kelly Bo, because you came in late. So let Benjamin.
I will be very brief. I will just use my short time for a little bit of a small correction here. Look, we are all professional people here. Everybody have different areas where they are. But one thing we don't want to do is to filibuster our careers in the sense that we will scare other people from challenging us. I am a nurse. There are things about nursing that could come out. But if I come out and start speaking that I have all of the ideas, so what happens is that it scares other people away who might want to inject. So let's be careful. That's all I want to say. Let's be careful so that because I know nothing about energy, but if I can, but I could have something that I want to project about energy. But if you scare me away now, then it means that I will have to hold that to myself. And so I hope going forward, let all of us respect everybody and then just go to the issue and not be a little bit too personal. I'll stop there for now.
See, and Ben, in that regard, that's part of the reason why we're trying to dismiss this whole Google idea of just doing things, all right? The theory, they call themselves the Google scholars. We will dismiss it because if you cannot come to the fire expecting heat, don't come at all. If you only depend on Google ideas and all of these Google scholarly ideologies, then don't contribute to the conversation. You will challenge him based on a specific topic. Know that you got the substance that comes with anybody. You got the balls to do it. Thank you. Go ahead, respond to him, Pee-wee.
Yes, thank you, Lofa. Listen, and also, I've never pretended and I would never indulge into things that I haven't studied. But basically, what I would do is structure it to sometimes analyze what someone is saying, and we come back to commit some feedback here. And I'll detail in the terms of that, detail some of most of those things in terms. When you came the last time on the show, you're the competent person. I agree. I didn't do energy. I've never pretended to be an energy expert on this show. But what I did there is that you expose your weakness into this very field by you personally trying to project someone that was undermining his boss because he wanted to go back to Liberia to be with that person in terms of getting job. Right? You see, and that's the most unfortunate aspect of Mr. Philip. I didn't come on the show, Judge. I just referenced when you said all of those unfortunate issues of a former head of the LDC, Mr. Captain. I didn't even know that his deputy, you are fronting on his behalf of the deputy. Who would the professional want to do that? I would want to believe you go in an institution and you push things on the basis of your personal competence and you go and try to structure a process there. I've never pretended that and to know something that I don't know. No, I've never. And I'm not the incompetent person here, basically. I haven't gone anywhere, basically trying to do a particular bidding here for someone on the basis of personal engagement to promote my personal interest. That's the basic thing you came on the show. And I challenge you that day on most of the things you said. You misled the public that day on the information about energy. Now, we don't have to study energy to know the different structure of the institution. I didn't have to study it to know the organic grain of the institution. I didn't have to study it to know that you misled us about institution process that is unfolding at the LDC. I didn't have to study that. I didn't have to be an electrical engineer to know that you said there were no compliance process or no operation person. There were one man operating in the issue. I didn't have to know those things. But what I did that night was to correct most of the dis and misinformation you provided to us. And that is part of incompetence. If you knowingly mislead the group of people about certain professional area, it's part of incompetence also, right? So don't come and say these things, and you guys will have beyond the line of coming from here and going to the country and mislead the people when they gave you the job. You guys lost the incompetence on the line. The very man you promoted.
Pee-wee, let's come in. Yeah, kind of close up.
I will learn in 1 minute. I will learn. When you heard he said that, the very man you promoted is one of the very incompetent person I've ever worked at the level of the Liberia Electric City Corporation. And that's why you are partner in progress with him. You are trying to promote him so you guys can mislead the Liberian professional on that area. I've never in my life pretended to know what I don't know. But what I will do, I will indulge into those things and you write the necessary checkpoint for professionals. I will do things on the basis of seeking just kind of a promotion on the basis of job, not the area of serving the Liberian people. I've never said that. But what I said here was to do things. He said the man was incompetent. This man that is incompetent structurally put the LDC we have today in place. This man that is incompetent worked with the first compact and structured the program that led the U.S. government to pump more money in the country. This the man that is incompetent. Have done more But who did you front for when you went to Liberia, when you went to did all those things? And unfortunately, the person did not even get appointed at the NEC. But Thomas Gonkowen is now there as the head. No, so some of those things will come. We'll study about the energy process, and we'll do this about other things quickly, Lofa.
Okay.
But what we intend to do here is about the structure of this country. It's not about personal thing. Some will understand the government bureaucracy and the structural policy of our country.
Let's focus. Let's get back to the 45K.
So don't call me because I'm not incompetent. You should be the incompetent.
Let's get back to the purchase of the 45K vehicle. All right, let's bring Kelly Bo in on this one. Let's bring Kelly Bo in on this one here. Kelly Bo, let's hear from you. Welcome to the show.
All right. So just before I speak, for the record, we said 2 minutes. Dominic George spoke for 5 minutes because there were clarifications. Pew spoke for more than 5 minutes. Mr. Phillips spoke for more than 5 minutes. There were interventions. I just want to set that record straight. So I've sat here for a while now, so I'm going to speak for 5 minutes or thereabout.
So why you didn't come for minutes? Why you didn't come for minutes?
Okay, so Kelly Bo, let me ask you a question. You come to class late, but then you want to conduct things, right? Okay, go ahead, Kelly Bo. Go ahead.
Let's be fair. I agree. I came to class. I came to class when the professor announced the rule, and the rule was not followed.
Okay.
Kelebo, I beg you to hold on small. Lofa Chidio.
Yes, sir.
Kelebo, yeah, is my nephew, traditional nephew. So I will protect him. Traditionally, we protect him.
You're not protect him.
He will come for 5 minutes. And I'll wave if I got any minute left, I'll wave it to him also.
You wave it to him? Okay. And then I'll protect my nephew, Pee Wee, on here.
Well, okay, so look, I listened to the show. I really wish if Professor Larry was here. I wanted to make comment on a few of the issues that were raised. I mean, very good show, very stimulating discussion. We're talking about making our country be a real country. And most of the issues you guys have discussed, the problem is lack of leadership in the country. And it's like government after government, they all behave the same. I worked in government for 6 years. When I left, I said, I can never be deputy minister nor assistant minister anymore in my life. I can only be a head of entity, and I named the one person, James Dobajala. I said, I can only be deputy to him because I trust him and I trust his judgment. But because I work with people who were considered Liberia's best, and I saw them from close range. We come from a country that even the smartest person academically, when they enter our public service, they become very lazy. They stop thinking. I sat in different committees, cabinet committees, that my ministers, different bosses were nominated to and say, you go represent the ministry. And I listen to how people discuss. That country is not going to go nowhere until we discuss the fundamental issues. For example, I just gave you one example, PRS. PRS became a colossal failure under President Saleh. Why? And the reports are there. The UN and the international communities that work with PRS to actually make the country work, they issue a report. It's online. There are many factors they listed why PRS failed. I'm just going to name one. One of the things they wrote there, which they elaborated further, was there was a banning constraints on the country. And they listed like capacity, skills, and what of infrastructure. Those were banning constraints on the country for the country to develop. You can put even $1 billion in Liberia. If you don't address those underlying constraints, your economy is not going to grow. Even the thing we're talking about, rail. When I listen to Professor Larry talking about this guy going to make all that, I was secretary to the interministerial technical committee that sits at the Ministry of Land, Mines, and Energy. I was a secretary for 6 years. I still have on my external drive here, I still have most of the minutes and documents that I had from when I served in government. The problem
you still got government property?
But look, it's not government property. Okay, let's be clear on that. When you work in government, the government of Liberia does not have a centralized email system.
But then you should do the right thing and turn it over, Kelebu. You do that.
No. So let me clarify. Government of Liberia does not have a centralized email system. Ask anyone who go to ministry. In most instances,
you don't owe that.
Can you listen to me, Ben? Can you listen to me, Ben?
Yes,
because you have not done what I've done. When you go to work in government, you carry your personal.
Ben, stop now. At this point, you
carry your personal laptop. In fact, when we went to government in 2006, we carried our personal laptop. Some people carried their personal cars. They were using it before even government could allocate logistics. That's how the country works. Okay? Go check any ministry that has even intranet or whatever system or phone system. They don't have that. They do government communication on their personal cell phone. Government does not buy electronic gadgets and say, oh, you are appointed minister today. This is now assigned to you. When you leave it, you're going to hand the phone back to government. That's not a practice in Liberia. So all of the information, all of the contact on your phone, there is your personal thing. You walk away with it. Then that's a reality. So do you tell the person, oh, you work with government information? No, because those are part of the structural constraints on the country that our leaders must address. If you don't address these things, you're going to wallow in the sea of disease, corruption, and poverty. It's just a reality. And we must talk about it. Okay. So in Liberia today, part of the reason why ArcelorMittal is digging our heels in to get everything, the money rights in Liberia over every money assets they can have, ArcelorMittal is putting out of South Africa. Why are they putting out of South Africa? They do not have control over the railroad in South Africa. They have the South African National Authority on Railroad. They have not upgraded their railroad for some time. ArcelorMittal wants to move oils. They got money right. Because they can't do this, okay, we're moving to Liberia because in Liberia, they have control over the rail. President Baka has tried now to settle the National, Railroad Authority. I hope they will have the teeth to say, hey, this asset belongs to this country. But in 2006, we signed an agreement that basically gave the right to ArcelorMittal. And that's the reality. Because in fact, that agreement was signed in 2005. We tried to revise it in 2006 when we came to government. But it was not touched. In 2000, I believe, 8 or 2007, around the bond mines negotiation, a Jewish company, B.S. Billiton, it's a billionaire, but it's you call it B.S. Billiton, BSG Group of Resources, BSRG. They came to Liberia to say, we want bond mines. The mayor flew to Liberia and he said, this is what we'll do. Why did they come? They had a money right in Guinea, I believe where HPS is today, and they call it Samadou 1, Samadou South, and Samadou 1 and Samadou 2. Direct DSO. And Guinean government said lift it in 2 years through Liberia, want to make money. They came to Liberia, they say, hey, let's do it. And they brought in lawyers from Europe. Mr. Gwen lives in Europe. European countries, they make money on infrastructure contracts because one European country has the minerals, but maybe they don't have access to seaport. They have to pass through another European country. They sign infrastructure contracts. And then that country that doesn't have the mineral because the mineral is passing through their country, they get some money from there. The lawyers came. I was sitting in the room and said to the Liberian government, that's how Europe is. Europe is connected by railroad or transport, and they get the chip in from each other. We can do the same agreement that Guinea has more deposit, but you are the shortest distance to the ocean. You can actually make money from Guinea by entering into infrastructure agreement on your rail, and you make billions of dollars. I hope people didn't see that. I sat right there in that meeting. The ministers, they went against it. What they wanted was the money from ArcelorMittal that was given them. Because ArcelorMittal was giving them money. Of course, this thing happened in the dark world. You don't see it, but you just assume and conclude that if somebody put a good proposal before your government and the government goes against it, there must be something more powerful that driving them to go against it, right? So you assume that, hey, money might have changed and for them to go against such a good proposal, okay? So these are compounding history of governance in the country. We need to address it. If we don't address it, Lofa and other partners, we are going to keep talking this thing until we pass down to our children, and our children might probably pass that on to their own children, okay? And another thing I want to talk on, just few things I'm going to end soon. I'm going to end on the $45,000 issue. But I want to talk on the Martin Colley revelation. I mean, analysis, not even revelation, because it's in the budget. Martin Colley took the budget.
11 minutes.
Look at the vice president office. In 24 months, he has used $7.5 million. 24 months. Martin Colley made a beautiful analysis of that. He also went further.
In how many months?
24 months.
But he had not been there 24 months, though.
No. The budget at the allocation. 12 months, then the next 12-month allocation. That's why you combine.
Okay.
The allocation.
Okay.
7.5 million. Okay. And his wife, for the first year, $328.6 thousand. But 69% of that's salary. How many salary first, second lady get? The second lady get. And you only did a managed group of 77. Okay, so this is fleecing of the country. And those are major issues. But we have all this money, but we want to go to donor to take loan. Our leaders are not smart. And that's why I love Donald Trump. Donald Trump, when he was elected first time, and Trump, I'm actually angry with Tom and Josh. He got me, I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I was planning to vote for Trump. He told me not to do it. But now Trump is making good policy, and I love the guy. I love the fact that Trump is turning his back on the war. Trump is very clear. I like the fact that he even withdrew from the World Health Organization. I like the fact that Trump has even stopped the USAID, that don't spend any money for the next 90 days. I like that. Trump is very clear. He said, look, I was elected by the American government to
So, Kedibo, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can we focus our attention on Liberia for now? Later, we'll campaign for Trump later. We'll campaign on Trump later.
Yeah, we're 5 minutes. He going 9 minutes now.
You went 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And the reason why I did not interrupt because the conversation was informative.
That's an outlier.
Okay. So, I mean, again, these are things that happen when it
all right, so let me on the 45,000.
Go ahead.
On the 45,000.
Can you end up on that, please?
Just quick, the 45,000. I'm going to say all the things, but I'm going to just on the 45,000. The $45,000 issue is nothing new. Go back to the history of the government. Honor Ellen. In fact, the earmarks that senators used to get every year, every budget was.
Guys, mute yourselves, please.
The
mute yourselves. Thank you.
The earmarks that senators used to get under Ellen was $68,000 per year, every budget year. Representatives are getting $45,000 every year, consistently. Okay, this is why the first time when Barack was running, when Spoon, I think Tom and George were there, when they brought about $30,000 that time, Barack said his reaction was, if the money was budgeted, then it's law. He didn't have a problem with that. Because that was why he was used to as the vice president. That's why he presided over. But if you have a leader that you want to change your country, you come to shake the table. You come to say, hey, because budget is really the executive agenda. You come and say, this is the direction I want to take the country. Budget is both a political statement and also based on the economics policy you want to institute. So this $45,000 is nothing new, and I don't think we should fall away. What we need to do is push our leaders to be smart, to have boards to stand up and push where the country should go. But it's nothing new. In fact, the $45,000 is reduced. It used to be $68,000.
Thank you. So, and I will chime in on this. The phone lines are open, guys. If you want to call again, let me just put the number here. 919-324-6828 is the number. If you want to chime in, then we will address our next topic. We'll close on that. But let me just address this issue of this. This is nothing new. This is the level of, and I regard this to some extent as a form of hypocrisy. Because you met it there, you can't, or you're not willing to change it. It's new to you. It's not new to you. It's old, but it's okay. Of course, we never had railroads before. All of the recommendations that you just made here, Calebo, referencing Europe and other parts of the world, they're not in Liberia. You met the old system there. Why are you pushing for some level of transformation when the system that is there is already there? My thing here is we must accept the reality. The reality is that these guys are nickel and diming all of us. And that is the honest truth. Why should a Darius DeLon, or Youngbley Conga Lawrence, or any lawmaker for the matter of fact, drive around in a $45,000 vehicle when we can purchase those vehicles and have them as state-owned vehicle? When you are elected, that vehicle is assigned to you. And that is the state's property. That is why you spoke to earlier when you referenced the fact that you are now in possession of documents that are government-owned, as one would want to reference it. Even though those were communication that came directly to you, to some extent, do you know how much that in itself is a form of threat to the state's security? That is a violation to what we will consider data integrity. You can't do that. You're not supposed to have that in your possession, in your personal phone. Let me land, Calebo. Let me land. These are some of the things that needs to be addressed. I understand that the laws are not currently in place, but if you were to dig thoroughly, if you were to investigate, you'll understand that I am pretty sure there are laws on the books somewhere, but they're not being applied, okay, forcefully to prevent people from having to use their personal devices. That is because the money that is allocated to these lawbreakers to purchase their SIM cards, those funds could actually be allocated to the purchase of state-owned properties, like your mobile device. Any of these things, so that when you are no longer a part of the institution or any government agency, you leave behind everything that was given to you and you walk away with what you brought. And the only thing that you should be using, okay, for anything else, your transportation, your personal transportation should be your taxi or anything else that your private vehicle. If you're communicating on behalf of the state, you should not be using your personal device. All of these things can be transformed. All of these things we can make these things happen only if we are willing to accept the reality that, look, guess what? What we met here, it was in existence to some extent. It didn't work. It did not help us to develop the state. So we must be ready to transform it. We will cut back on these entire 45 Ks. But like you said, and I listened to you and P, we both said it been in existence. So it's kind of difficult to move forward.
Lofa, stop this. I'm not a defender of your uncle. Don't turn me into a defender of your uncle.
No, you're not a defender of my uncle, but you're a defender of the past.
If you didn't understand me, I was very clear. Your uncle said he's a rescue man, and that's how he's rescuing the country. He's not changing the country. Okay? And that's the point I was speaking to here. That if President Bouaga wanted to change the country, look at the kind of thing he did. Mr. Philip is here. He said, I will cut down my salary by what? 40%? That's nonsense. Cut down the salary of minister by 40%. Not you. Because that's your government. You invited the people to the table. You don't say, I'm doing this. And all
my focus, Calebo, not to interrupt you, since it is my time, then I'm opening up the phone line. But let me just say this. My focus here is not on what we are addressing the issue of the $45,000 vehicle.
Because of the leadership you have. That's what you say.
Okay, no. Those legislators are people that claim that, Madam Sharif, and you spoke to that she claimed that they gave themselves because they passed the bill. So while it is true, Calebo, let me land now. Let me land. We'll not go back and forth on this, right? But the reality here is when we are willing to accept these things and say, because they were in existence, so it's okay, let us see how we can move forward, then we are simply just giving them more authority. Let me take this caller here real quick. Caller, go ahead. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Let's hear from you.
Not saying that.
Melinda, welcome to the show. Let's hear from you. What's your input on everything that have been discussed?
Well, everything that's been discussed, especially the $45,000. If people keep thinking that we did it before and we should continue, that's why our country is not going anywhere. If we have to change things, we need to change all those primitive behavior. People call themselves neo-progressive, so I call them neo-primitive. So, you did something, that's why the country just going in the same circle. If we see things not working, remove some of these things and try to bring new ideas that will carry us forward. I said we should write letters to any donors that sending money to Liberia and show them where these money are being wasted. You're sending money to Liberia for lawmakers getting vehicles three times in the attorney. So even the lawmakers here are not getting that. We need to start writing people and start pointing some of these things out to see the money that they're sending, who enjoying the money, they're buttering their bread and sugaring their tea. So how will our country be improved? How will the healthcare system be improved? The education system, all the money going straight in the pocket. I said we should write these people and hold them accountable. Write our donors, sign it. A lot of Liberians need to get together and start writing all the donors that are sending money to Liberia to see how our money are being, spent across the country. That's why I said thank you.
Thank you. So, folks, we'll open up the phone lines and we will jump.
And please tell your last caller, you just ended your caller, that those money are not meant for government to back vehicle of it. Those money are targeted. Those who are sending the money, they got projects that will focus on those money. And again, that's the thing about Liberian people. That money not for car to be bought, mama. The Liberian people raise their own internal revenue and they buy car with those money. Those money, they target their particular program they want to hit. Let me say this to you so you can know. They want to go to the health sector and other areas. So I just thought to provide that for her.
But Lofa, can I ask you something very
Go ahead. Go ahead before I bring the next topic.
So on the issue of information, how we keep them, why it is true that their laws might not be on the book. I'm a nurse, so I see a lot of things and I take care of people information. Let's say I went to Liberia, and because there are no laws there that are protecting people property, is anybody telling me here that when I'm coming to America, I should bring people issues with me?
What do you mean?
I'm speaking with guys to information.
Guys, I have another caller. I have two callers on the line. Let's take these callers here, please.
Even if there's no law on the book, what I'm saying, I should not be able to take people.
Ben, let's give 1 second, please. Let's take this caller, please. Caller, go ahead. Caller from 701. Last four is 6385. Your name and where you calling from? Rusty Zing, welcome to the show.
Yeah, my concern has to do with it for the 5,000 car. Sometimes I always say and ask myself, why are we buying these people for the 5,000 vehicles when we pay them 15,000 monthly gas split and then scratch car paying for nurses to the houses to cook for them water? Why are we buying these people? You see, the problem here is this: the reason why our country ain't going anywhere, and the reason why everybody wants to be represented is because they huge package. Because a lot of people only go here because they do package. They do not have passion for the girl. They do not have love for the country. They only go there because of the huge package. So I truly believe what we need to do in our country is this: give the people health insurance so they can live long and work, not live for the 5,000 or whatever. If you really want to know that somebody have love for that country, do away with it for the 5,000 car, scratch car, everything. Only pay them their regular salary and then give them health insurance, and you see if they're going to take that job. And then you see how the senatorial rate or the representative rate going to be looking. It's going to drop. Because the reason people go over there is for the huge package, not for the country. So that's the reason why they do not care if university opens. They do not care if the health care is okay, but they only care about themselves. 99.9% of them have their family out of the country. So it's just very simple. So I don't know why my same brother Pee Wee or they're trying to sugarcoat it. Love my same brother Pee Wee. I know this OT all low is there sometimes, but sometimes you got to do it with it. It got to be straight up. It got to be really, really straight up. The people do not care, and that 5,000 vehicle or whatever is complete nonsense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the next caller here. Caller 414 last. Caller, let's hear from you. Not much. Let's hear from you, bro.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
We all right, boss man. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Yeah, thank you for taking my call. Just like the last caller, I want to express my disappointment over this whole $45,000 problem. I mean, this is the problem. You know, I was just speaking to a friend just a while ago. When I talked about the car business, he said, "Oh yes." He said, "Oh well, the 3 years expired." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, they get every 3 years." And you guys can correct me. I didn't even know that.
It is true. It is true.
Wow. So Lofa, imagine. Let me just use your cousin Dylan as an example. So 9 years. So 3 times, just multiply. I mean, if you get it every 3 years, so it's 45 times 3, Lofa. Just imagine, Lofa. And then, you know, moreover, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but when I was there recently, I don't know which street they were driving those $45,000 cars on, Lofa. Because that the place is so congested, the pothole, everything over there is a mess. So, you know, I don't know, man. The level of corruption in that place is too much. So I wanted our people to see that this whole rescue business, people, you know, they were all over the place and this and that. Those people came to steal. They came to benefit themselves.
Thank you.
And look, I don't know. If I have my own way, Lofa, I want those people to leave before 2029. Let's make it happen.
Thank you. All right. Let's take the next caller. 317 last 4 is 5930. Caller your name and where you calling from.
Thank you, Junior. Thank you, everybody. My name is Procon Bayu. I'm from the state of Indiana. I just want to make this call tonight because I'm listening to this show. I am surprised, you know, when Mr. Sylvester K. Pee-wee would defend the $45,000 guys. I'm very disappointed about that because I just got back from that bureau just a couple of weeks ago. The rules are bad. Yeah, community rules are all very, very bad. Look, I have my home in Bethel. Go to Bethel right now. Drive, go to Bethel. Pass right in from Center and go to Bethel. See how that road looks right now. And these guys are driving for the $5,000 car. It's just so disappointing. And the whole thing here is that when they buy them this car, after 3 years, they're supposed to get another $45,000 instead of turning the first car over to the government to be used in other government ministry. What they do, they possess it for themselves, which is completely stealing from the state. Because they bought you that car for you to use it for what? It's not your personal car. But they don't turn it over, they possess it for themselves. So by right, they should all be persecuted for stealing from the state. And nobody is saying anything about that. And then they wait every other 3 years, they receive $45,000. You don't even have a road to drive those cars on in the first place. So I'm so disappointed as Sylvester Pee-wee, someone who very sound with defending Ghana. So I'm very disappointed in him. And I'm a loyal listener to this show and a monthly contributor to this show financially too.
Yeah.
So I'm very disappointed.
Thank you. All right, guys. So we will we'll close the phone line so we can have the next topic for our next discussion topic. Let me close it, guys. Give me a second to shut the phone lines down. And then we'll jump right into our next discussion point. And Tamale, you can hopefully you can introduce us to this particular discussion point. I want to reintroduce what was discussed because listening to the callers, right? And all of the callers and all of us on here, I think we spoke to something specific, that is governance. I want to reintroduce a topic that Ben Sanvi introduced last week, and I want this to be a continuation of that particular topic. is Liberia's problem? Is it competence or corruption? What is it that is sincerely Liberia's problem, considering what? Because I'm listening to people and everybody, I made my position. I think, and I'm very firm on that position. I'm not sincerely believing it. So I want us to talk. Let us have this conversation. What is Liberia's problem? Is it corruption or is incompetence? Let's start with you, George.
Okay, Lofa Julius.
Yes, sir.
Because of time difference, it's about 12 minutes to 3 o'clock a.m. here.
Oh, okay.
And I have to, catch my bed. Luckily for me, today is Saturday, so I think I will sleep a little bit longer. But let me just comment, and then I can take my exit.
Okay.
First, let me clarify something about this for the $5,000 car that we're talking about. I earlier on heard Pee-wee were trying to say, they are all lawmakers, so we don't expect them not to own car. No, that's not what we're talking. What we're saying here is that they can buy the car. A representative is elected for 6 years. If you buy a brand new Toyota Land Cruiser or whatever, Lexus or whatever for him, brand new, that he's the first to start that car. If this guy is good in maintaining car, he can use that car for 10 years. I do import cars from here to Liberia, and some of the cars I import, they are up to 30, 40 years, okay? Because of the maintenance here. So cars are just clothes. You can buy new clothes today. If you don't take care of it, it will spoil. But if you take care of it, you can use it for long. It will still look good. So for one lawmaker to change car in 2 years' time, in 6 years' time, for the $5,000 each, that's $90,000. And you talk about 100 and how many people? 103 people. If that's really math, roughly, you know. So I think it's alarming. That's why people raising all the contention. If these people are using one car for the 6 years and the 9 years they'll be there, nobody will be talking. Okay, now what if they are not senators or representatives again? What happened to them? What do they write? Then the next point that I want to talk on is this question that you just raised, whether Liberia's problem is competence or corruption. It's a combination of both. Okay. Now, I will tell you the reason why it's a combination of both. If the mayor is incompetent and you place him in certain positions, he's not functioning properly. Okay. So he will be tempted because he wouldn't know his own functions. So he will be tempted to even carry out more corruption. Okay, he's not looking at legacy. He will not think about establishing legacy when he leaves, something that people will be able to judge him after he leaves. So he will do both of them. And then a country, and I hate to call Liberia a poor country, a country like Liberia where the people live below poverty line. So everybody's just hoping to grab. So he put a guy there, no matter how honest this guy was, he was a deacon in the church, but broke. So he put him to one place where he can handle money. He will begin to steal. So it's a combination of both incompetence and corruption. And people want to legalize corruption. They say it's part of us. Yes, it's part of us. Everywhere there is corruption, but if the people can afford, there will be no reason to go and corrupt. And let me get close on this one. Again, I saw a lot of people talking, I should leave Norway. I'll close on this one by saying that Norway literally will have a law in the country that you're not supposed to get sick and die because you don't have money to pay hospital bill. You can't be hungry and die because you don't have money to buy food. It's not written as a law, but that's what we believe in. Okay, so there is no starving person here because they can afford. So you leave your bed sitting outside, you can't meet it there just because people are afraid to touch it. But like people go put one bed, whether you put rock inside, just send it outside by any time, but someone has been taking it.
All right, I would have been you gotta go. So I would let you get. I'll let you slide with it because you made a couple statements, but the last statement then I feel like contradicts your position statement when you say Liberia's problem is corruption, but I think you said it's both. So I'll let it go because I don't want to keep you too long. I know it's kind of tiring when you got to go to sleep. But if you want to stay along, I mean, stay
Okay,
with
I'll give
us.
you the next 1 or 2 minutes. Let me get here.
Okay, so let's hear from the next person on whoever
Yeah.
want to go next.
Yeah, let me.
I would like to go next.
Go ahead.
Okay. No. Pee, you go before me. You
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. You already said go ahead.
Okay.
I like
Okay.
that.
So
You guys made my job easy now for me. Good.
I think the challenge we have. I don't like to use the P word problem. I prefer to use the word challenge. Okay. I think the challenge we have in Liberia is that we have a fundamental flaw in understanding how to fundamentally build, establish, and grow a nation, a people, and an economy.
So in short, incompetence.
No.
In short, that's
I would not say, hang on. Let me hang on.
Okay.
And what I'm getting at is this.
Uh-huh.
We have a fundamental lack of understanding and knowledge. Okay. And what do I mean by that? We're trying to build and establish this strong high rise. And when you look at the plans that the people have brought to the land to build this thing, the strange thing about the plans is that there's no foundation. They have everything there to build it, except that the plans that they brought, there's no foundation to to establish the building. So what do I mean by that? Like I told Tomlin when I came back from Liberia, my wife and myself and my son came back from Liberia 2 weeks ago, is that only the economics can transform the politics. That's why so the issue of incompetence and corruption is almost like the chicken and the egg. Which one came first or which one comes first? Because if you have a system, if you have a nation, if you have a country, right, where you don't have a system in place that fundamentally initiates the process, okay, and supports the process of transformation, right, for the economics, right, for the private sector to grow. So, and then the infrastructure creates jobs, and then that system industrializes the mining sector, the agriculture sector, the healthcare sector. To speak to Benz, he's a nurse, okay, to support the healthcare of the nation. And then you got the education, you got telecommunication. Every country we see today is built on this foundation. Again, I go back to this picture behind me of energy. Look at our country. Let's look at let's take an honest, audit of the country. Where's the energy infrastructure to support the transformation? If you transform, if the economics transform the politics.
So, Mr. Philip, let me ask you a quick question here.
Hang on, and I'll do this.
Let me ask you a question here. You reference.
I'm coming. Do you honestly believe if the economics was different, most of the people in the House and the Senate today would be elected by the people of their constituents? Do you honestly believe that? If there were jobs and opportunities in Lofa, in Grand Cru, in Cape Mount, in Bombi, in Bapulu, most of the people today elected in the House and the Senate, do you honestly believe they will be elected?
Well, the possibility is slim. Okay, because the
economics will be different because when the economics are strong, supported by energy to create jobs and build the private sector, people who own companies and businesses will not allow someone who's incompetent to govern them and be the one to decide their future in a specific constituents. They will not do it.
So, Mr. Philip, I think, and I could be wrong on this part, I think when we speak of incompetence, I think you're looking at it from just the legislative area, or
not
just
necessarily.
So let me land on this though. But you made mention of the fact that our energy sector, what is keeping us from implementing what may have been recommended. I'm pretty sure you have been involved with this for what? I don't know
over a year, well over a year, well over a year.
I'm pretty sure your ideas are not newly invented. Others may have already implemented that, and you were able to just reinvent the wheel, I would say, and apply your understanding of it and say, let's apply it to Liberia. So that understanding of that particular environment, all right, brings the level of competence that is needed. That if you were considered to serve in that particular position, whether at LEC or whatever, you will actually implement based on your understanding. Now, you're telling us that it is not sincerely incompetence, but rather something else. Why is it that if it's not incompetence, then we are not getting that idea that you are projecting to us every day? And this is something that should be very simple based on what you have explained.
Yeah, but you are assuming, Lofa, you are assuming that it is simple. If somebody doesn't understand something, they don't understand it. And the most challenging thing about our country, I mean, Langford, you remember I was on your show, right? A couple of years ago on the same energy issue. I was on Langford's show to launch this whole energy issue. And what was the debate on your show? That the private banking sector should play a major role to invest in the energy sector. You remember that? In Liberia, to help to build the national grid, to create more jobs, create more opportunities, so that the point you just raised about corruption, because if the private banking sector invests their money, then people like Ben and them will be attracted to come back home to work in hospitals, because those hospitals will be able to generate the revenue to afford people like Ben and the other nurses across the country. And we'll have a robust private sector, and we'll have a smaller government.
Okay.
But again, and what I'm saying, so until people truly understand this thing, you cannot expect them to bring the level of transformation. You can't. So as a result, you take advantage of a geographical area, the people in the constituents, because the economics is against them. So you bring a couple of bags of rice, you bring some beans, and you pay everybody $5 to go and vote for you because the economics is in your favor. And you end up getting into office, and then you end up with an expensive car in the budget, and you say to hell with the people in the district. That's what I'm saying. So until you invest in the energy sector that will stimulate and will build the foundation of the country, attract the diaspora to then participate in the various parts of the country and strengthen the private sector, and then you can transform the politics where you have better people in the right position, and then you can push towards decentralization. Until the economics transforms, the politics will always be the same, and you'll be asking whether it's corruption or incompetence. If people don't understand things, they simply don't understand it.
Okay. Sylvester, Sintamali, whichever one of you, or Ben, whichever one of you guys are here. All right. Let Ben, I'm sorry. Since you're on here, let's take the last caller here, please. Caller, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from? Okay. Lower your monitor behind you, please. Lower your monitor behind you.
Okay.
Go ahead. You got maybe 30 seconds.
Thank you. You see, I saw the senior brother trying to, everything that the other senior brother would just explain is bowed down to incompetence.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with Liberia is incompetence. It is not corruption, because incompetence gives birth to corruption. Mm-hmm. When you are incompetent, you will have fear. You will have fear of, if you are not successful now, you will not be successful again. So you will get into stealing. But if you are competent, you will not have fear to service. You will say, well, in fact, most of the developed countries, there are a whole lot of corrupt people in their system, but they are competent. They put in place those competent rules and regulations that even when they are corrupt, it will not affect the population. So the actual issue that's suffering Liberia, what you see today, we don't have system in place, we don't have everything, is all these things are due to incompetence. whole lot of incompetent people. They may have the qualification, but they are not competent, because there's a difference between going to school to obtain your certificate or degree than to manifest what you have learned in school to practice. And you have to govern with sincerity. When your mind is competent, you will pass rules and regulations in the governance stage that will benefit the people and also benefit you and even give you more security to give your next generation to have progress and to make name in our society. So Liberia's actual problem is incompetence. It is not corruption. The incompetence gives birth to the corruption.
Thank you. Thank you. Sylvester.
Yeah.
Let
me thank you. You know, we took some time the last time on this issue. So for me, I projected my own point on this. I believe corruptions. Yeah, we agree that we've got a lot of issue of breeding a lot of incompetent folks and the rest of that. But again, corruption is a paramount thing that's trying to kneecap our society and in the way moving forward. And I do believe, yeah, we agree with Mr. Philip on this one, that a viable energy sector is a leeway towards the country thriving in terms of having a viable energy sector, promoting another worth creating sector will be the agriculture sector. But I do agree of viable, because the viability of the energy sector, we push that out thing. It breeds the issue of business spreading across the issue. So energy, we have to promote our energy sector, the infrastructure sector, particularly rural and that of agriculture. Then we push to open up the private sector, but that you will have alleviated an extraordinary weight from the government and push the private sector booming and open the country up. And
very, very good point, Pee Wee. I agree with you 100%.
Yes,
100%.
Yeah, and these are tissues that I've told you about. But what Mr. just as if the name said that he agreed partially. That's what I said from the initial stage. I'm not against. The only thing I said I'm not against them owning vehicle. Now, can we work on the policy as to how do we get the vehicle? There was time I can recall we even spoke against when they were getting 65,000 vehicles at the time. We started pushing this on Madam Salif. Now have to allow the cabinet to adopt a system in Liberia to ensure that no government official will not ride a vehicle more than 45,000. It was 65, 85, some people even 90,000. Even currently, we still have folks that are buying vehicles that way. When we push through the advocacy then, Madam Salif pushed this process 2013, I can recall. That's the time they say, hey, this is not the cabinet when they endorse this issue, that there's no government official that will be in the budget. No money will go in the budget for vehicle more than 45,000. And they brought about this 4x4 issue, Land Cruiser Jeeps. That would the lifespan would be very long and would keep them moving. Now, I do agree with the level of the vehicle that we can purchase the 45,000 strong Land Cruiser Jeep. Now, should it be every 3 years? I vehemently reject that. Should it be after every 3 years? No. Now, the brand new Toyota vehicle, if you took good care of it, it would take you close to 10 years.
Yes.
That I know. David Coty served in the Hong Kong. They gave them there's a vehicle, they gave them the triple vehicle they gave. David Coty used his for almost 10 years. That woman took that car to Liberia. He took good care of it. Service it on time, make sure, change the oil and the rest of that on time. And let me say, I listened to one of our callers say he disappointed in me. And I agree. I understand your frustration, my dear brother. And the point is that, I am an institutionalist. I believe in bureaucracy. And that's one of the reasons why I said you can do it, but do it at a very minimal scale. You cannot increase the amount that way that will affect the country. I agreed to that. But I agree that, we advocated before they took it for almost 90,000 vehicles. Today we have folks like when Bianca said you had Maritime, Bianca said riding vehicles around it that was very expensive. Matilda Parker, it was the time we started pushing this issue. And Madam Sadi was very concerned about it. There was a time when I met with her, she said to me, why are you sounding so angry? I said, no, Madam President, I'm not angry. I'm not angry. The issue is that we tried to, because she felt by the time we were removed by Robert Cable from the GH, she saw I was desperate and angry and went into it. No, I said, no, madam. So, and she understood the basic. I said, madam, why would this happen? And when I think the EU and other people, and they brought it down to 45,000.
and it's good. But for the lawmakers to do it every 3 years, I mean, it's difficult and it's a problem. So I would basically understand. Yeah, and to my dear sister quickly, the neo-progressivism is a mantra to protect and speak for the mass base of the people. That's that mantra, and we cannot betray that struggle, my dear sister. So I understand you say I'm neo-progressive. No, the neo-progressivism is a thought process that will take Liberia, speak Liberia, and project Liberia. So that's the kind of a thing we do. We do not do anything that to undermine the country interest or what have you. We have a lot of trained, competent people. Trust me. The basic problem of our country is that, and we also do have a gap though, but we have people that we need to put into place the real policy, and we put into place the real policy with the help and other things. We push the lines. The country is not big. I don't know. It's not as big. For the 3,000 square mile, I don't know how we can put a very good energy infrastructure in place. We already have the non-profit process we're building. How can we do it? We have a lot of rivers in the country. We have a lot of other things. We can do this solar plant and other things. And just push the country open. So we'll go open factory in Lofa, open something in Grand Gila, in Grand Cru. Before you know, boom, trade open up.
Yeah, and you know, Pee Wee, on your point that you just said, I mean, thank you. Thank you that we're coming in alignment, Julius. In fact, when you think about this, Pee Wee, I'm sure you will agree with me on this, right? When you ask the question, is Liberia's problem corruption or incompetence? You're speaking not about the private sector, because don't forget there are two sides of Liberia.
Yes.
Okay. Most of the issues concerned that are being broadcast on the TV, Facebook, every day throughout the day, correct me if I'm wrong, Pee Wee, is merely speaking to what? To the government sector. Am I right or wrong? Okay.
95% of the government sector.
That's exactly right. But the thing is, and that's why for me, I always like to stay within the area that I know most, which is the private sector. And that should be our drive. That should be our drive. Our drive have to be that the economic transformation of this country cannot take place from government. It can only take place from the private sector. However, the energy sector has to be driven by government, and I'll use P.'s favorite word, policy, right? There must be a clear, definitive energy policy to decentralize LEC. Pee-wee, correct me if I'm wrong. Why doesn't LEC have an office in Riverside? Why doesn't LEC have an office in Grand Cru or in Sino?
Buchanan Grand Bassa.
That's my point. So if you're considered to be the national electric company, decentralized, and then use solar, okay, fine. So Pee-wee, you brought up solar. So why can't we build a 5 megawatt solar plant in Sino, in Grand Cru, or wherever the case is, to start the economy within that county? Because at the end of the day, the wholesome view of the national economy of Liberia is broken up into what? Into 15 counties. So why isn't it that we start with a 5 megawatt scalable solar plant in Maryland County or wherever the case is, and then tie in the city, and then get with the private sector banking side? Because again, if you say incompetence and corruption is an issue, when you bring private sector money into energy investments, guess what? They remove incompetence and they remove corruption because they want to get a return on their investment. Am I right or wrong, people? Correct. I mean, you tell me if I'm right or wrong.
You're on course. Correct.
So here's
okay. So all of this issue of incompetence, corruption, all of this issue of incompetence and corruption, let us be very clear in defining it. We're speaking about the government sector and not the private sector side.
Well, you can. Well, that's. I think the question was actually geared towards the governance of the state, and because the
exactly right. That's our point.
The government regulates a lot of the activities or the affairs of the state, so you cannot disassociate the private sector from the government, because to some extent the government must be a part to regulate how things are done. But let's bring Benjamin Jonah in, and Tamlin George.
Yeah, let me bore you guys a little bit. I will hold our question, and I'm going to speak a little bit about the 45,000 cars issue, because that one dear to my heart. And here's the reason why. You know, our African country, proud to Nana, the former Ghana president, coming to power. They used to do the same thing like Liberia. They would buy government officials, you know, for them, if there's parliament, they'll buy them cars, you know. But when a leader comes in and he sees there is a struggle, he takes action. So what Nana did was that he used the out of the 1993, and he went and he said, "We're not buying car for no minister, no deputy minister, no regional minister, no assistant, no aide, no president, across the board. Cut everything out." And not just cutting it out. When he was leaving office, you know what was the mandate? On January 3rd of 2025, everybody who had government paid cars will have to report those cars back to government. You see how, look, Ghana is struggling, but you see how much money alone that will bring back to the people? The people give you the money, you buy a car. For one time, they don't do the two, three. They buy it one time. For those who have those cars, you have to return it. The issue here is that for me, I always look at government from a business point of view, which is to say, government, we are all shareholders. If the business does good, the shareholders gets dividend. Everybody gets appreciated. But can you imagine, since Liberia, since I got to know myself about doing stuff like from President Dole time to where we are now, it's think that everything is going down, but lawmakers' pay are going up. So what sense does this make? So all we're saying, if everybody is going down, then let the lawmakers go down too. So because the people of Liberia are making this huge sacrifice where they are able to scribe from nothing, why should a lawmaker make 3,000 in a country when people are barely can't even survive? So all we say, once the people are able to strive, let the lawmakers don't buy them no cars, don't get them no strike cars, don't get them nothing for no generator, because it all don't make no sense. That's all we're saying. But when the country is doing well, when people are improving, we want to see my lawmaker struggling. No, I want to see my lawmaker looking good. But the only reason because my lawmaker must reflect me. I'm from Grand Cru. Look at the guy who was from Grand Cru, Abachir. You think Abachir looks like anything in his constituents? Of course not. But yes, still he says that the people he's representing, you see the disconnect? I mean, yeah, I live in Minnesota. What name? My representative here. I mean, I am just close to this, so Marlin, not too far from, even though I'm not in our constituency. But bro, I can get any car she can get if I want, even though I don't need it. But it's because the access, I have that same access she has. Always saying, give people the access, make the playing field fair. Not to be collecting 45,000 every time. Bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. St. Tamerlane George, let's hear from you.
So this quickly. Look, and that's my position. The problem in our country is our people. You know, late Vice President Benny Warner said, the problem of Liberia is us. We are our own problem, because from year in, year out, since, remember, 2097, we said, you came my mind, you came my power, vote for you. We said, and it's every election cycle, there's a new mantra that's people come with. And every time we on a platform, people on a platform, on a talk show, people explaining to Liberian people the problem, we're exposing them. Look at the boy, Martin Colley. Martin taking his time, doing research. He doing extensive research with facts, with data, and telling people that's what's happening. And people still, and guess what? I'm watching our own thread. People there attacking him because he exposing people, the very people that they all supported. I mean, it's our problem with God.
Well, mine did the same thing to other people too. So like,
Yeah, but that don't mean that the idea he's thinking ahead. That's what you're thinking on, not the past. People do things, but he's not saying things negative to say, well, I'm making the things on. No, he's saying the things. He said, well, we supported these people for change. Yeah, what we got now. So I will expose them. I'll take the lead to expose them. And yet still people are attacking him for what? I mean, these people, if our fellow compatriots don't stop doing the same thing over and expecting their result, will Liberia continue to be where we are today? People are living in abject poverty. And go on the thread where he wrote about the vice president, about Senator Yombly. They're attacking him. I mean, if people are attacking him, the very people attacking him, they are living in poverty, abject poverty. But yet still, because they feel loyalty, they owe loyalty to these people, so they're defending them. It's not fair to the country. Look, Lofa, that Ben sent me out talking. He said to money, all the candidates were in the race. They have good look at Bronski in the race. Other people, guess what? People elected who they want to elect. That's how you do it. People elect people who they want to elect, and that's the problem. You can campaign and talk, tell the people the facts. They will go tomorrow to the poll and they will go and vote. I mean, look at the result we got 2023. Okay, we have Clary Moneyback Cummings there. They navigated the entire country, preaching the message of hope and what they're going to do. Guess what? They told them they got at least votes. I mean, they're not.
It's the economics. It's the economics. It's the economics. They decide the politics.
But the problem is not about competence and corruption. It's about our people. You said the other day, we take our time coming every day, take our time for our family, our children, and explain to the Liberian people the problem the country is going through. But guess what? They will be on the same post insulting you, telling you, because when they're not in their favor, they insult you. Okay? They tell you things that they want you to say what they want to hear. Go vote, take election tomorrow, and have election tomorrow in Liberia. Well, and see the result you get. You see, you won't believe that all the way to say, oh, the rescue people fool us. But guess what? We're going to end up being in the runoff again, because people will go and induce them and lure them with certain incentives, and they will fall for it. But until our people can realize that the power they have is lies in the vote, we'll continue living, we'll continue being in the state we find ourselves in. So I would say this, like I said, 2029, like tomorrow, Saturday, I'm going to a meeting tomorrow that talking about Liberian politics. Very important meeting tomorrow. I'm going to that meeting, and I'll be clear if the meeting is not something that will give us good results for 2029. Forget it. After 2029, I'm done. if they decide I will support 2029 don't win, I'm done. I'll just look. I'll stay on my farm. My children will have my children live there. I know they won't have visit me once in a while. I'll be in my family, like in my retirement home, enjoy myself. Yes, because that's what we got. So until our people can realize that they can change their own destiny, their own future with the power of their vote, we'll continue to be where we are today. That's my own thanks, everybody.
Thank you. So let me just
go ahead, Lofa. Go ahead.
So let me just say this, right? I know a lot of time we speak to these things as though they are to be instantaneous. But let's be honest here. Progress is impossible without change. And let's be honest about this. You will never progress without change. But let us also remind ourselves that if we don't change, and this is where it becomes those of us, if we don't change, we don't grow. When I hear people talk about, okay, Martin Cully is now bringing out all of these data that are already available in document, written document, okay? That is the budget. The budget is a public document, all right? You go and copy a page or two from that document and make it available to the public. Bravo. And what? That is why we're supposed to think. For a man who considers himself to have been very smart.
He is smart.
He
is smart.
Okay. That is based on your definition. But what I'm saying here is you consider yourself to be very smart. You should have thought of what was being put into 6 years of young people who would not have the opportunity, like you, Martin, whom actually benefited from people's generosity to get you outside to get the needed exposure for further education. You indeed thought about your individual selfish interest and supported a failed idea in the boycott agenda. And then you want to come out and make me, Lofa, to believe that, oh yeah, you know what, you're right. That's the reason why when people attack me about DeLorme, I say to them, you are absolutely 200,000% correct. But you know what? Regardless of what
Lofa, I disagree.
Hold on.
I disagree with you on that.
Ben, all right, go ahead. What do you disagree
wrong?
with?
So, Lofa, here is my disagreement about that, about this Dylan thing. You believe that Dylan could do it. If Dylan did not do it, it does not fall on you.
Okay, so that's my point here is, Ben, and I agree with you. Okay, so Ben, I agree.
You trust him.
Okay,
He just feel you. That's
so here's what I'm saying, right? I have preferred so many suggestions, and I have sacrificed so many things, and I'm not giving up on you. I'm not giving up. I'm consistently, regardless of what it is, I come here and criticize him every time, but I'm still consistently giving him ideas as to how we can modernize that capital. I'm not asking him for a dime. I did not ask him, and I made it clear to him, I don't want a dime from you. Neither do I want your job. But you know what I want? I want the opportunity for Liberians to benefit from good governance. When they start to experience good governance, guess what's going to happen? It will be reflective of their living condition. You don't expect one person who purposely chose to support an individual because of your selfish interest, your greed. And then you want me to say, okay, because you did not get what you wanted. At some point in time, then I Lofa, as a self-proclaimed inclined person to believe that nonsense, hell no. I disagree with that. All I'm saying is until we can transform Liberia, then we will get on path. Regarding the $45,000 vehicle, and I'm sorry, folks, when I speak to this thing, it is very, it's because Liberia must understand that we are not giving any extra time on earth. Yesterday, we were discussing the death of a young man that probably his life would have been saved had we invested in quality health care. There probably would have been a young girl preparing herself for good governance had we invested in quality education. Invest in the woman's education and see who she becomes in the not too distant future. Unfortunately, we actually stepped on the future because of our selfish interests. But guess what? We continue to look for our interests as individuals, and we make people to believe as though when we say politics is interest, that is individual interest. No, we must understand, no, that is not the case. To close on this note, and I will speak to what the topic was about, that is whether our problem in Liberia is corruption or incompetence. I think wholly and solely our problem in Liberia is incompetence. I was about to say corruption because corruption is heavily involved in it, but incompetence. If we had competent people in place, somebody alluded to that earlier, that institution will do as expected. Okay, they will make sure that the rules and regulations are abide by, and they will have them implemented to the core. Unfortunately, because of so many incompetent people in government, they are afraid and they feel like they must protect their jobs. So for whatever reason, they will submit and concord with everything that is presented to them because they're afraid when they're removed, because their appointments may have been based on political alignment or political affiliations. But if you're competent in yourself, if you're confident, okay, you understand that even if you were to remove me because of the political alignment, I am still just as bright and I can go anywhere else and find myself a job. But unfortunately, in a society like Liberia, where we refuse to create the enabling environment to invite the private sector, investors to invest in the society so that we all can be at an equilibrium and support ourselves. It becomes difficult. And that's where we are today. And that's why we are dealing with folks who are representing us and don't even know what they're doing. That is just my point on it.
Yeah,
And I
but
think that's the problem.
yeah, I will come in quickly. Look, I will
Yeah,
say
go ahead. Go ahead.
If anybody like Martin wanted to take money and join the bandwagon, Martin could do it because he did so well for this rescue team. He had access to the president. I think he still communicate. But I think let us forget about. Look, we're moving with two things forward because a lot of people supported who they wanted to support. I had a problem with him supporting the boycott. I told him, I said, but why not Cummings? Why not Cummings? Why Cummings? Somebody who I believe that who have been the person who you talk about change, he represent change. But he said he didn't see the pathway for Cummings. Everybody looking that direction. But he all go wants to get rid of George Weah. That was his plan. By the end of the day, you trying to get rid of Weah. You see what
you see that mentality?
See what he gave us. But the issue is that, like I said, you put a Weah and boycott again. I'll go for Weah. I don't care what people say. I'll go for Weah any day over boycott. My thing is that if somebody is exposed to what's happening now, what's happening in this very government, I don't think I should cry on the person. The person is saying facts. I will support it. Look, in as much as I had differences with Stanton, the way how you supported boycott to get them to help them get elected. But when I see him go after them, maybe I know you got your own interest too. Everybody got their own interest, but yet still the fact amount that's coming out. That's what we support. Because look, in the rescue guys, and you notice what's happening now, they are fighting among themselves. I enjoy it. Let them self-destroy each other. You see? Now you see what happened to my brother Fagon. They put association on Liberia now calling for the president to fire him. There's a big group there. If he have not, the president is not in a tight spot because that's the president of Liberia and RAL. That's that group to play with. That group they can sanction the government in news coverage. Anything they can do, they can affect the government. So right now, the president.
Let me ask a quick question.
Let me end quickly. And two of his deputies are now saying that it disassociated themselves from the decision he took to fire the workers' union president. That's not a small thing to play with because, and the board of directors of LBS comprises of people like Kwame Clement, Wilma Machinini, Oliver Shannon, all the veterans, Cyrus Badio, the veteran LBS people, and they are saying that they have a problem with you. It's a serious problem. So right now, they rescue people as they're in self-destruction mode. Let them continue. And the one thing I say, opposition now, they are wasting their time because that when you take advantage of it and jump on it and say, we take advantage of this to make a change. So that's why I say, after President Boycott delivered his message on Monday, I'll give the opposition 1 week to see what will be the response to it.
Okay, the response will be immediate.
Let me just say something on this.
Already been prepared. Are you kidding me?
So let me just say this, right? Tamale, I don't think we should often go after this idea of removing this person. I think this is where we made the mistake the first time, and I think again we are gearing towards that mistake again if we're not careful. If we are only focusing on the removal of Joseph Boycott because of what one would consider the colossal failure on his part within just a year, I think it would not do us justice because now we are not focusing on the true transformation of the system. Our issue is not individual, it's systemic. We must look at true transformation of the system. All right. If we are going to remove President Boycott, should President Boycott be removed and replaced by a person or a group of people who understand the true transformation? And that is never known by just looking at a person. They must be tested. And until that is done, if we just look at say, okay, because this person expected after their support for this government, like it is often said in Liberian politics, which is so irritating, they'll always say politics is interest. So because Martin Colley supported UP, he expected to become an
Liberian politics. And Trump, has say
no. When people say that in the Western world, when you actually support an idea, you're an ideologist. Okay, you support something, but if that is not the right interest to your pocket. You talk about the general interest because at the end of the day, you benefit in return as an individual, but now your direct interest.
Let me come in here. The thing is this, right? The thing is this. I think one of the challenges, again, I'll use my C word, the challenges that we Liberians have in when it comes to politics. We don't know how to separate the individual from the vision. You get my point?
There you go.
Everybody commits, marries themselves, connects themselves, anchor themselves, yoke themselves to the individual. Okay. And this is where the challenge lies. Because if you look at matured, I'll use the word matured politics. Okay. Matured politics is driven by, I will use Pee Wee's word, by policy, by programs. Okay. So by ideologies, okay, what is the vision here? What is the plan here? What is the strategy to bring about, I'll use your word, transformation of the system that will ultimately lead to transformation of the politics, transformation of the economics, then ultimately transformation of the country? What is the plan? And this is what is always lacking. And we Liberians don't understand that this is not Walmart, where when you buy the thing and you can take it back to customer
take it back
and say, I want. No, this is not Walmart. You're stuck with it for 6 years. And 6 years is a very, very long time. That's why it is so important to always ask the candidate, what is the plan? What is the strategy to bring about? Again, I mean, for me, everybody knows me that I always like this energy issue, because that's what we want. We all think, most of us on here, we're not liberal Democrats. We are conservatives. We believe what? We believe in small government and a robust private sector. Correct me if I'm wrong. A small government in a robust private sector. But the private sector cannot grow without a strategic plan by a candidate that can present a strategy and a plan that would develop the private sector, that will ultimately transform government. That's the key. Because in order for government to provide services across the country of Liberia, $1 billion budget is not going to make it. Pee Wee, you've been in government. You tell me $1 billion a year is not going to make it. It's very small. It's very, very small. And when you listen to Liberians talk, everything they want government to solve the problem. And what you have to understand, if you want government to solve every problem, then that means you want big government. That means you want big government. And if you want big government, then that means you must be prepared to be taxed to cover the operating costs of a big government. So that's why it's important. When someone says he's going to a political meeting, the question is, what is the plan? We have to separate the plan from the person, because if you're just buying into the person because the person has the height, the build, the political swag, the words and everything, you're buying into the wrong thing. You're buying into the wrong thing, because if the person cannot effectively articulate and the person cannot effectively present or make a case as to why me, because I have a plan and I'm going to address A or address B to bring transformation to support the business sector. Because that's why I keep saying only the economics can transform the politics. Only the economics can transform the politics. From Maryland County to Bapolu to Lofa to Cape Mount to Nimba, and that's the only way to bring. Only the economics can transform. And the funny thing is, I'll end with this. People, talk about this energy thing. 100% of all the representatives, 100% of all the senators. Somebody used the word disconnect. I think it was Ben used the word disconnect. The irony and the sadness is all of the representatives, all of the senators are so disconnected from realities that they don't even understand that all of the development plans for their counties and their districts can only be realized through the energy sector. Because nothing else can bring transformation. But guess what? They're all silent about the energy sector. They're all silent about investment in energy in their counties and in their districts. So how will the development plans come about? How will they transform the lives of the people? That means they don't want the people transformed because they want the economics to remain the same so that the politics will always favor them.
Yeah, and you know, we have no, I don't know, that's why I sometimes take time off to follow Lucky Dube. I think, and both Bob Marley and Lucky Dube, those were very good guys that did a lot of. For one of his sons, Lucky Dube, he said one day, economy is good, the politics will be very good. He said when the economy is bad, the politics will be bad. And so what he did, he said, government should prepare to have an educated nation, because an educated nation will always thrive in a very good economy and the politics will be good. But again, this situation about budget, the 1 billion, even if we were to collect $1.5 billion, it won't solve our country problem. A budget is very small, and because we have a lot of things on the national cake, and the demands on the national cake are so much, and because only the government will solve those problems. So we have a viable private sector that is thriving very well, and then most of those private sectors, folks are employing, things are happening across the country. I mean, the country is not big. So for instance, I said Western Liberia got some factories doing things. You see them doing their own thing on Western Liberia. Then what that would do, it will have removed, as Charles would always say, removing Monrovia from Liberia. That will focus on the decentralization process. And that would be a very good thing, because everyone's now is concentrated in Monrovia. People will come from part of the country. Everybody's just clustered up in Monrovia. So it's not a good thing. So the best way to do it is, and I agree, maybe, I don't know, Mr. Taylor had the All Liberian Conference. I don't know if it's possible also to really invite all of the professionals, the major professionals that we need to transform our country. You call those people from the economists, those from the energy sector, those, the policy individuals also. We all sit around the table and push the country interest forward, because we can go in this cycle time to time and be. And yeah, it's not. America is starting a process. We're having a leader from America. Who knows if Donald Trump will insist and implementing this process, then the next leader will come from Republican and say we're going to follow suit. So will we leave our people hanging in the space? So I think we need to put to place a major reform that will help the country move forward, and by that is to invest heavily in the energy sector, invest heavily in the agricultural sector, and then we intersperse those with infrastructure development. That's
Tamale, I beg you. Let me make one point. Let me buttress what Pee Wee just said. Then you can add on, right? One of the biggest challenges we face right now is energy security. Liberia's energy security is at a threat. Why do I say that? Because we right now, when the dry season comes, we are 100%, okay, before Pee-wee jumps on my case, we're probably 85% dependent on La Côte d'Ivoire.
No, I will not join your case.
Okay.
The closing argument. Argument always close it.
You have some group. It's just like sometimes again, and that's the reason when the economy is not good, the policy.
No, but let me tell you something. The problem, I noticed it, right? When we
got mixed up in the company. You got some brilliant idea, but
no, but I try not to. I try not to put myself in a situation, right? But when they mention Amarani, mention person got feeling you need, people jump to the defense. That point, yeah. You call Gafan, you call Amarani, you call jump to defense. Yeah. And that's the problem, though. And honestly,
no, but Trump said, but now Trump said, and Trump said, anyway, boys around when they call it
Loyalty.
right? But honestly, but too many so now I can be fair, right?
Yeah, but
That's what I'm saying.
You can pick
I always give it to him. He's an
right?
expert in the area, but sometimes we disagree. That's
the
all.
problem where look, people are saying just now, look, Pee-wee, Liberia is not short of all of these ideas. When it comes to how many conferences they have, Vision 2024, I attended that conference. Ben was there too. Ben was there. Kafan was there. We all were there. I thought we'll be on our little business. We all at that conference there. I was there when Ben and the other girls there attacked Taylor position. Even Kafan attacked. I was there. And they came up with brilliant ideas for that conference. But guess what? It's not about the idea.
We need a strong leader, man. We need a leader that we
man. Liberia need a transformative leader. And now what Lofa was saying too, Lofa, until that, look, if you just come together just like I said, we want to come together for the diaspora for the first time, the diaspora be very involved in the next election. Guess what happened? People will start having problems.
People will break away. Yes.
They will say, "Well, who will be our leader here? Who will chair this thing?"
My last visit in Abidjan was in late 2023. My last visit in Abidjan was late 2023. Go in that country. They say Abidjan, but go in that country because the last time
it's transformed. It's transformed.
Was in 2023. This is go and see how viable.
Yeah.
So you know when we talk about
the young guys are driving Mercedes Benz.
Yeah.
You can read the Tesla right now in Abidjan.
But Pee-wee, though, here's my thing, right? Right before the
just 1 hour and 45 minutes for the air.
Right before they did the COVID issue, right? We had the Liberian Development and not the Liberian All Liberian Diaspora Conference, okay? And more this, I will give this young man credit. Very bright with so much idea. We were working together to bring the Liberian All Liberian Diaspora Conference to bring people.
Yeah, I remember that. I registered
right.
But the COVID messed up.
Exactly. The COVID came and it interrupted that. My thing here is if we were to just reintroduce that and invite all professionals to come to the table, let us see how we can support. Okay, you believe in the energy sector. How many Liberians can actually buy into your ideas? Sell your ideas to these people. Let them subscribe to it, and then let's take it to Liberia and see whether the government will tell us, no, we will not do this because you're Liberians or because Mr. Philip is at the head of it. You know, all of these things we discussed. It was almost like about 6 months of planning. Unfortunately, 2 days before people started going, the COVID incident came up. I think these things are possible, but when we limit ourselves, to some extent, we would never achieve the thing because we think that it's too difficult. When the war today, almost everything is possible if you sincerely believe in what you want to do. I think we can do it, starting with holding our government officials accountable, and then ourselves being a part of the change process and being the change agents.
Yeah. The thing is,
let me come in here.
Can you take the show? I gotta go, boss man.
The thing is this, right? Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead.
So when everyone you are talking just now, and Mr. Phillips, mentioned the energy sector and all of that. I want to be clear here. Mr. Comey had a clear plan that number one thing on his list was electricity. In fact, it's in a book. It says article infrastructure, and then they outline electricity, road, agriculture, and education, and the last part of that one book is technology, right? In this 21st century technological economy, you cannot ignore the reliability of energy source and also technology. It works hand in hand, right? It works hand in hand. Technology and energy source work hand in hand. Almost all of the major grade now are network grade, right? You can troubleshoot from away remotely and all of the different things. And you understand that those lingo, Mr. Phillips. But like Lofa said, people just wanted to remove Josh Ria. They didn't care what was the platform. I went after Unity Party and said, you only have sentences. This is not a platform. You have one or two sentences. This is not a platform. Until 1 month to the election, before they wrote few paragraphs and say, oh, they revamped it. Even look at it took 1 year to roll out a national plan, and it still have lapses.
Anthony, because you are wasting your time. People in Liberia do not vote on a big bump
issues. They don't.
I understand, man.
Hold on.
But let me get big difference.
Still behind
So,
this.
Mr. Philip, or anybody can come in. I understand. Part of it, we should, have done other things that we are realized that we're going to do now this time around. We'll do those things because
I would never write a single paper if I'm going to run for anything in Liberia. I will not waste my time. Who's going to read it? People don't care.
Oh, come on. So basically here in Liberia, right now, many of these folks in position, like electricity, you pay for LEC today. You have no access. It will take you almost 3 months before they bring the power meter. It will take you another 3-4 weeks before they run the line. I work in telecommunication most of my career here before even transitioning to the IT. I can tell you for a fact, number one thing in distribution, you need access. From the time a customer call to the time the service is delivered, at least 14 days window. From the day the customer call to the time the service is delivered for the installation, all of that, 14 days, that's the maximum. Because you know what? Sometimes you don't even need 5 days. The service already there, you just reactivating it. If there's no service, new lines, is in place. Somebody go and put the meter there and everything. Telecommunication, same way. But in Liberia, you don't have the access to the service. You do not have nothing. So how are you gonna deploy things? Right now we have 5 substations in the country. They're not utilizing them because they don't have money. How can the electricity company or sector of government, LEC, be dependent like a parasite on the government budget? You're supposed to be revenue generating. You're not bringing money. I don't understand how the thing is going to survive.
And that's the reason why. That's the reason why. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
I will say this very short, make a very short statement. The problem about the people in the diaspora, it's not that we don't have ideas. It's just the what's the word to use? The ability to accept someone rejecting your idea is key. The reason why people run away, if you don't support me, I'm gone. I will not support you the next time. How can we fix that? Is the major problem in the diaspora. Because people be bringing up nice idea, good things. You were saying in the same chat room, somebody was saying, oh, but that UP man. They didn't vote for us. The thing got nothing to do with UPO. You guys talking about clearing something back home to develop the country. So if we can change that, we can run that country from here. We can run Liberia from here. But we have to do
that. I want you to say in your while you're commenting, you just give a Liberia. I mean, I want you to just give a perspective about honest. I heard you one of your podcasts. I think you were saying that a lot of prospects in Liberia, and you were optimistic and hopeful that a lot of things can happen. Will happen in Liberia in the coming year or so. But I want to know where you base what you base that on, and that you having so optimistic and so hopeful about it.
I see my good friend Pee Wee scratching the side of his head there. So he okay. So as I told you before, Tomali, right? There are 2 Liberias. I think I alluded to a part of it. There are 2 Liberias. One of them is what I call the noisy Liberia. And what is that noisy Liberia? That's the political side, right? Everything about the politics on Facebook that you see every day. You go through your Facebook feed. I mean, 98% of everything you read there about Liberia is all politically driven. About this is happening, that is happening in the politics, in the House, in the Senate. this one with regard to the administrative branch of government, this one. That's what I call the noisy side. And that side of the government, that side of Liberia is the most quote unquote distractive side, because it doesn't represent the majority of Liberia, because that side is not even the majority, and that side doesn't affect the silent side of Liberia, which I call the business side. So from the Pempen boys, the Keke riders, the scratch card boys, the money changers, the guys who have the supermarket, the stores, the taxi drivers, the guys who are actually transacting business on the ground, the entertainment centers, the vocational training schools, the contractors, civil, electrical, mechanical, plumbing contractors, hotel, motel, guest houses, drinking spots, you name it. That entire commercial sector, the private entrepreneur sector of the country, that's what I call the silent Liberia. That is the side that is where the bulk of the transformation is taking place. That is where the diaspora don't hear about. The diaspora Liberians across the US, Canada, Europe, they never hear about the silent side of Liberia, which is where business is actually taking place. New stores are opening, real estate. The real estate boom across the country is magnificent. Well, let me qualify that statement across the what I call the 4 zones of Monrovia. So you got one zone from let's say from Douala going all the way out to Riggs. You got another zone going all the way from ERWA roundabout going out to Roberts Field. I mean, the new city builders in a building material store that was built. I think I sent you the video that was built right by Boys Town Junction is one of the largest building material complexes in all of West Africa. Huge facility. So you ask yourself, what is it that ISAE sees along that highway that other Liberians don't see? Then you've got the other massive real estate boom that's taking place from red light, going all the way past Fendel, going north toward Mambata, going Kakata. That's exactly right. Then you got the other one from Boys Town Junction going to Marshall. So what is happening is the city is breaking and transforming itself into different zones and suburbs. And the diaspora do not hear about all of this economic transformation and boom that is taking place. All they hear about is the noisy side.
Yes, that's a point.
I mean, correct me if I'm right, PV. Correct me if I'm right or wrong.
That's a point. That's what.
Yeah. So for people like Ben, who's in the nursing area, there's a major segment of the population now where you can go home and open your clinic along the Roberts Field Highway, because that road is, but by the time that road is open, in fact, right before when you go through what they call the bypass, right? Because right now the way they have the road, you have to go down towards the Marshall side and make a left and come back up. So right there you got Jetty, and then you got Eagle, and then you even have a Jungle Power, even put Jungle Water. They even put a big warehouse for distribution along that road before you get to the city builder's place. So that entire corridor is going to be the new Monrovia. I mean, because again, don't forget now, you and I were from Maigibi. So Maigibi is going to extend up. That's the border. That's the line. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's the line of demarcation between Montserrado and Maigibi. Maigibi is massively transforming. So the diaspora don't even know what's happening. And the thing is, as I told you, the Chinese, they are what I call the enablers of Liberia's industrialization. The importation of smart TVs. And I mean, there are more people with Netflix accounts across Monrovia now than anywhere else.
It's true, yeah.
Because the internet is just prevalent. Okay, the internet is prevalent. I mean,
okay. What's your take about the legislative, because honestly, since the war, I mean, the whole how they call it, the compact that Ellen received, the $200 million contract, was focused on my coffee on LEC. But yet, and still today, we still have problem with when the dry season, they have that or shedding. Why up to now we don't have a stable legislature in the country? Because in order for what you're saying right now, right? If I'm thinking about going to invest in Liberia now. Like right now, I'm having project. My project is in Johnsonville now.
Yeah,
and Johnsonville's a booming area too. I see already.
That's exactly a massive boom at Lord Johnson. Massive boom.
In my neighborhood, I see a lot of stuff happening there. But my thing is that what happens if I'm going there? And my concern is how will I find stabilization? Because I'm going there. If I want to invest in that area, what am I going to invest in? And no stable legislation there. I can be paying for a generator fuel. There's not there. I'm not making profit.
And this is where whoever, when you talk about when you talk about politics now, right?
Yeah.
Whoever you're going to support whatever the case is in the next 5 years to run. Electricity energy is going to be the deciding factor in the upcoming election. Whether people like it or not, don't agree. That's my opinion based on what I think. Because the rate, and this is the issue. The rate of growth, write this down, the rate of growth of the private sector, especially in the real estate sector, residential, commercial, and industrial infrastructure. The rate and the pace of growth is so rapid that the infrastructure side of the government, which is Liberia Water and Sewer and LEC, cannot keep up. They simply cannot keep up. Why? Because they don't have a plan. And
but why can't the government privatize water and sewer and LEC?
It has nothing to do with privatization. It has everything to do with understanding what the role of those institutions should be. The Achilles heel for water and sewer and for LEC is the lack of understanding of how to decentralize services. You've got to move services to all of the rapidly developing area. You've got to move services closer to where the people are. Why isn't there an LEC sub office in the Marshall area? Explain that to me.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask a direct question. Direct question. Okay.
Go ahead.
As soon tomorrow you somebody call you say, well,
breaking news.
They call you, right? What breaking news?
American Party, you want to talk about?
The
defense minister have been confirmed. You want to say?
Go ahead.
They confirm me?
They just confirm it.
They confirm it.
Oh yeah.
The vice president break the tie.
Yeah, because I know.
Vote against it. Vote against it.
Yeah, two expected to vote against him, but Mitt Romney and John then make it 3.
Mitt Romney not there. Mitt Romney not there. Romney not there.
No,
Mitch McConnell.
McConnell joined the vote for the man.
To vote against him.
He's institutionalist. I respect him for that.
The vice president come in to break the tie just now.
To break the tie.
Oh God.
Just 1 minute ago.
But
go ahead, Thomas.
Tomorrow. They say okay. I want you to take care of LEC, run the LEC. What are the 100-day plans to get to know that Liberia is on the right track? What's the 100-day plan? Because I believe the reason why Liberia we don't have stable legislation, something is just not right.
Look, I keep saying this thing over and over. You've got to understand that solar energy is the fastest way to achieve your energy deficiency in the world today. I'm telling you, we're sitting on the equator. we're sitting on the equator. Next week, 2 weeks, I'll be going to Florida to meet one of my biggest customers now is in Florida. What are they doing in Florida? I'm not digressing. I'm not proving a point. There's a thing called BESS. You can Google it. It's called Battery Energy Storage Systems.
System, yep.
They come in 40-foot containers. You can deploy 50 megawatts, 100 megawatts, 150 megawatts, 200 megawatts. As you know, Florida, every year, there's hurricane. And when the hurricanes come, they damage all the poles, the lines, and the power plants. So what most of the state is doing now, Florida Power and Light, they're investing in the BESS. And that's one of the projects that I'm doing. Why? Because you can deploy the battery systems in 90 days, less than 90 days. You hook them up to just like the battery backup you buy for your phone, right? You have a battery backup, battery pack. That's what they are. You hook it up 50 megawatts, 100 megawatts, and you plug it into the utility system, and the utility system will charge the batteries. And the batteries can discharge over 8 or 12 hours. Yeah. So when the hurricanes come maybe next year, the power issue in Florida will be addressed. Solar energy, like I said, it is scalable. If you get the commercial banking sector, the EcoBank, the LBDI, the GT Bank, the UBA banks, you bring them into that energy policy and you say, look, guys, Liberia has $800 million coming from remittances. Okay? And most of this money is what? Is person-to-person transfer. That's fueling the economy. What if you go, EcoBank, I need $50 million investment in Bomi, Bapolu, and Cape Mount. There's a Transco substation there. But guess what? There is no grid that connects from the substation to the counties.
Yep.
You get my point? You and I, we grew up, we were born and raised in Firestone. Why don't we create jobs just like Firestone to make the cement poles and take all the young people from MDTC and other places to make the poles and plant the poles and build the grid? If EcoBank makes the investment, all the prepaid meters will be used through mobile money so that EcoBank gets our money back when people buy the power. And EcoBank can invest in the 50 megawatt solar farm, get the money back, and then we get the energy and we boost the economy and attract the diaspora and the investors to the counties. And then we feed the national budget. And we build the private sector.
So that means when we do that, we have stable electricity?
That's it. Yeah. That's it. That's it.
We gotta invest.
And like I said, you've got to make the investment. You've got to. If you don't invest, look.
Would that cost too much of money?
Yeah. But okay, to Pee-wee, very good point. The thing is this, right? The commercial bankers, they are business people. And like we talked about corruption, that's how you eliminate corruption. When the bankers put in their money, they will make sure. So you solve the corruption problem right there.
Your power thefting.
You solve the corruption problem. You solve the corruption problem because NGO money or foreign aid money is free money. You don't have to report.
No accountability.
There's no accountability to it. So that's why you get the private banking sector to invest in the energy sector because you want them to
create a lot of jobs.
And you want them to be the true partners within your country because they are looking for what? For profitability and return on investment on their money. So then you go, you take UBA, I need the Southeast. Because there is a massive substation there sitting in Buchanan. And this is how you build it. Because when the bankers are involved in the process, then they will start spending more money because
now along the highway going to these counties, how will you connect them with electricity? Because like in America,
the poles,
the high tension poles.
The poles. The polls, because and the thing is, once you're planting again, you use your bilateral relationship, right? China, India, and Turkey. They're the largest manufacturers of transformers today.
Yep.
Most of the electrical transformers in the country, in the US today, are made in China or India or Turkey. So you leverage your bilateral relationship. You say, look, my man, Chinese ambassador, look, I don't want no money from you. I need 1,500 kVA transformers. I want 1,250 kVA transformers. And then what you do your national development in a decentralized way, where you put 5 megawatts, 10 megawatts solar farms in every county seat of government. So you build the local economy within the county, and then what you do, that will attract the diaspora.
My coffee. What happens to my coffee?
My coffee is still there. My coffee is still there. So because what you're doing is you want to make sure that because again, the strategy has to be energy independence, because energy is a national security issue. If the Ivorians have a massive catastrophic fault on their side, we're in the darkness.
We're done.
Really?
That's it. It's a national security issue.
So President Liberia depends on Africa for electricity?
Oh yeah.
Yes, because in the dry season we have to buy the extra capacity. Yes, and the thing is, what people don't understand is, I'm not trying to be bullish on this thing. I'm just trying to bring some understanding, because the thing is, in the energy sector, you cannot generate power with diesel fuel or HFO and make profit. You can't. It's not profitable. It will keep the lights on, but you're running in the red.
Yep.
You're running in the red.
Generate, you gotta burn up.
You got to buy the fuel and put it right back, because then at that point it becomes a political issue. Keep the lights on, but you're not running a profit.
Wow.
So that's why you invest in solar. Yeah,
I'm a data infrastructure person.
I'm
a data infrastructure person, so I understand everything you're talking about. My job depends upon his job.
So you invest in your solar. You invest in the battery systems. So even during the rainy season, what the batteries would do, the batteries would store the energy. It will store the energy. And the thing is, what people don't understand about Transco, let me just enlighten you. You see the Transco grid that runs from Cote d'Ivoire. It doesn't end in Cote d'Ivoire. It connects to 12 African countries.
Yep.
Oh, really?
It is a trading. It's called the West Africa Power Pool. So that grid is what they call. It's just like the highway, your I-95 north.
Like a freeway, expressway.
It's a freeway. You can move the power up and down the grid. So when you build the 20 megawatt, 50 megawatt at each of the substations outside the plant in Liberia, you can connect it to the grid.
Tie into the grid.
That's exactly right. So you use the capacity you want. You can move power from Cape Mount and move it all to Buchanan. And then excess, if Burkina Faso need power, you put it on the grid and you can sell it to Burkina. And you sell it. So that's the function of the grid. If Guinea needs power from you, they can sell it. You can sell power to Guinea. So the thing is, the infrastructure is there. But again, like I said, if the understanding is not there, then everybody, they're falling over themselves. I mean, look at this development agenda. You saw my note today. 289 pages. No, wait, I'm coming. 289 pages for transformational and inclusive development, and 4 pages dedicated to electricity that is supposed to support and initiate the transformation. So explain that to me. 289 pages for transformational and inclusive development over 5 years, and only 4 pages dedicated to electricity, which is supposed to be the engine for transformation and industrialization. Explain that to me. Explain that to me. And we have one of the most deregulated energy sector with the LERC. So Liberians don't even know that, government has solved the problem. the energy investors just have to come in the country and build the solar farms and plug it into the grid and then sell it. The problem is LEC.
They got all weather solar plates now. They got all weather.
Yes.
All weather.
Have you been able to talk to these our people? Have you sold the ideas to the people that are in charge of our energy sector? Have you sold the idea to them? Have you brought it to their attention to see how best?
We right now the interim management team, the guy who I think is the most brilliant among all the guys, right now we've got 4 engineers. The MD is electrical engineer, the DMDA, the DMDO, the DMDT. Got 4 electrical engineers there. But the DMDA, right? Eric Augustine Frederick. He is the most dangerous guy technically and knowledgeable. Why? Because he's an electrical engineer and his master is in banking and finance. So this is the guy who is able to sit with the bankers and make the argument. That's exactly right. Now you got it. He is the guy.
And you have a candidate, and it's not coming. Who was a finance man, also a prioritizing energy on your platform. I
don't want to go to politics. That's a whole different issue. This is the guy, in my view, Eric Augustine Frederick. He's the DMD for administration for LEC, who I believe is the most critical guy among the 4, because he's the one that can sit with EcoBank, can sit with LBDI, can sit with GT Bank, UBA, and say, look, we need you to invest. We don't want your money. Put a solar farm, 25, 30, 40 megawatts, bring in 250,000 meters, bring in your third-party contract. The only condition we want, hire all Liberians. We don't want foreign people coming. Yes. Hire Liberians.
Let Liberians be the contractors.
We don't want any importation of wooden poles. You got to make the light poles in Liberia. Because we want all of these, vagrant guys or zobos that they call it. We want all the guys to be day laborers. We want them working every day, pay them, get them into the infrastructure.
Yep.
Get with the Chinese.
But have you preferred these ideas to these guys that the guys you're talking about? Have you preferred to them?
I've discussed it with not entirely. Because again, the thing is, one of the things that challenges us Liberians is that some people get very insecure. I'm not saying these guys have been. I'm speaking in generalities, right? Some people, the energy sector is something that people are not very, very acquainted with. They don't understand it. So as a result, they don't know how to respond to it. They truly don't know how to respond to it, but they don't even understand that it is the most critical sector for the development and the transformation of the country and ultimately the politics of the country. They don't even understand that. Thousands of new jobs. Just imagine.
Sustainable job too, not temporary jobs.
Sustainable long-term jobs.
Yeah, man, these people. We're ready to be having this conversation on this platform.
And this is where the transformation for the politics, the diaspora needs to get involved. I mean, that you're talking about Johnsonville, that's from Bonneville Estate going all the way up on the backside, going towards Diggsville back there. All new construction. But guess what? There's no LEC office. They don't even have enough transformers. They don't have enough transformers because the rapid rate of growth, I mean, the rate of infrastructure development for home construction, stores and shops is so fast that LEC can even keep up.
I went to San Quentin, I went to Ganta. Mm-hmm. But what I found there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said to someone, but I think next time I come to bro, I gotta spend most of my time because
that's exactly right.
We got a power down going off.
I found stable electricity there. In fact, that way I witnessed the Biden-Trump debate. I was in San Quentin. I was in a hotel and watching the debate. I was like, I watched CNN here.
That's it.
Everything. I was like, I was
shocked. And the thing is this, Tomali, you make a point. People don't understand, right? People don't understand that electricity has a magnetic effect to it, that it creates what's the word? It has a depopulation effect to it, because when you put electricity in bombing, and it's stable, all of a sudden people start packing their teeth from Monrovia and start moving there because now they see business opportunity. And that's what has happened to Ganta.
And what you saying, that's how development migration people, because no, Monrovia is so packed. And
people don't want to be in Monrovia because
that's exactly right.
You open some commercial activity in another city, people start running there for jobs.
That's exactly right.
Where they get Mitas Steel, right? Many people ran to Buchanan, to Basso, and to Nimba.
Because the jobs were there. But the thing is the mining sector that is supposed to create maybe 5 or 10x more jobs cannot do it because it is not industrialized. And you can only industrialize when you have electricity. That's what I'm saying. So the knowledge is not there.
You can't have factory running on generator.
Somebody asking a question. Let me pose a question. He said, he said, how many? This guy is asking this question.
Well, in fact, last week on our Business Talk podcast, this guy mentioned a project in Rwanda. Rwanda just did I believe it's I gotta find it here. I think it's a 300 megawatt solar farm that Rwanda did from conception to design, from conception design to implementation and startup. They did it in 3 months. I mean, in 6 months. In 6 months. Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
But then
something like that, it will take you about like I said, 15-month period, because you have to train individual how to do the layout, all of that different things. So Rwanda had already been using it kind of thing, so they already have trained people in Liberia. At least it will stick that span because you have to train individual as well.
But my question is, what is causing the jungle power in Nimba area? Why is causing them to be successful and not Monrovia? What's the cause?
Because again, that's a private sector entity.
But then, so why we can't? If that's the case, then why we can't use them in Monrovia because the country is where the most the commercial activity is focused.
Because the thing is, Mr. Floyd has created a model. He created a business model, and what did he do? He hired the right people. He put the right people in the right places. He's not an engineer. He's a businessman.
Yep.
So he said, you know what? I'm going to create a technically operating company. But what I'm going to do as a businessman, I'm going to hire a good electrical engineer as my engineer. I'm going to hire a good operations guy. I'm going to hire a good finance person. I'm going to bring in the right technology for my meters. I'm going to tie it into the mobile network for mobile money. And I'm going to put into place a system to make my poles so I can control the expansion of my grid. And that's why he built the model. And what he's doing, the man has now connected from Ganta all the way down to Banga.
Wow.
He has not, yes. He has connected the grid to Banga. And again, I keep saying this, and what's going to happen is, and what people don't understand is that this depopulation effect of electricity is going to transform the constituents in the electoral system, because you're going to have districts with more population when it comes in for election time. That's what people don't understand. And this is where I'm going to probably diverge into politics a little bit. And this is where, in my opinion, Mr. Cummings missed the boat. Because what he should have done, he should have invested in the southeastern grid, which is identical to the cross-border grid that Mr. Floyd invested in Nimba. Because the grid that came across from Plebo came right into his place, into Maryland.
Yep. It's in Maryland. It's in
It came into Maryland. And there's another grid that was in Grand Junction. So he should have invested in those two grids because he had the money, he had the means. and he had the access, and he should have made his investment with his global international contacts to heavily invest in the Southeast and transform the Southeast and use that as his proof that he could transform the country and use that as his record to run on, and then build it, and then build his party from there.
So if Cummings declared that he won't run tomorrow, you will support him because the helping sense you support him.
I don't support persons and people. I support policies and plans.
Okay, so will you recommend that? Will you say, well, this policy should be part of his policy? Will you say that?
Like I said, the energy is going to be the deciding factor for the next election.
Energy is number one, Mr. Cummings list.
Energy is number one. It's going to be, because again, I mean, in my view, buy it, take it over, transform the Southeast, depopulate Nimba, bring people down, and grow the population and get the votes. Because energy is going to be the deciding factor. Energy will be the deciding factor. Whether people agree, they don't agree. But again, the economic transformation of Monrovia today is being directed by politics. It's being directed by politics. Politics is, energy is the key. Energy is the key. Energy is the key. And that the silent business entrepreneurial side of the city, that's where the deals are being made. The hotels are being built. The stores and supermarkets are being built. And you don't hear any noise about that, but it's transforming and creating more jobs at that level. But the noisy side is the political side, the Capitol building and this, that, the speaker thing, the $45,000 for the car and everything else. But the energy drives, the energy is driving the economy. If LEC, if there's anything to be done to stabilize LEC, Liberia stands at the precipice of a major economic boom.
Yep.
But the deciding factor is the energy side.
But some of your critics say that. Some people praise Money Captain for doing a good job. Some people say you're very critical of him, and but what you would say to the people? I mean, let's say, well,
Money Captain doing a good job, man. I'm not even an electrician.
What you say that he didn't take advantage of? What was talk about his SWOT analysis forum?
I think his biggest challenge, in my opinion, is that he was not technically competent. Okay, he wasn't an engineer, and he didn't understand the technical nature of the business. He didn't understand the business. Okay, and as a result, look at the solar system that we ended up with, 20 megawatts, but we have no battery storage.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that. I mean, then you don't understand that the rate. I mean, when energy comes in the country, there was no compensation and there was enough time. One of the things we have, Tomali, as you know, we have a very, very robust private banking sector in Liberia. All the banks are there, from EcoBank to Bloom Bank to UBA Bank, GT Bank. They're there. You can approach any bank and say, look, make the case. But if you don't understand, every bank is there. But if you don't understand the business of energy, then you can't make the case to the banker. And if you can't make the case to the banker is not going to put the money there. You see, and like I said, energy security right now for Liberia is so paramount. We've got to become energy independent. Besides becoming having sufficient energy, we must be energy independent. Because you remember, if you go back to the Ghanaian elections, right? John Mahama just got elected a couple of weeks, just got inaugurated, right? What was the first meeting he had in the first week? He had a meeting with all of the power companies and the independent energy producers in the country. That was the first meeting he had. Look at the record. He had a meeting with all the power companies, ECG, Volta, VIA, VRA, and all the power companies. Say, look, guys, we're going to rebuild, we're going to recalibrate, we're going to boom this economy and transform this country. I don't want any problem from energy. Where do we need to invest? Where is our Achilles heel? We got to solve this now before we start moving on the road. When did we address the energy issue in Liberia? It's been 1 year later, we still haven't addressed it yet. So what's important for our growth? What's important for our development? How do you expect the diaspora to come home? Diasporas don't want jobs in Liberia. They don't want jobs. No, they want to invest. But the diasporan cannot generate wealth without electricity. So if you want the diasporans home, which will grow the private sector to allow Liberians to control their economy, solve the energy crisis. That's it.
You know, Mr. Phillips, here's another thing I wanted to bring to your attention because people overlook the whole aspect of energy. This is a national security issue we're talking about here. This is a pure national security thing here. If you think your nation is safe and you are dependent upon a foreign nation to supply you electricity,
it's a vulnerable position. It's a very vulnerable. It's a vulnerable position to be in.
And a lot of things will not function. So electricity is not. It's not. How do I put it this way? It's not something for all to compromise, right? It is inevitable that we have reliable source of power. It's just plain and simple. Another thing that is happening right now is that people overlook the delivery of service and availability of service, right? That a lot of people today can afford to pay for LEC. They have the money, but they don't have access to service.
Yeah.
That is the danger. They have the money. They want LEC in the house. They have the money today. If they get the money to LEC, they will not have electricity tomorrow. Because 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month from now, or 2 months from now, they will not have it because this availability, access to service is not there.
Because LEC has not been able to keep pace, and that was one of the challenges. The system, I mean, the development, the private sector grew so rapidly that they couldn't keep track. They were not able to keep track of it. Why? I mean, the thing is this, right? You were talking about you being a subcontractor. You are a subcontractor either for a telecom company or whatever the case is, right? There's so many young Liberians in Liberia today who are subcontractors as electrical contractors. Why should LEC hire its own contractors and put people on the payroll than creating jobs in the private sector for Liberians to be assigned in specific geographical area? I took a picture. I did a tour. I went around a couple of places, and I saw one fundamental.
Horrible.
I saw one fundamental flaw on the poles, Tomali. Okay, so when you design your grid, right? When you design the grid and you come to distribute the power to the area, you are not supposed to use a circuit breaker.
Correct.
Because the circuit breaker is a single mechanism that would disconnect all three phases if you have an overload. You are supposed to put a fuse there so that if one phase is overloaded, let that phase blow and have the other two phases running. Every power distribution transformer across the entire service area is connected to a circuit breaker. So as a result, when one phase, somebody think it's too loud. When one phase, if somebody is drawing too much power on one phase, it trips the breaker and shuts the entire area off. That's exactly right. And then LEC is not decentralized from the third-party subcontractor perspective. So their response time is from days to weeks. So as a result, it kills your revenue stream. Absolutely. Because now then people are not consuming the power to recharge because you're depending on prepaid. Because you only make money when people consume the power. So again, that's what I'm saying. So that was the challenge with the previous leadership that was there, because they didn't understand the business of the energy sector.
So the new leadership that just appointed, you think you have hope faith in that they will do a better job?
They're only there temporary. They're interim. They're only there for 3 or 4 months. But again, like I said, they are all engineers. So at least from that perspective, they all understand the engineering aspect. Yeah, they're all engineers. So from that perspective, they all understand the technical nature of it. And then, like I said, Augustine Fredericks he's an engineer, but he had banking and finance expertise, and his master's is in that. So he brings a whole nother level of expertise, knowledge, and competence to the whole commercial aspect and the business aspect of LEC.
Somebody asking you a question.
No, I have not. No, I was not. No, not in any way, shape, or form. Somebody can attest to that. I was not contacted or interacted in the past with the previous government. No, in no way, shape, or form.
I mean, Abu. I can't Abu your talk, but on a serious note, right? Like what somebody was saying, like, bro, guys, we got some of the best, the finest people in different field of different field of interest, right? You would think that our challenge right now is energy, is electricity in our country. You think that they will have let's get all the guys, bring them together. Let's bring them together and see how best we can make us as an agenda to say, well, let's tackle this. One ideas, one their recommendation. You think we're happy, but I don't know why it's not happening. And honestly, I see people. I've seen a lot of engineers. Like, you got people who were there before. They're around still. Why can't you bring them together? So let's solve this problem. It's a national emergency. What's the problem? What's holding and stopping for all this from happening?
I think people just don't have the understanding, Tomalin. I'm telling you, understanding is key. People don't have the understanding of how important, how vital, how critical the energy sector is to the vibrance and the economic transformation of the country. People would talk about it from the political point of view, but even the representatives don't even understand that their development plan for their own district, is dependent on energy. They should be the ones in the front.
Solar panel. They go China and bring the solar panel and say that they're not light.
That light.
Abu,
he's back now.
You've been missing action. So what was you expect on Monday?
Is that missing action?
Yeah, what was you expect on Monday?
Yeah, but good to see you, Mr. Philip, and good to see you, Tumani.
Abu, you're the man, right? These are the kind of these are the people that you guys should be saying.
I come in, Chief. Good to see you, Chief. I just came home. Going to the airport to do something. But trust me, I'm actually amazed by all of what you stated. The energy sector is one of the sectors we are challenged with as a country. I'm not going to miss my work. It's part of some of the things being said here that I agree with, not by you though, but some panelists on the show. As our tool, the current leadership at LEC is an interim leadership. They are not being appointed properly. I think they're supposed to be there for 4 months. So I'm calling not just people who in authority or happen to meet the president. I'm calling on the president as one of his supporters to reach out to people who
don't call him. You close to Tiku Dugle, to Mamaka Belete. Tell them these are people that the president get the president here. Okay? Because
but stop calling me, Archie.
Oh man, I tell you, I push you. You be talking, say, well, this gentleman, look at this, they make ideas.
But in fact, I met her in Atlanta. When the president was here. So
we are actually challenged in the energy sector. I want to be clear. The government will have to give key attention to that sector. If as we speak, I have LEC, but other people don't have LEC.
Okay, you LEC, imagine you LEC instead of going up in the show, whole day LEC getting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think we are challenged.
But the problem should be solved because all the ideas we're hearing, it will solve the problem. What's happening?
But I'm sure that modality is being worked on to mitigate that challenges we are confronted with.
Challenges.
Why are they challenging us, Mr. Abu?
One of the challenges with the LEC, like you said, you have political actors who maybe are interfering with who goes they represent to go our LEC.
I think you know, like they say in the U.S., the buck stops here.
Yes.
The buck stops here. I think the people like yourself who are strategically and rightly placed close to the helms of power understand that. I mean, what's his name? John Mahama lost the last elections, right before the one where Nana Akufo-Addo won him, right? He lost the election because he couldn't manage the power outages.
Oh, really?
That's exactly right. That's how he lost the elections. Because of the power outages. Electricity will cause you to lose elections. I mean, and your development agenda, you got to understand your development agenda, your revenue generation, your job creation, and your economic transformation and the industrialization of the country is dependent on this. Is dependent on this.
But I would if you picking that girl like by 2026.
Listen.
What?
What we did in this country, we still power though. We expected the CDC to expand power. I mean, doing the Manaseri stewardship.
Oh, I mean, bring him out and say, Abu, let me guys say this to you. That money you spend on the yellow machine, y'all gonna invest that money into electricity or 10 things around.
Listen, Chief. Too money. The entire hydro stuff was initiated by our administration after the civil crisis. You know what Manaseri did?
I agree, but so where are we now?
No, I'm just telling you, at the moment, the population has increased.
All right. Because Mr. Phillips spoke about population increase. Let's look at it. Let's look at the area you supply right now. Forget about the rest of the country, but the area. Let's look at Moserado alone.
In fact,
do we have stable electricity in Moserado?
Man, that expert speaking on
Wait a minute, I'm not expert. I don't have to be an expert. He understands that I have an article basic fundamental understanding of electricity. Right? You understand? Forget about me being expert, right? Are you an expert? Here's the thing. You said because the population granted, that lead the entire country and let's focus on Moserado. Out of the 5 million, let's focus on the 1 million people in Moserado, right? Let's focus on the 1 million people in Moserado. Can you supply them with reliable electricity for at least 1 month without interruption?
Anthony, I just told you, when I came on the show, I did not meet you on the show, right? I just told Mr. Philip that he must be commended for.
I don't want somebody to bring you in the bag talking about you did not meet me here.
Let me just highlight something. Let me just highlight something.
Forget about the expert business. We're talking about you being able to supply electricity to the people that need it.
We are working on modalities.
Are we here?
We are working on modalities. I just came. I want someone. I just came.
Yeah, but I will tell man quickly that. Let me now you telling him. They didn't even spend money for yellow machine. There's no money for yellow machine. So
but what are you wasting your time on, man?
What? There's no money. How the machine came to the country?
They're still struggling to get the money. They already passed the national budget for 24 million. They phone one or two folks to bring those machines. There's no money for yellow machines.
Yellow machine already will be taken care of in the new 2025 national budget.
They're trying to put money in the budget. There's no money. They didn't use concurrent operating machines. So you need to get on the facts. And we create money for that. There's no money they have for yellow machines.
What I'm saying here, you spend time on yellow machine instead of you focusing on electricity. That's what I'm saying.
He said, my man. He didn't say so. He said we spend money on yellow machine.
Yeah, Tony, Mr. Phillips said something that is actually correct. I can recall at that time during the campaign, part of it, I was in Accra. This guy even championed that thing. The girl we call Princess Tara, Yvonne Nelson. She had a campaign against Mahama at the time. She had something, she's going to call it Dozo. Like the Lamto, right? The corridor can go
There you
had
go.
a serious campaign in Accra and Greater Accra area.
and went and she led that campaign. It was a major reason why he got defeated.
That's exactly right. That's it.
That's absolutely correct. That's one of the major things, and that's the reason why he's coming back to power. He's trying to prioritize that.
That's exactly right.
So that I mean the tail end are coming about the launch. You guys will come up bold and say, well, y'all give library electricity.
Please. We already have the electricity right now.
I was telling when you show.
What telling? I get one get piece of the pie.
I was telling we will show Burkina Faso will be our money.
You're not going to be part of it now. They don't have a telling. They're just trying to get a seat at the table. So they can get a government job. They don't going to get no telling. They will be like Appleton in Japan right now. Anthony, you know, be like Appleton in Japan.
Anthony, if I wanted a government job, I would have been Monrovia today.
I did not say you are not going to get a government job. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you are formulating a political party so that tomorrow your party will not win the election, but you will have a seat at the table. No, your party. There is no political party today that can be formed today and win election 2029. It's impossible.
Yeah, because you are stringing up to the brand politics. Yeah, you don't want to go.
Why do you string up? We look at history and we look at the pattern of voters in Liberia. Georgia, who is the most popular Liberian? They now win election in the first term. They now win election in the second term.
Yeah.
But do you know the reason?
You're talking about the politics. You're not looking at the history of.
And that's the reason why I can always say to you, now you're current going to.
So you claim your political polarized, and you misleading yourself in the same token of talking about you understand Liberian politics, but show me one person
you see
outside of President Taylor,
and that's
outside of President Taylor who won an election outrightly without a collaboration.
That's the problem. That's the problem we have, right? No, in this fact, Mr. Weah, you mistaken here. Mr. Weah was against a very powerful force, Madam Salif. Well planted, good support from the international community. So he wouldn't have won her first term. He only had won her second term. She was a powerful force. She was a magical politician. It's part of the reason why we have to spend 2 terms.
You're saying right now, and the rest of the other group will formulate a political party today or tomorrow, anytime from now, and win an election in 2029.
Do you know the actors? Do you know the complexion of those that are involved into this process? We have folks that are involved. Listen, it's not there.
Once George Weah not part of you, I'm not going to win the election.
It's not there mocking the campaign you ran for comments that you ran with us.
My brother, with all your understanding, you supported Weah and Weah lost. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No. But we are lost.
Weah got defeated. So I don't know why you proclaiming this political knowledge.
At least we are lost a dignity battle, right? Comments, where are comments?
That's not the point. You're bragging about your understanding of politics.
0.8% of the vote.
That's not the point. That's besides the point. You're defeating your own argument now. You're not claiming that you understand the Liberian politics. That's one. Number two, you have the technical know-how of Liberian politics. Number three, you have the most popular Liberian who was your candidate at the time, and he still lost the election. So what are you talking about?
Man, we're talking about the
so we all claim that you understand. Look, me from the diaspora, we organized a team and defeated a CDC-backed candidate in Grand Jide. Enough money in Grand Jide. We defeated in Jeremiah Sokan. We defeated him.
I don't want to go to Grand Jide.
I'm just telling you that you claim to understand politics, that somehow we are novice to Liberian politics, granted. But we, the novice, were able to defeat a sitting government candidate.
But you see, the swelling serious thing can kind of confuse. People can say
when you call, I can confuse people. You don't like to be checked, make text. That's your problem.
What is your government candidate?
You that you confuse talking about?
We're talking national politics.
Why are you trying to run? You can't bullet me away because
we're talking national politics. And you're going to
what you call national politics? I gave you an instance of your.
Take the show, man. Take the show, too many.
That's why you don't. You always let it do Pee-wee. You claim that you understand Liberian politics. Some of us are strangers to Liberian politics, granted. But I just challenge you that with all of your understanding of the Liberian politics, you supported the most popular Liberian living today, George Manuel Weah. You understand? And he still lost the election. What say you?
You see, you can just want to talk because you want to say things. I can get confused about how you want to tell you. So when you popular, you support someone that is forced, that is all process you're getting. This political contestation involve competition that one person have to win. But Mr. President still remain a powerful force in the country that he can still get back to the Liberian presidency. The results in the past elections spoke volume to a lot of folks that were part of the issue. But again, listen, I don't want to waste my time talking to someone that still struggling to understand his way in Liberian politics, right?
You see,
So
when you speak in that kind of demeaning way, that does not always make you right. And I also speak to your level of tolerance in the public square, right? So because you feel as though I'm not your type, I can measure arm to you, so we can have this discussion.
We don't know.
But that's what you're saying now. That's what you're saying, right? That is your rebuttal. That's the only line of defense. I'm not your type. I'm not your level. We can discuss this. No, that's not it. I just question you with all of your government experience, your educational background, your political, knowledge and groundedness in politics. You also supported a man who is a representation of a youthful political party in Liberia called the CDC. Very loyal group of people. With everything you know how to do, you still fell short. That says something about you and your group. So you can't come back now and beat your chest of your knowledge of politics when you could not finish, you could not win the election. So all you have to do now is to recalibrate, understand that you have some challenges, you have some deficiencies here and there, then you'll rebrand the and come back.
Yeah,
but to dismiss us,
the reason why
quote unquote we are novice to Liberian politics, that does not also make you, superior over the Liberian politics because you fell short.
The reason why I didn't listen to you is, I believe it's a therapy for you to get talk and loosely, right? So I listen to you to talk the way you talk. For some reason, I don't want to go to that side of the politics. You go to this side of politics, person lost. So I agree. So you win the war. So Tumani, yes, someone take it on, please.
Yeah, but Tumani, let me come in, right? Let me come in tomorrow. Hello? Hello?
What is hello for now? You can talk?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So Abu, on Monday, what will you hear from Joe Baga? President Baga?
Let me lay on why about it. I'm going to tell you. I think somebody sent message in the private chat. Okay, yeah, but let me say this to you, Anthony. There are people who believe that Liberia as a country should progress in respect of those who are in power. Agree, you may not be supportive of this administration, but the fact that we come on this show, we critique the Liberian government, it is equally fair to say that some of the problems this government is confronted with today was not a problem that we made, a problem we inherited. While we acknowledge that government is continuity, but it's also fair to say that the audience deserves nothing less than a fight. You made an accusation against this government that we purchase or we spend money on a yellow machine, which is not true. We did not spend a dime. The government has not spent a dime on a yellow machine. So it is disingenuous on your part or those who are in the comment section to refer to comment that is looking for. I now comment about several of people that is looking for a job. It was being patriotic by checkmating you because you asserted the government spent money for the yellow machine, which is not true. But Mr. Philip, trust me, I will get in touch with Tumani to get a contact. I really appreciate your being on the show this morning. You did not only exhibit patriotism, but you were being anonymous to count his public medium to recommend to the national government some of the steps we need to take in order to mitigate the challenge we are faced with in the energy sector. And the reason why this is people who believe that because of our proximity to the president, they sometimes recommend it wrong folk, like what is happening. Even money captain say I want to be it down much better. As I speak, there are other communities that are out of light. They don't have that. So I really appreciate you, Chief.
Well, thank you again. I mean, like I said, I mean, this challenge can be addressed within, I would say, within a year. Within a year, if they had been addressed and tackled from the beginning, we wouldn't have this deficiency in energy or in electricity or the power outage. And one of the things that I noticed when I was home 2 weeks ago is that there are more air conditioning units being installed across the city. So what this means is that the load demand is multiplying by factors of 2 or 3. So that means by the end of 2025, the energy demand for Liberia, for Monrovia is the biggest sector, will probably increase by maybe 1.5%, 105%, 150%. Because every hotel, there are more hotels, more guest houses, more people building homes and businesses, and they're putting these mini split air conditioning units everywhere from Johnsonville, Bonneville Estate, Somalia Drive, or Japan Highway, you name it, every part of the area. And all of this is being connected to the grid. So that's why there's an urgency to address this because, again, like I said, it's a national security issue because energy security is national security because your economy is directly tied to it. And again, somebody knows, for some of us, we're patriotic people. We're not looking for jobs. I don't, desire to work in any capacity and stuff like that. That's not my desire. That's not my drive. I've worked in the energy sector here. I do very well. I'm happy with what I do. But the thing is, all of us desire in some way, shape, or form to invest or retire in Liberia 3, 5, or 10 years from today. And we're all hoping that, where we ultimately will go to would be somewhere that will be conducive to support our continuing private sector desires. And only energy can make that happen. And it's not something that's complicated. That's why I can't understand. It's not complicated. It's just that, like Donald Trump would say, let's make a deal. There's a deal here to be made. And the banking sector is prepared to make the deal. And somebody just has to rise to the occasion. And people just have to accept the fact that if they do not know what to do, then step out of the way and bring the people who know how to do it into the position so that they can get this thing done. That's all. I mean, if you don't know how to do it, it's okay. Step out of the way. Then you find the people who can get it done and you put them in position and let them get it done. Because at the end of the day, if the economy doesn't grow, it's going to be a problem. If we don't create the job for the young people, like Professor Larry said today, the population growth is going faster and we're not creating the jobs because the economy is not transforming. And all of those things, you look at Liberia today, that's the other thing, Tomali. The population of Liberia is what, 35 years of age and younger. Oh, yeah. Look at all the county leads. You see more young people than you see older people.
Yep.
And these young people want jobs. They're graduating from vocational training school, from high schools, from university, and the economy is not creating the jobs. And when they get a job, the salaries cannot even cover their living expenses. And the only way to accelerate this is by solving the energy crisis. You've got to solve it. Because if you don't solve it, it's going to be a problem for you for the remaining 5 years of the presidency. So solve it. Get the right people in the room, have the discussion, and then bring the right people to the table so that we can get this thing done. It's doable. 1 year, it takes only 1 year. You do it, you start it now before the end of December, this power issue will be gone. But the more you drag it and trying to do it on your own without the competence in there, then it will just prolong itself. And then you look 2026, you're still having load shedding. But again, Tommy, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be on the show tonight. I've got my podcast tomorrow morning to go and prepare for and rest myself. So thank you so much. We will be talking about the inclusive arrest agenda development plan, not in its totality, but we'll be talking from the energy aspect of it to know why.
One thing you come on, so I can set my alignment and deal because that is the arrest agenda a 5-year plan that this administration is hoping on to make that message for the SONA.
Yes, well, a couple of things about our show is called Business Talk, so we don't talk politics. It's
No.
about
I just want to listen in and hear.
We come on at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock.
I didn't read all of the documents. I just look at the highlight and I will focus on how the plan will be. But I saw that the plan was 75% dependent on foreign aid and diaspora remittance. I was just discouraged.
Yeah, so I know, especially now with Donald Trump now put stop to foreign aid, all this stuff.
Yep.
Now when our highest
and those are the things we'll be talking about. How will we be able, as a nation, as a people, how will we be able to compensate for that loss? Why only 4 pages in the entire document of 289 pages were dedicated to
that's a joke. Abu, that's a joke. That agenda, $8.3 billion agenda.
Abu, you're going to be discussing your $8.4 billion diaspora remittance.
I'm telling you now, putting the energy, you got four pages there.
But tomorrow quickly, you know how the MCC team is in country.
But how the MCC will respect you?
We are coming.
If you don't have a rule of law intact, you think MCC coming to get you $500 million now?
Must be a process. Do assessment. Now, if they so all I think they got to put that house in order. Now, the justice.
They want to see if your house is in order. If you have the money.
There's a judge who handle your case now. The judge say if you threaten, you're threatening him. Put threatening him with phone calls. And bad stuff because the judiciary.
Who threatening who? Who threatening who? Who threatening who?
Who doesn't get a phone call?
All the MDR.
Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate you. And
no problem.
It was a pleasure sharing the platform with you. Thank you
no
so
problem.
much for your knowledge. Thank you so much for enlightening us tonight once more.
Okay,
first
time
encountering you at our own Spoon Network.
Thank you. Yeah, if they had addressed it back then, it was almost a year ago.
And you said until a long time ago, that was over a year ago.
If we had invested in the solar, then we would have been energy independent by today. Because all we need is 100 megawatts. That's all we need. 100 megawatts.
So, we got good opportunity to answer what I know what's happening. Oh my God. Like, bro, just, I don't know.
They get energy from without battery storage. I don't know where they're going to put the electricity they're going to generate. They will keep it in a palm.
It comes on in the day, it goes off at night. Good night.
Abu.
Yeah. Look, Abu, you see?
My man becoming a comedian on the show.
Where you got becoming a comedian? You don't like the fact I'm telling you the truth. You gotta get it, joking. Let me get serious.
I thought the man there doesn't.
Huh? Becoming a comedian on the show.
I wasn't becoming a comedian.
No, man, I'm listening to Abu, but the audience said, the audience can detest. You know what? Abu ran away. The conversation was a high level. We got Professor Kennedy here, got Mr. Philip here. I mean,
run away from where?
What did Abu going to say? Why you ran away?
Run away from where now?
You didn't see that conversation? Oh, Abu not on the show today. I had no people on the show today.
No, listen, Anthony.
That me go to the comment section and go read. That me put it there.
Anthony,
you say I'm a comedian. I held my own here. I spoke here without reading from no script with Larry Kennedy and Mr. Philip here. You ran away.
No, I did not run away. Listen, I just came home. I drove my little brother to the airport. I didn't run away. I said I didn't run away. I drove my little brother to the airport.
Okay. But I will let me get say, here's what you do most of the time when you hear. When you know I say something and that particular thing, may not be the exact thing that happened, you run with it. So like I said this, right? This administration prioritized road instead of prioritizing electricity first. Right? The first and foremost thing for our nation to strive, electricity. You cannot go. Technology will not be successful when there is no electricity. Every sector of government needs electricity. You need a reliable source of power.
I forget, but Anthony, where you at him? Where you at now?
Oh, we already reached out to him. You're gonna get back to us to give out the schedule. Yeah, we already reached out to him.
Who? We'll wait up to. I hope it's gonna be December next year.
It will not be December next year. Look, and Pee Wee, you think by saying what you said today will push me anywhere else? No.
You say who coming? Too many say who?
And listen, you'll be surprised that the men that will come on the show, how receptive you will be. You understand?
What do you
the
want me
man's
to?
well educated. He's not one of these guys in that. This is a well educated man. The man has 2 master's degrees.
So can't talk what you now? What you me talk?
What do you mean what to can't talk? What thing now? What you gonna talk? The man is a sitting senator. He said to can't talk what thing?
Make him talk national issues.
Okay, and we get state barrier defeated.
If we say having an election makes a country not to be a failed state. Oh.
So you not have a whole day to design. They will say something.
No, don't say why you get waste of time. Pee Wee don't like to be checkmated. That's all. Only Pee Wee has monopoly over ideas. Right? Only he understand the subject matter. Only he was a diplomat. How can you brag about Liberian government experience? What about Liberian government you can brag about?
So, what is about the one, Anthony? What is about the one?
So this guy is not informed. The National Election Commission law states a candidate or the party of the candidate must get 2% or win a legislative seat. The CPP won legislative seats. So if Cummings should run on the CPP ticket, he stay qualified. In 2017, Cummings won. Cummings obtained 7.some%. So ANC as a political party was not registered in 2023.
CPP won legislation in the last election?
Yes.
Who also?
Representative seat. We won 5 representative seats.
Yeah, Musa on CPP.
Musa won, Rogi Barry won. I know wait.
Oh yeah, Rogi Barry. Yeah.
We won 5 seats.
5 seats?
Name them.
Yeah,
Name
5 representative seats. Yeah, 5 across the country.
Who?
Excluding Musa and Rogi.
No, my man. Get go on that website, bro. I beg you.
No,
get
but
go on
name
that
them,
website.
man. You CPP, man.
CPP won 2 seats. Musa Berete is 2.
No, we won 5 seats.
Then need
go
them.
on that website that you come here debunk. Go on that website. I can't remember the name, but we won 5 seats.
But
so here's the thing. The brother who wrote that thing as testimony, he's not informed. He quoted the law, but he's not informed of the law. 2 things the law says, right? The candidate on the ticket should obtain at least 2% of the national vote, or the party that the candidate represent should also win 1 legislative seat. Either of the 2 qualify you.
Oh.
So CPP, Musa Berete winning alone.
They speaker, he from ANC too?
Who?
Anthony Williams.
From where? He from ANC?
No.
No, but that was Julian say. Yeah, that man.
Anthony Williams ran as an independent candidate.
When you go on the next website, that 5 candidates won on the CPP ticket. Representative candidate won on the CPP ticket. 5 candidates. But again,
go there now and coordinate to us.
Go to the website. And the ANC obtained 7% in 2017, and that 7% stayed there.
Go to the website. Go to that website and coordinate to us for us, please.
All right. So
go to that website and coordinate to us.
Don't write things like that, my brother. When you quoting law, you should be accurate with your law. You quoting.
Yeah,
So
so
my new lawmaker,
please go to the website and just call the name for us.
Who?
You go to the
you
website.
Anthony, you're new lawmaker.
I'm using my phone. I can't. What it call? I'm
You
using
don't
my
have
phone right
computer with
now.
you, but you can say Billy Martin and do it.
I said, you know what's that lie? Telling you, go the brother of who is upon the accusation. He said a lie. I'm not telling the truth. So you gotta put me wrong. Now I will go there on that website. CPB 156.
I check in now.
Yeah, check it. I will. So again, that why you depending on coming qualify the run 2029.
Now you get 2% again.
No problem. Don't worry about. I want you. But worry about your electricity. The way you can get it like brain people.
So Abu, let me ask you.
Come not get money to contest. The man's looking for money. So
Abu, you
really come not get money to look at the kind of thing. How you get to use it? But which political party in Labrador can raise more money than the ANC?
Okay, I come in. 1
Which
minute.
political party can raise more money than the ANC? Show me one.
Then why the last election come in and spend money?
Why last election?
They passed election. Why he didn't spend money?
Come and spend money. Why you didn't spend money?
He didn't spend nothing.
Come. I didn't even spend money, man. I beg you. The man visited all the districts.
He didn't spend. He didn't spend nothing. He didn't. But anyway, you don't know.
So you are walking by land.
No, come on, man.
Look, Anthony and Brother Gay. Look, your comment was smart. Your comments realized that
he didn't spend nothing.
He's not. The comment knew that very well that the election will not be in favor. He knew because the man is smart. The man knew that.
But to say the man didn't spend money. That's why
he didn't spend. He didn't.
He spent. He did not spend as compared to 2017. Yes.
Spend.
But he did
spend.
He didn't spend.
But all that money, the global, the ENC global range, man. What that money was spent?
So go take 280,000 get to the post the money over the post.
Mr. Comey is a very intelligent man. You're not taking money to
the man do very well. They put off of fund. They say they put off of fund.
Yeah, the man worked hard for money. He found the money on the street. That man, that government stealing money.
Not going to say you won't get him election. You say government stealing money. Who told that government stealing money? We're not talking about government money.
Right, if you got
government stealing money, get far away.
Money. You know, ANC, Larry, I'm going to win the election.
They may have money or not government stealing money.
No. It's not issue high end money. If you won't go, you got to spend.
It's not because Mr. Kobe, what they call, but man, we coming back. We coming back to the I can't forget about that one.
Who wants it? Ta one, man. See,
ta one. Probably see.
Ta one.
We're see. They probably that. We're gonna see. Who? He won. Yeah. He won.
No. They represented that passed away.
Yeah, we're gonna see that one. I want ta one.
Johnson Gueglo,
yeah.
I thought it rained in the district. That really rain.
But you know that was smart. He announced you're running. You were quiet.
Yeah, he didn't announce it.
You were
cool.
Keep
it as a surprise.
He said, man, no, right now I won't go on no show. I mean, that he's so fair. But look, they got to further maintain a seat. But Abu, look, before I leave from here, right? The former education minister, the guy wrote on yesterday, they think are taking it serious. He said, I know you have your own story, but my point is this. Pay attention. And George Weiner, he said, I know you have. You see what?
George Weiner?
Yes.
I'm a king. You say, you know, boy.
You know, my person, the man thought that working in a government that was a former student. What are you talking so?
Listen.
No, bro, you mean the man is man.
Very respectful.
Listen,
Abu, what's the choice of what, man? They man, extra minister for Minister Leave. What are you talking so?
Too many, listen.
No, but the man said,
listen. Money.
Because the men disagree with our government and the reason why it's
money, listen.
I come in, man, saying things that are happening in the past that led to the crisis. And right now, let me throw you, Abu. You gotta take it serious. Right now, MDR are not happy.
You're fired on MDR member then.
My president, having meeting with the MDR party. They're not happy. And you know, this week alone, they lost for the government. You know, so take it serious.
Too many, listen. This man, 2017,
Yeah.
he only discouraged folks from going to school. What did he do?
Wait a minute, man.
They say they met degraded education and men say that poor will eat. You know what it means?
He never said that. He
Yeah,
never
but
said that.
2017, ask
No
people
one
now.
never said that.
Ask
You
people.
know what? They met the
Yeah,
Pee-wee,
but
you heard that
every
thing? Pee-wee.
Yeah.
You said that, Joe wanna say that thing man talking about?
About what?
Is it
the man say that poor will eat. 2017. He said it.
Don't lie to me, man. Don't lie to me. Don't stop it, man.
People didn't hear it.
No, I didn't capture
Yeah,
that.
don't lie, man.
He
Don't
said
care.
that.
Don't do, man.
He said that poor will eat.
The man taught students that in your government today, that in your government, he taught them in the class when you say the man will talk about your denigrate education. Don't do that, man.
No, you're not joking. I'm not joking here. But I'm a man.
Joe wanna Manasali education minister.
To mine, I'm a man. We talk
Yeah.
frequently. We
Yeah,
disagree.
but so when
My man.
you said on platform, you said it, the man said education will eat. You never say that.
The man said it.
You never say that.
You know what?
So,
Listen. I was saying the recording. I was saying the recording in 20 minutes. I texted somebody already.
Send me the recording,
I was
yes.
saying the recording.
Yeah, you didn't
I
say
was
so.
saying it.
Don't tell me. I was
But that's somebody I know. That's somebody I know.
I know what you do. I know George myself talk. But I
say you don't know him.
No, but you said the man said education will eat. The man didn't say
Yeah,
so.
you see that bull will eat. What he said.
I'm telling you now, Abu, you should be worried what happened in MDR.
What happened in MDR?
You're firing pre-Johnson people there. They said the man died, fire people. It's not good. You're going to suspend the people instead of firing them. Okay, now the public not die, so you're firing all the public children there. Not good, oh.
No, listen now. Come on. I don't know the reasons for which these guys were being relieved of that position.
Man, that's secret about it.
Listen, I want to speak on the NSA fellow, right?
Okay.
Yeah. As a security apparatus, a profession that must not tolerate politics or politician. Imagine being an officer of the NSA, covert entity. Because when you're working with NSA, only ain't like, bro, I see people talking about NSA man. NSA man should not be known. You go to a funeral where you have family members seated. They are grieving the loss of their loved ones. And start to preach politics, which is a total violation of your profession.
Now I agree, but my thing, look, I think on the show, everybody decry him for that. But my thing is that knowing at least the man should have been suspended or something, but to fire the man, my man, you don't even fire the man. Huh?
Nobody have to suspend that to money. That's the best decision the president took.
But no, to money, even if I were the president, I would have dismissed him.
No, but the man from one of the Alliance Party, my man, and then the man, their godfather just died. How you find
I don't think that often they should control it. The vice president should intervene for him, at least suspend him. That's all.
I told the other people, I said, boy, if people say he gave me a check, he said I don't want to fire people. I said, oh, for you. I said, okay. I said, suppose you, the man beg you, then he said, over you, I don't want to fire people. So I said, okay. But easy now they meeting tomorrow. So let's see what happens. But I think MDR happy. And you should pray that man, we shouldn't say she run you. We're running, forget it. All of your head.
Somebody that Jeremiah Wapo, she has no intention to run.
Well, let's see.
Jeremiah Wapo has endorsed her to run.
Jeremiah. Either one endorsed her to run.
Yeah.
But man, it don't want that thing. What they want to do? Mama, you run.
I'm not running, man.
You run. Yes. Your husband, all your husband benefit kind of you. All the car, you drive the car, all kind of you. And then you have a stay. Okay, Okay, yeah, told I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Yeah. Oh, yeah, but they want husband. They want crying for husband. He said, "Well, they want run and
I see, man.
Well, let's see what happens in the meeting tomorrow. But if she runs, it's not good for y'all. Not good for y'all.
But what you put the man in? I on George page. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, the man said. The man really put. He said the wrecking on the wall. Yesterday. Go to the man page. Remember the page. You say wrecking on the wall. The man telling you the instances that led to the Liberian crashes.
They're writing on the wall. They are always writing on the wall. I leave people.
And mind you, right now, the people not happy. The Nima people not happy. Let me tell you.
Are you saying Nima people not happy? Who told you?
I mean, people not happy. The poor godfather died, and then they taking the job for the
the second person in the second person in government, who is the vice president of Nima.
Yeah, but the Bible is sure that he got control of the country.
The Minister of Labor is the chairman.
See you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, the Minister of Labor is from MBR.
Yeah.
The NNC director is from Nimba. It's in Nimba Bonade.
Okay.
The Post and Telecommunication boss from Nimba.
Let's see what happens after the meeting tomorrow. Minister let a man from Nimba to right?
Exactly. We won't pay.
Okay.
Let's see what happens tomorrow.
After the meeting, the Barbers and MDR will know tomorrow. You see what Melvin Carter said? Yeah, there you go. She run on the MDR ticket. They don't want to announce she's running for ghetto.
I'm running, man. She
they want run.
But the UP and MBR still they got a good relationship. How a cordial relationship. Yeah.
And then the MDR chairman picking up crying. He said, my son, they walk around court. The people have to take it for me. They put my life in jeopardy.
MDR chairman.
They begin at the funeral.
We're talking about the chairman.
The chairman was sitting at the beginning of the story and said, "Wow, the chairman does it."
No, chairman does it. If you watch the clip, I'm listening to you. I know what you ought to play. I know what you ought to put on the screen. If you watch the clip, you see MDR chairman holding his hand, preventing him from speaking. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you. No, preventing him from speaking. Preventing him from speaking, but
I thought.
Yeah, but because I'm political over there.
You know, I put Babe, he told me, he said, my son, like bro is on a stormy sea. I'm watching from afar. Yeah, PYGO. Everything Babe did, he said, when I go tomorrow, I said, he said, you come to church tomorrow? I said, I can't. I said, where?
I didn't send him with you.
He said, I said, my son, the chair on tomorrow, come to the chair. I said, I can't, Babe. I'm big, yeah, go to church. I'm going to church.
Oh, so you didn't go to the church?
I beg you. You put him on me and say, yeah, the Lord's on test your head. I beg you. I beg you. I mean, everybody can pray on me. I beg you. Oh, yeah.
I said, you laugh. They're not holding the guy, preventing him from speaking, but he still insisted that he want to talk. Tell what he. Tell you what I teach.
Message, I want to talk. That's it.
Yeah. See the chairman holding the man. Yeah.
The VP you're talking to now.
Yeah, no, being very, very respectful. Very, very respectful. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that.
I see, bro. So who the boy? National chairman? You got the Minister of Labor as the chairman, right?
Yeah, the Minister of Labor as the chairman. The man attempted preventing. Just look at him. The man holding him. Imagine the audacity.
Oh, that video.
Yeah.
Wow.
Imagine that. But it's only chairman holding the man. Chairman holding the man to me. Chairman holding the man, preventing him from talking about it. You want to talk. Then I gonna man see my keep a position. Imagine you go to an event and refer to the VP and I gonna man or somebody. Somebody mounting the podium.
But the man will be in a meeting tomorrow. If you having, he'll be in a meeting tomorrow. So,
but I ain't be in a meeting. I'm not going by again. Yeah, you know, more men will get on bench.
Abu, let me call your day.
Yeah, Chief. Thank you.
But I see your internet stable. Your electricity is stable tonight. So everything I see you shining. Yeah, you shining. So yeah, everything's stable.
Let me address the comment over 1 minute. I'm not going to be derogatory. Let me address it. Chief, ladies and gentlemen, Ima Poveki for boys and girls. Why it's true that we may not agree on issues, our being here is for you. You guys are in the comment section. It is fair to say when you disagree with me, you should channel your disagreement in a very respectful manner. When it comes on the show, call me foolish, call me dog, call me all the names. In my mind, that is not a representation of a decent person. I'm pleading to you, if you have a disagreement with me, you know, there's a way you can do it. But you can't say you're foolish, I don't have sense. I think it's not being fair to me. So thank you for following. We are thrilled as always to have you guys following us.
Next week, the poor they would deal with your by making that speech. You must say, you might be strong.
I can be strong.
What about speaking at the city hall to the Capitol building?
No, to the Capitol building.
What Capitol speaking at? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Capitol building.
Okay.
Capitol building. Oh, Sarah, what happened? Why you not come on the show? So, too many Sarah, give me a hard down.
Sarah, I don't want to call Esther Federal machine of you attacking me precisely.
One musu too. You see what you on the show. So the video coming on the show should be an opposition to the.
I told you, I say, Abu Kanto, Abu. You think you say now thing you want here, so Abu come in defend the people.
Exactly.
So next year I can strong because they will will get hard time. Pape go where any young Pape anyway.
I say you're bringing cooler here.
Oh yeah, cooler tell me the situation. Let me know. So I hope I get one tomorrow.
But tomorrow you need to try to bring gas in here, man.
What gas in? You put in when you tell them the can they will come they accuse of opposition platform and now opposition platform they.
No, they are forced on the platform and make it to be opposition platform.
Yeah, but I always be clear that now opposition platform. We're clear with that.
If you want to be here, go to Spoon. You know.
Yeah,
you have to talk to him though.
Abu,
I
got a big meeting tomorrow, Abu. I gotta go prepare for the meeting. Big meeting tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, I see you.
All right.
Okay.